All right, let's get started. Ms. Powell, are you ready to go? Great. Yeah, I'll talk very slowly. All right, thank you everyone for being here today and caring about public education. We're glad to see you. The public meeting of the Board of Education for June 23rd, 2026 is called to order. All items being considered this evening are posted on the PPS website on the Board and Meetings tab. This meeting is also being streamed live on PPS YouTube page. And there's no mention of Channel 28. Has something changed? It's not in my notes.
Oh, my kids watched it last time.
What? On Channel 28? Okay. I don't have cable. Again, we're pleased that so many of you are here tonight from our community, from our schools, in attendance this evening. Thank you for taking time out of your day to care about public education. Just a couple of reminders. If you did bring signs or displays, we ask that you hold that below chin level so the people behind you can see. Unless you're in the rear row, then raise it as high as you want. We also ask that you please keep the aisles and stairs clear for safety reasons. And also, just most importantly, let's just be mindful and respectful to each other. So thank you. Board members, we have a full agenda tonight. I will, again, do my best to remind everyone for the allotted time for each agenda topic. Let's see, what else? Let's see. The first thing we're going to start with is recognizing a very amazing person. I think over here he goes by Student Representative Ritordo. Tonight, we're also going to be saying goodbye to such an engaged and passionate student representative to the board with whom we have the privilege to work alongside. I always say that for me, it's a personal win whenever I get to vote on the same side as Student Representative Ritordo. Ian came to this table not to observe, but to lead. He came here asking the hard questions, never hesitating to remind us that it's always the students that should be and are at the center of our decisions. He took his advocacy beyond the boardroom, including authoring a wonderful op-ed in the Oregonian, calling on our state legislators to increase funding to schools. He convened a student working group to bring student voice directly into the district's work on Title IX issues. Ian, you have been incredible, just invaluable to this district. Your voice, your time, and your belief that public education is worth fighting for. We are so proud of you. We cannot wait to see what you do. Next, we wish you the best at Lewis and Clark College in the fall. And board members, I ask if you have anything to add. Go ahead and add that now. We'll go in order. Director Split.
Well, I just want to thank you, Student Representative Ritordo, for being just always there to bring up the history behind abysmal school funding and how it affects not just kids in Portland, but everyone in Oregon, and how it's done so since my husband was in kindergarten. He's in his 40s. And so I just want to thank you for always being like that true north for us in our conversations, and also being willing to speak truth to power and stand up for your own neck of the woods, which has its special needs. So thank you for doing that, and we're so excited for you to go keep doing what you're passionate about and stay in Portland. Love that.
I just wanted to say thank you for being such an exceptional first experience for me working with a student representative on this board. And while you are uniquely you, I think you are an awesome example of what PPS produces through our excellent high schools and our education. And it's been a real honor to get to learn from you. So thank you.
I think I already read your introduction. Introduction, I'll be short. I just wish I was as well put together when I was your age as you are now. So thank you.
I have really enjoyed serving with you this past year, and particularly enjoyed taking a walk with you when we had planned to go to this Japanese breakfast place that wasn't open that day, and you showed up to the park, recommended a great park, and we took that walk around. It was really meaningful to me. I've also really appreciated the way that you use your voice, and also agree that you epitomize the portrait of a graduate. And so I really appreciate your service and wish you the best at Lewis and Clark, and please reach out on LinkedIn.
Well, Ian, I second that. You're my first student rep, and it's been an absolute delight and honor to sit up here with you. You are so brilliant, and the levity that you bring in the midst of your brilliance is just so appreciated, and I'm really going to miss you. So please do keep in touch and do stop by. We mean it when we say that. So, and good luck.
Well, you've been wonderful all the time. You always have interesting things to say. You really know what's going on. You're a good debater. You speak so well, which I never have been able to do. And so I'm very jealous. It's just been a joy knowing you. You're my third student rep. I can't say that you're my favorite because they were all favorites, but you're wonderful. And it's just been a joy. And I wish you well. I don't think I have to wish you well. I know you'll do well.
Ian, it has been such a delight to serve with you. Ian's socialist thought of the day is something that I'm going to take with me and keep with me forever. I also have many socialist thoughts during the day, so I've always found some affinity with you in that. And you're just such an exemplary example of the students that we want to be graduating from PPS. And I think this is a really hard job, but what gives me hope is our students and the leadership that you have showed as the student representative this year has been just such a bright light. So thank you for being one of us this year, and I'm so excited to see what you go forward and do.
Thank you so much, everyone. Can I say a few words? I planned to write something, and then I didn't. I got busy. But what I wanted to say when I was thinking about writing something for tonight was I wanted to express just how honored I am to have served as the student representative this year, to have been chosen by the DSC and by the student body to represent them on this board. I had no idea what I was getting into when I first started this role. I was, just dropped into this unfamiliar environment, but I had so much fun learning what it means to run a school district, and what it means to be in, hyper local government. It is a strange thing, people, a lot of people who are into government and aren't really necessarily into local government, don't really know what's up. It's been very fun explaining to my, to my family member who are into politics but don't really understand the local stuff, how a school district runs, because it's all just so intriguing and interesting to me. And I've had so much fun being on the board this year. I'm really excited to be at Lewis and Clark next year. And I am so happy that I'm leaving you guys in good hands. I think that that you are going to feel the exact same way about Rose. I think that she has so many incredible accomplishments, which I'm sure that she's going to brag about when she has her first speech as student representative. So I won't steal her thunder. But she is truly incredible, and I just can't wait to see what you guys think of her.
Thank you. To help recognize your distinguished service, we do have a plaque for you. Yes. And a I think we should probably take a picture. Yes. Yeah.
while you all are returning to your seats, I wanted to still a moment just to thank Ian and say what a pleasure it was to write a letter of recommendation, and know that I am always here if you need me in the future, and just thank you for all that you've done.
And now we're probably stuck with each other for the next 4 hours. So it would be a long goodbye. All right.
No curfew tonight.
Tonight I'm staying for the whole meeting.
Really?
It's on the shorter side tonight.
All right. With that transition, next up we have general public comment. I hope all of you are going to be talking about how wonderful Ian is. But if not, go ahead, talk about whatever you want. First, we're going to start with our student comments. Just before we begin, just want to review guidelines for the public. Again, as always. First, the board always thanks you for taking your time to give us your input. Public input, especially from our students, helps inform and improves our work. And we look forward to hearing your thoughts and reflections. So here, the guidelines. As board members, we are here to listen, not engage in conversation with those who are testifying. The board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We also request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. Just as a general rule, the board does not involve itself with personnel matters. I will remind PPS staff who are giving public comment that they may not provide public testimony about students that could violate confidentiality protections under FERPA. This includes testimony using information that could identify students, especially in their school community, by use of direct or indirect linkages such as school grade, special education, or other status. For materials you'd like the board to receive, handouts, pictures, etc., please don't come to the dais. Please hand them over to Ms. Powell, who will then distribute them to us. And she's over there to your left. In order for the board to conduct its business, we also ask that audience members please refrain from calling out, interrupting speakers, or otherwise disrupting the meeting. We appreciate everyone's cooperation in maintaining a respectful environment. Thank you. If you do have additional materials or items you would like the board or superintendent to receive, you can always email them at publiccomment, all one word, at pps.net. At the same time, if you're in your middle of testimony, you run out of time, and you want to continue or submit the rest of your testimony, please feel free to email that. We do read all emails. Lastly, or second to lastly, when you do begin your comments, please clearly state your name and spell your last name. Ms. Powell, how many do we have in general comment today?
We have 6.
6. So that means you have 3 minutes to speak for general public comment. After, when you have about 30 seconds left, the yellow light will go off, and red means please finish up your statement. So let's start with if we have any student commenters signed up.
Yes, we do. We have Naima Truss.
Okay, whenever you're ready, you can begin. Thanks for being here.
My name is Naima Truss. My name is Naima Truss. And my last name is spelled Truss. Hello, my name is Naima Truss, and I am in 3rd grade at Scott. I'm a 3rd grader at Scott Elementary. I'm here to talk about budget cuts and how it affects me and my community. When my teacher went on strike, I joined them at the picket line and learned about the importance of using my voice to make sure all PPS students get access to a great education. Year after year, I saw my favorite teacher, Jamie Minkus, get reduced less and less and eventually leave teaching. My teacher Jamie introduced me to dance. It was my role model at Scott. Because of teacher Jamie, I found my passion, and I've been dancing at Steps PDX for 4 years. If our funding keeps getting cut, I'm worried that future kids won't be able to have specials. These budget cuts affect real people like my mom, who was a history teacher at Lincoln High School. My mom is a great teacher and still was laid off this year. She loves her students and wants to return to the classroom. Our school is a big part of our community, and we don't want to see our favorite teachers have to move schools or get laid off. I've had big classes and smaller classes. It's so much easier to focus in a smaller class. Please reconsider these budget cuts. Whose community? Our community. Whose schools? Our schools. Thank you.
If I could say something really quickly, I'd like to echo what you said, Chair Wong. I wish I was as put together as that at her age.
Next three.
I'll call up the next three. Joe Rowe, Jody Shear, and Holly Hofkamp.
Yeah.
My name. It's not on. My name is Joe. Can we start the timer? My name is Joe Rowe. I'm a PPS parent of a 2026 graduate. I thank all the student-facing custodian, coaches, volunteers, and staff at Roosevelt High School. My thanks go back 13 years to daycare staff before and after school. Endless hours my daughter spent at Chief Joseph Elementary. Thank you, Ms. Penny in kindergarten. Parents trust educators, but the public does not trust the system. The central leadership here is the problem. The more desk managers you allow to be hired, the more they drain funds from student-facing staff. Dr. Matthew Prophet would be ashamed if he were here listening to me and looking at your inaction. The state is adding more unfunded mandates because PPS leadership have earned a lack of trust. You harm what educators build. PPS is lying to parents about attendance on report cards. For 10 years, PPS has refused to fix a wide variety of attendance misinformation. I know because I'm also a teacher at Franklin and they closed my tickets. 8 report cards used to be mailed home. Now they are hidden. A student attending at 80% would have 300 absent periods not disclosed to the parents on the 4 reports ending those semesters. I have spent the last 2 years. I met with Dr. Armstrong and 2 school principals. All agree with me. Data is wrong and report cards must be corrected. In my hand, I hold 5 pages of redacted semester report card from Beaverton. It includes a page to help parents use translation in 11 languages. In my other hand, I hold no translation support and cryptic and false data. This is my daughter's report card from Roosevelt, right? I look forward to an ongoing email conversation until all attendance issues raised by educators are addressed. I urge you to form many more stakeholder committees, including students at Scott Elementary, including technology. Will you reply to my email with this documentation sent May 1st? I will reclaim my time. Please support new teachers, like at Lincoln High School, the parent of our student speaker who was fired, laid off, whatever you want to call it, by your inaction on budgets, right? Support those new teachers. How? By supporting early retirement. You will save money. Support more leaves. There are only 10 leaves for teachers right now for study leaves. Support paid study leaves or partially paid study leaves. No responses. You'll respond to a student, but not an educator, and you will not respond to a parent of 13 years. Your silence is nothing new to me today. Still nothing. You wonder why the state is putting more unfunded mandates through Senate Bill 141. I was just in Salem, saw none of you there this week. More silence.
Thank you. You can go ahead when you're ready.
My name is Jody Shear, Scheer, Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm a pediatrician, mother, grandmother, and co-founder of Oregon Unplugged. I'm very heartened to know that the school board members and I share concerns about safety, efficacy, legality of educational technology as well as AI in our K-12 classrooms. I also heard the board members' concerns about moving too quickly for change and inadvertently hurting our most vulnerable students in the process. I share a deep concern for all of our students, and I also hope the school board will have the courage to move forward with some low-cost interim steps to reduce screen time harm while working towards a comprehensive, well-designed, safe tech policy, such as the model policy from distraction-free schools, which I shared with you electronically. Some interim low-cost strategies might include: 1. Enact parental informed consent for technology use, especially if data privacy, harvesting, and tracking continue to remain unaddressed and thereby allowed. Number 2, block unfettered internet access and allow only websites required for ed tech platform function. This would remove social media, videos, pornography, predators, gaming, and other harms from our children while in school. 3, please place a moratorium on AI in the classroom until its efficacy, safety, and legality can be assessed and proven by independent studies. Number 4, disallow the use of screen entertainment or gaming as a reward for any reason. Number 5, disallow the use of screens for brain breaks due to their overstimulating effects on children's brains that interfere with deep memory formation. Number 6, create developmentally appropriate daily screen time limits for children, differentiated by age and grade level, and prioritize teacher-led hands-on learning wherever possible. Finally, I did enjoy the IT department's presentation on technology safety at last week's education policy meeting. What was not mentioned by this team was the lack of informed consent by parents for EdTech product use and the harvesting and sale of our children's privacy data to unknown third parties, something that greater than 90% of EdTech companies do. These harms must be addressed quickly as they endanger all children and their future lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Holly Hofkamp, Hofkamp. I'm a proud mom of 3 PPS students, a family doctor for many PPS students, and a co-lead for the Schools Beyond Screens Portland. At last week's policy meeting, we heard about the pillars of the PPS digital ecosystem. But from a parent's perspective, these were just words on a slide, disconnected from the realities we see. There is no real transparency into screen time or content. The digital literacy curriculum exists in name only. Digital textbooks and apps have often made learning harder for my kids, and the filtering and monitoring systems that were described don't match my experience. Here's what I have experienced. My 2nd grader rushing through his work to play iReady games for up to 50 minutes a day. My 4th grader was told to lie about her age to access a typing platform. My 6th grader lost countless hours to distraction and gaming, so I started printing materials and using planners, and things did get better, but I have privilege, time, and training to do that. Many families do not. This is the new digital divide, no longer just about device access, but access to proven teaching methods. Parents with means are already compensating at home, tutoring, or even pulling their kids from tech-heavy schools altogether. The presentation last week felt like a defense of the status quo, not an honest evaluation of what is actually happening. But buried in those slides was a vision of what we actually want. Real baseline data on screen time broken out by grade level and school, trained teachers and librarians, real humans teaching digital literacy, tools that are safe and effective, and a closed system with allow lists. We should not have to wait for a board policy for these pillars that were in your slides. We need them now. Community input and urgency are not in conflict. We need both. Oregon ranks last in 4th grade reading and 47th in instructional time. We cannot afford to waste that time on unproven apps, YouTube, or games, and we can't afford to rush into AI without intention. Tonight's resolution is a promising step, A pause on generative AI paired with a commitment to gather the data our families and boards deserve and transparency that we need to make decisions. We urge you to vote yes and to work with us this summer to engage with families, to build intentional policies on screens, EdTech, and AI that protect and serve our kids this coming school year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ty Marshall and Nancy Cook.
Dear school board members, I'm reading this on behalf of my colleague Moe Yonamine, Yonamine, who could not be here because she's gravely ill due to the stress impacts of her layoff as a single mother of 4. Moe has been a teacher for 15 years, 13 years teaching social studies in the Portland Public School District. She served on the District Ethnic Studies Committee, Climate Justice Curriculum Committee, Equity Team for Roosevelt and Ockley Green, where she taught. She started the first ethnic studies courses and is a longtime advisor for the Pacific Islander clubs and Asian student unions. She abruptly had to leave PPS in 2021 due to safety concerns as a teacher of color, which the school district and the state were looped in on. She left the state for her family's safety, and when she returned the next year, hoping to come back to PPS, she was downgraded in seniority, but she landed a position with Gear Up, mentoring graduates, students of color, and students with other barriers who want to come back and work in PPS schools. That position was federally defunded, and so she landed at Sunnyside, did all that the district required, took the ARELA in ELA to keep her placement in that community, using her personal time and money to add that endorsement. And then she was laid off this last Thursday, June 4th, for a position that was labeled 1.0 ELA after serving the district for 13 years in social studies. So I urge you to really rethink the layoffs and how we're treating teachers of color who've given their hearts, their time, and their energy for years. Her not being here and me speaking in her place is just like a small picture of the personal cost of these layoffs and your relative inaction on these layoffs and the 2,000 students that she has impacted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Nancy Cook, C-O-O-K. I am a special education teacher. This will be my 11th year. Recently, I've worked at a charter school for 4 years as a learning center teacher. And my caseload keeps, butting up to 41. And then that's including the initial evals. It's a complicated with the school being an immersion program. The problem is that there's the needs are becoming increasingly becoming more. Sorry, this is a little impromptu. I just kind of flew here, and but the problem is that we are not meeting the needs of the kids. I did ask for a reassignment. I did consult with the principal at the other school. She agreed with me that, with my caseload, she doesn't understand how I can even meet the needs. I can't meet the needs. And there is the only accountability will be on me, not on the admins at the main office. It will be on me. And I'm the one that's held responsible. Then I also been told by the admin at the main office here that if they need more minutes, give them more minutes. Well, where do those minutes come from? And then they want large, this is supposed to be specially designed instruction. How can you provide specially designed instruction when you're having large groups? And also, I don't really have the adequate space for large groups, but when the kids' needs are, substantially different, it's not being able to really reach them where it will be impactful. We're talking about explicit instruction. In addition, I want to talk about my grandchild that went to a public school, a PPS public school immersion program, and kindergarten. And the first day, all the kids were gathering at the cafeteria door. There was no teacher to meet them. Because why? Because they didn't have the staffing. They did not have the staffing. So all these kids were crying. My grandchild, was obviously something, very concerning, some kind of high anxiety related to this. Could not walk through the school independently throughout the whole entire school year. Did they ever provide my grandchild with the supports? No, to diminish this anxiety so he can independently walk through the cafeteria school door to his classroom. No, this year he's at another PPS public school. He has been identified with AE on the spectrum and with the other health impairment.
Finish up your last sentence.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you have more, you feel free to email it to us.
Okay, may I? Okay, so I appreciate that. So,
No, I mean, sorry. If you have more public comment, please feel free to email it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. We would love to hear the rest.
Okay.
Ms. Powell, is that all of them? Okay. Again, thank you for your public comment today and taking the time to be here. Again, if some of you who may have more to say, please feel free to email it to us. Public comment, all one word, at pps.net. All right, next up we have the agreement between the District Council of Unions and School District Number 1J, Multnomah County, Oregon. Today we'll be voting on this agreement between the DCU and PPS. I'll hand this over to Superintendent Armstrong to introduce.
Thank you, Chair Wong. Tonight, we are asking you to vote on an agreement with our DCU labor partners. And with that, I'm going to invite Dr. Angela Freeman up, Chief Human Resource Officer, and she will share the highlights.
Good evening, Chair Wong, members of the board. I am going to turn this over to Senior Director of Employee and Labor Relations, Kimberly Gibson, as she has done the lion's share of the work and partnership, even though I started with DCU and I didn't get a chance to finish with them, but finished strong with Kimberly, so I will allow her to do the honors.
Great, thank you for all. So before you today is the 2-year agreement that we have with the District Council of Unions and PPS. We worked over many months to come to this agreement and ultimately utilizing a mediator to kind of get us over the finish line. Having a mediator come in is not always a bad thing. It is just someone and a tool that can help us see each other's perspectives more clearly, which we did in this instance. And so that's how we were able to get to this agreement. I would just like to thank the PPS team for all of the work that they put into the agreement to ensure that we had something that was going to represent and be fair to our employees. I would also like to thank all of the members of the DCU bargaining team who worked tirelessly with us and through mediation to get this agreement done. We really appreciate your partnership. We thank you for coming and having this agreement with us today. I know that Kelly, you're going to be retiring soon, and we appreciate working with you while you were here, and we welcome you, Darren, as the new incoming DCU president. And so I would just like to thank you all. And so what we're asking for today is for you all to ratify this agreement that you have before you.
I want to thank everyone here. I know it has been a little bit challenging at times, but I do appreciate the PPS bargaining team. I know that we all worked very hard. DCU worked very hard. They believe that this is the best that we could get at this time. We understand the financial impacts of what is happening within the district. And I want to give my heartfelt thanks. I know that I've talked to many of you one-on-one and otherwise, so I want to thank you for your time. And I hope you give the new president, Darren Boyce, as much collaboration as you've given me as the DCU president. So thank you.
Thank you. My name is Darren Boyce, Darrin Boyce. I look forward to working with all of you in the district, representing our maintenance workers and keeping all of our buildings running. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you for that. Let's put this on the table. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7330 2026-27 agreement between the District Council of Unions and School District Number 1J, Multnomah County, Oregon?
So moved.
Thank you. Director Split moves.
Second.
Director Chase Miller seconds. Thank you. Is there any board discussion?
I'll just give a warm welcome to Darren. Nice to meet you tonight.
Yes, I'm looking forward to working with you as well.
And thank you to Kelly. I hope you get to soak up that retirement.
Yes, and thank you to Kelly.
I was just going to appreciate Kelly. I just know how, I mean, I've seen the hours and the time that you've put in, and you've come up here and, you know, talked to us so many times. I know you're really passionate about the work. So I hope that you have something on the other side of this that you're equally as passionate about that involves no work.
All right, let's vote on, or wait, sorry. Ms. Powell, is there any public comment? No. All right, let's vote on, the board will now vote on Resolution 7330 2026-27 agreement between the District Council of Unions and School District Number 1J, Multnomah County, Oregon. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student Representative Torto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7330 has been approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Retorto voting yes. Thank you. I don't know if we can clap or celebrate or do a dance. All right, next up we have the climate, I accidentally skipped over because we usually reserve time for union comments. And I just want to check if we have union members that are here today to provide comment. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Angela Bonilla. I use she, they, ella pronouns. I am the president of the Portland Association of Teachers for 7 more days. So tonight will be the last union comments that I will provide as the president of the Portland Association of Teachers. And I promise that I won't take a whole bunch of your time, but I do want to share some reflections and some urgent calls to action for our board, our superintendent, and the public. I want to share candidly some things that I've seen and learned, and hopefully, you know, make sure that we see what our next steps are and how we can move forward. But the first thing I want to speak to, and a concern that has impacted so many families and students and educators, are the current layoffs. We have continued to see the number of laid off educators increase. We are now at 87 educators. We've gone through the appropriate channels, including our grievance process, to challenge the layoffs that we believe violate our contract, as well as Oregon statutes. And we know that the biggest issue impacting our ability to maintain staffing at the appropriate levels is a lack of state funding. We do not have the staffing to maintain small class sizes, diverse course offerings, and innovative programs, let alone the staffing we need to keep students safe learning, and connected. And at the same time, a budget is a moral document that reflects our values. And what we have continued to see in the budgets I've seen over the last 4 or 5 years that I've been immersed in this work are budgets that have continued to increase spending on business administration, central office supports, central office administrators, non-represented staff, while instructional staffing has gone down, instructional spending has gone down. And that speaks to our community that there is an interest in maintaining the professionals at the top of our education system as opposed to the professionals who directly serve our students and our communities. And that, I believe, is antithetical to the goals that this board has held and has upheld year after year. If we want improvements in student learning, we need more staff, and we need to be able to maintain the staff that we currently have. We know we will see larger class sizes next year. We know we will see classes where students are learning multiple grades worth of instruction depending on how the teacher is able to maneuver. Even the report provided by senior leadership shared that the most effective way to have mixed grade classrooms or blended classes is by having additional staff in the building that can support doing walk to math, walk to read, and differentiation. And what we've seen with this budget is a cut to those additional staff members who will be in the building to support that. So how are we supposed to see increases in the measures and the metrics that this board holds for reading and math and science when we don't have the staff to do the work? I think it is crucial that we look at the budget, and I have spoken at this with y'all here multiple times over the last few weeks, sharing different ways that we could look at the budget. The $39 million that is allocated to board resolutions, how many of those have been reviewed so far to see what needs to be cut now that we thought was essential back then before we saw the impacts on our classrooms? I've discussed, again, the 79 administrative and non-represented positions that have been added since 2018, while our instructional staffing has gone down. That would be a total of about 13 or 14 million in salaries and benefits that we would save. Coincidentally, the amount that is written in the board amendment that we have been provided by Director Engelsman. We have talked about reducing contracting. We continue to see contracts increase. Tonight, you will look at contracts for IT supports, the same department that had 3 IT layoffs. And the contracts are more than the salaries and benefits for those 3 IT members that were laid off. So are we showing our values that we purport here through our budget, or are we saying 2 things and only really doing one? During my time here in this district, we have seen, and I've heard this from folks from the outside who've come in to support us, that we have a lot of work to do to make this a functional district. The dysfunction we have seen in this district has cost us the faith our community has, which means that we have a threat to the public trust of public education, especially as the largest district in the state of Oregon. And the folks who help build back that faith and that trust are our frontline educators, our counselors, the custodians, the secretaries, the teachers, the social workers, the ELD educators, the frontline workers who are there. When people talk about their schools, they're talking about us. They're not talking about the folks who work here in this building. And we need to make sure that we have the support we need to serve our students, because year after year we continue to see those exact people who are rebuilding the trust in public education cut. What I've also heard from educators, and I voice this because I think it speaks to the culture that I believe Dr. Armstrong and Dr. Freeman are working really hard to change, has been an environment that is very toxic and harmful in this building. Despite the new hires who have been way more responsive than their predecessors, there is a culture of disdain against educators and unions here. We've been called Auntie Pat as folks try to talk smack about the union. And it's often really what we're doing is demanding that higher level administrators follow the contract our union and our district have agreed to. The handful of administrators who remember what it means to work at a school have shared how disgusting and disheartening it is to work in a building where we have seen folks be belittled and dismiss the concerns of the educators and those with current on-the-ground experience. I've been in meetings with senior directors who have challenged the things that I'm saying while I'm agreeing with them, because it is just a deep sense of frustration or strife or bad feelings from the 22-23 bargain and strike. And I know that the new staff and the new leadership that Dr. Armstrong has brought in have made it very clear. We are moving past the strike to work together to build the district that our students deserve. But we still have folks here who do not lead in that way. And when, coming from the Bronx, New York, one saying I remember hearing all the time, when the head ain't right, the body can't follow, right? I've made this clear to Dr. Armstrong, Dr. Freeman. I will say it to anyone who asks. I truly believe that the layer of area senior directors who oversee our principals has been a detriment to our ability to make this a functional district. We have seen a pattern of this layer of management being used to silence and hide the ineptitude and abusive behavior that we have seen from principals. If you don't want families and educators and students coming to this board complaining about principals, that means we have to be heard the first time, the second time, the third time when we go through the appropriate channels, which are usually the senior directors. We need leaders who actually supervise and coach these principals instead of just making excuses for them or ignoring the complaints for years. But instead of removing another layer of mismanagement, we've laid off 87 educators. I've also seen that we have, this is a district that has had a long history of folks who stay for a really long time. And so we've had decisions made by previous leaders that impact us to this day. And those decisions haven't necessarily been reviewed or looked at and said, hey, is this still working for what we need right now? We had senior directors who decided to cut all of our core enrichment or our specials educator FTEs by 0.2 increments when we used to always cut by 0.5. So halftime here, halftime there. Now we have educators who are moving across multiple sites to do their job, which means you do not get a 1.0's worth of staffing and teaching, because now you have to accommodate travel time between these sites. So you're getting less instruction for the same amount of money in an attempt to save money by trimming down the FTE. We need a different way of looking at how education can work in this district. I've spoken about community schools here several times in the time that I've been here, and it's a model that really leans into integrated systems of support, extended opportunities through community partnerships, family and community engagement that is deep, not surface level, but the most important part is the shared decision making. We have not seen that here. What we feel like as educators is that things happen to us, not with us. And families have shared that things happen to them, not with them. And if we want to build that faith back into our district and thus into public schooling, we have to do things differently, because we can't keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And so I think the most important thing that we can do right now is stop looking for the next new thing that will fix it, the magic pill, the golden bullet, insert metaphor here, and really drill down to what is it that our students need. They need caring, consistent adults who hold them in unconditional positive regard. That is literally what the adverse childhood experiences data shows us. To reverse those, they need a caring, consistent adult who treats them with unconditional positive regard, that holds them accountable, that's going to be there even when they make mistakes. We don't need a AI reading assistant, because they won't do that same thing. We need to also look at making sure that we are active participants in this education system, because that's how we get folks to be active participants in our political system to demand the funding that we need. Because that funding won't come without revenue reform. And that revenue reform won't come unless we have enough people shouting from the rooftops in Salem saying, hey, instead of, personal income tax being 18 times the amount of funding that goes to education compared to corporate income tax, how about you tax the corporations? How about you tax the billionaires? But we have to build that culture here. And we build that culture by showing families and communities and educators that when they fight for our schools and our public schools, that they get to help lead and run our public schools. And until we get into that culture where we see those who are doing the work as experts, not just, the things I've heard about educators being inept or not being willing to treat or learn how to serve our students, or just blatantly having to fight for 4 years the perception that we are just a racist white teacher union when we are really trying to serve every single student that comes through our doors. We need to come together and say that the things that are dividing us are our inability to see each other as partners, as equals, as competent individuals who all know from themselves at least what they need to learn, what their colleagues might need, what their students might need. And instead of being seen as a nuisance, a frustration, an obstacle to get through in order to do what's right for kids. So I hope to see moving forward that we are coming together, especially this board can come together and say, hey, we might be volunteers who have a lot of pressure and a lot of eyes on us, but we are going to make sure that we have that much pressure and that many eyes on the leadership of this district, on the budgets and the reports that they present us. And when you don't know if this is right or wrong, ask us, ask the educators, ask the workers, ask the students, ask the families. We're more than happy to share our experiences because that is the heart of our district. It's the people. It's not the contracts, it's not the titles, it's the people. And, I know even though I'll be in the classroom, I don't know where technically yet, but when I'll be in the classroom, any chance I get, I will be in Salem advocating and demanding that we get the funding that we deserve. And I will be back here in a different title as a classroom educator, again, hopefully, demanding that same accountability here. Because the most important thing we can do for our students and for each other is to hold those high expectations and provide each other the opportunities and the support to reach them. Because it's hard, but we can do hard things, and I believe in us. So thank you so much for the time. And I'm not gonna get emotional, but I feel very blessed to have had the opportunity to lead this union for the last 4 years and to be in partnership with y'all, even when it's hard, because in the end, I want to believe that all of us are here to do what's best for our kids. So thank you.
Sorry. President Bonilla, before you go, I just want to say a huge thank you. I came onto this board with you as president, and I think it's been an absolute honor. I think that you're one of the most brilliant, smart, creative people I've ever worked with. I appreciate all the time that we've worked together. I feel like every time we meet and I leave the room, I always leave the room smarter than when I came in. And I think you have that effect on people. And so, again, for all your work, your dedication, and it's obvious how much you care about our kids. And it's been an absolute joy working with you. And I'm going to tear up. So I'm sorry.
Thank you. I want to just express my sincere appreciation for you too and your amazing brilliance. From the minute I first met you, from just watching through the strike, watching through the trials and tribulations in the last 4 years, watching you push back against your union and work with your union to get messages across the board. And I know you'll do well. I can't wait to hear the classroom you're in. But I just want to comment on your brilliance. You are brilliant, and you are wonderful, and you've made this this board and this union better for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Whew. All right.
All right. With that, on that note, next up we have the Climate Crisis Response Committee recommendation on AI. Last month, the board received our annual report from the Climate Crisis Response Committee. As a follow-up, committee members are here to provide a recommendation on the use of AI in the light of environmental impacts. Today we have Alyssa Kumas here, along with some members of the committee who are, I think, maybe joining virtually and more in person as well. So I'll hand this over to you. Yeah, thank you for being here.
Great. Maybe we'll start by introducing ourselves while we get the slides up. My name is Alyssa Kumas, she, her. I'm a parent of 2 PPS students at Sunnyside Environmental School, and I have the privilege of being the chair of the committee this year.
Hello, my name is Shannon Adams. I am the mother of 2 Benson Polytech graduates. I am also an educator at Multnomah Education Service District. And Shannon Adams, she, her.
And we have 2 folks joining on the line. America, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon. Good evening. My name is America Tirado, and I have 2 kids at Ainsworth in the dual language program, and this is my first year in the Climate Crisis Response Committee. Thank you very much for having me.
Good evening. I am Murtha Zabatla. I use he, him pronouns, and I am a parent of 2 kids in the PPS system.
Great. Thank you. Thanks so much for having us here tonight on what we know is a very packed agenda. I'm just going to kick us off with a quick, let's see. Am I doing this right?
Me too.
Over there. Thank you.
Usually if we point over here.
That way.
No?
Mm. Turn it off and turn it back on.
No, I don't think it has a working battery. No matter where you turn it, it's not.
Oh, it's only 6 slides, so hopefully. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, you could advance to the next slide. Thank you so much. Great. This is just a recap of our policy, the climate policy, which passed in 2022. After really tireless advocacy by PPS students and climate activists, it was hailed as one of the most ambitious climate policies of its kind in the country. So it's really a source of pride that PPS is leading the way. And I think it's something that we can all really be proud of. One of the things I'll highlight is our ambitious decarbonization goal, which we spoke last month or 2 months ago, that we are on track to meet our 50% reduction by 2030, which is really outstanding. The Climate Crisis Response Committee, which is a volunteer group made up of student representatives and also adult volunteers, we are tasked with advising the board on the policy's implementation. We were approached by the district's AI workgroup leads last year to share a formal recommendation on AI's environmental impact for them to consider as they determine the role of AI in our schools. We have shared the following recommendations with the AI workgroup leads and also wanted to share them with the board. Given the board's past commitment to the climate policy goals, including the significant investment in electrifying our modernized high schools, we feel the decision to allow AI usage should be scrutinized for its detrimental impact on the environment, our ability to achieve our decarbonization goals, and as well as our responsibility to the health and wellness of PPS students and staff. So with that, we'll go to the next slide and I'll pass it off to Murtaza.
Thank you to the board for inviting us today to provide our input on this topic. We really appreciate the environmental impact statement that was included in the PPS AI guidebook. And we just wanted to add to that from our CCRC perspective. AI infrastructure is built on systems that generate several environmental and human rights risks, and these impacts include, but are definitely not limited to, those on energy and water use, resource extraction, climate impact, and various other impacts on local and global communities. Most people are very well aware of the discussion around the significant power demands of AI and its related infrastructure. In 2024, ChatGPT alone used enough electricity power on 180,000 US households per day. The energy used by data centers in 2025 was enough to supply the annual residential electricity needs of the entire population of sub-Saharan Africa, which is approximately 1.3 billion people, for 2.6 years. And is projected by 2028 in the US alone, annual data center energy demand could hit 580 terawatt hours, which is equivalent to about 12% of national demand and equivalent to the energy used by over 55 million US households. Optimistic reports of renewable energy being able to supply the power demand shows that only 40% of the energy demand will be covered by 2030, and then the remaining would have to come from fossil fuel expansion, which would be the equivalent of adding 16 million additional gas-powered cars per year. And this increased demand already is resulting in rising power bills across the U.S., where residential rates have soared 31% from 2020 to 2025, which is in comparison to 4% increase from 2015 to 2020. Another highly publicized cost is the demand for water. Data centers need 720 billion gallons of water per year just to cool servers, which is the equivalent of the indoor needs of 18.5 million US households. ChatGPT 4 uses 3 16-ounce water bottles for just a 100-word email, and the associated water footprint that's projected in 2030 for water consumption of data centers is 9.3 trillion liters, or enough to meet the minimum annual domestic water needs of all 1.3 billion residents of sub-Saharan Africa for a full year. Next slide, please. Closer to home, Google data centers in the Dalles increased their share of city water usage from 12% in 2012 to 33% in 2024. In addition to the energy and water costs, AI is dependent on significant harmful resource extraction projects with increasing demands for critical minerals, which are raw minerals such as lithium, nickel, cobalt, copper, and rare earth elements. Many of these mineral-rich areas overlap with lands and territories of indigenous peoples and marginalized communities, both in the U.S. and in the international global south. In the U.S., lithium mines in Nevada and copper mines in Arizona are prominent examples of this. And these extractive projects create racial sacrifice zones where residents suffer devastating physical and mental health consequences and human rights violations as a result of living in pollution hotspots and heavily contaminated areas created by resource extraction projects with racially marginalized and formerly colonized peoples disproportionately being impacted. Other climate-related impacts to also consider are localized warming as a result of data centers and air and greenhouse gas emissions. Memphis, Tennessee has seen more than 30 natural gas turbines intended for daily use being installed at XAI's new Colossus data center. And diesel fuel backup generators also release harmful air pollutants, including fine particulate matter and nitrogen oxides, which have been linked to respiratory disease, heart disease, asthma, and other serious health risks. One analysis in Virginia estimated that even limited backup generator use could already be associated with nearly $300 million in annual public health costs and 14,000 asthma-related health impacts across multiple states. There have also been numerous reports of noise pollution due to data center construction, rooftop cooling systems, and backup generators, which can be disruptively noisy. Smaller diesel generators reportedly reach 85 decibels, levels which can harm hearing. larger industrial units approach 100 decibels, which are equivalent to motorcycles or jackhammers. So given all these significant negative environmental impacts of this technology, even beyond that mentioned in the guidebook, the CCRC is recommending limiting AI use by PPS students and staff as much as possible due to the numerous negative environmental impacts. And we also recommend that this data should be made publicly available for use for the climate impact project. Next slide, and I will hand it off to Shannon.
I'm education. I'm on the education slide. Thank you.
All right.
It's okay. Okay, so thank you, Murtaza. I will be talking about our recommendations in terms of the contracts, and I want you guys to think about this like ordering a package online. So anytime that you order from Amazon, it's really easy to click the button and then the package just arrives at our doors. But there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes, like where the packages are stored at the warehouses, the Amazon trucks, the airplanes that are used, and the packaging materials. And so this is very similar to AI right now. Anytime that we type in a question into an AI tool, the answer comes out instantaneously. But we don't see the data centers, the servers, the electricity consumption, the water usage for cooling, the land required to support this technology, and the other stuff that I can't think about right now that's probably there and we're going to have to track. So many of these impacts fall under Scope 3 emissions, and they occur within the supply chains of the companies providing the technology. Now, these emissions are not produced by the district buildings or some of the vehicles, but they're still connected to the products and services that we choose to use or that we choose to issue contracts for. And so really what we're trying to do is just to better understand the full environmental footprint of these technologies that we're adopting into Portland Public Schools. And we think that it's a good idea to measure this stuff, because if it doesn't get measured, it's not going to get managed. And if we have the information about the energy used, the carbon emissions, the water consumption, and the other environmental impacts, then we can be more informed about purchasing decisions and what we expect from our vendors and how we're going to have them contribute to sustainable efforts over time. And so I will pass it on to Shannon.
Thank you. CCR Pillar 3 and the AI Vision Statement 07 both aim in addressing the environmental and community impacts of AI use, as well as inspiring our students to think creatively about future solutions through their education. These goals also align with the new Oregon House Bill 3365, which mandates that the standards, that mandates that sustainability standards be woven into Portland Public and all Oregon curriculums. When we look at the curriculum PPS currently has, it is based on the Oregon Department of Education and our national next generation science standards. These are standards we are already using that in our classrooms looks like student engagement with problem-based inquiry as well as place-based inquiry. Our students also practice engineering standards to create solutions for real-world problems. All these things correlate together. What we are asking is that PPS curriculum focuses first on these standards before, that focuses first on these standards before teaching the use and consumerism of AI, before we invest money into these technologies. We suggest that in order to design solutions, students need to first be understanding, exploring, and discussing what machine learning is, what large language models, LLMs, are, why do they require the resources they do, how do they work, who benefits, and also who does not benefit. This is what our students should be engaging with first, before learning to become users and consumers, or what is known in technology as end users. Our students, we have committed through the PPS vision to our students to prepare them to lead a socially just world. This begins with education, innovation, before consumerism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next slide.
Thank you, Shannon. And
And
so I want to relate the slide about one of our recommendations in terms of engagement to my hometown in El Paso, Texas, where Meta is building a data center. And there's been no transparency from the city, the utility companies, and the other stakeholders in the community, and about what this would mean for all of the citizens of El Paso. People are very upset, and they feel like they have not been listened to or lied to, and I don't want this to happen here in Portland. And so as a community, we need to start collaborating on this issue now, and we need to have those difficult conversations now. The decisions that we make today will have long-term implications for education, sustainability, infrastructure in our community. And I want to see us have those conversations now before any more major decisions are made. So creating a local AI consortium will help strengthen the collaboration between the AI Governance Committee and the Climate Crisis Response Committee. And they would provide a forum for a lot of these difficult conversations to happen. We can come together as a community with students, educators, community members, experts, and others who want to, who want to be part of the solution and not the problem. We'll work together to build trust. And we've talked a lot about trust in this meeting. And want to make sure that everybody's voices are heard and that we can come to a solution together. And so a lot of people might say, hey, this is going to slow innovation down. And I would respond with, well, I want to get it right now. And I want to set up my kids and their friends for success here in Portland. And that anything that's going to set them up for success is not going to slow down innovation. And so now I pass it off to Alyssa.
Oh, that's me. Sorry. CCR and we want to thank the governance work group for reaching out to the CCRC to initiate. We want to thank the AI governance work group for reaching out to the CCRC to initiate our discussions around the environmental impacts of AI. We wish to thank the school board and Superintendent Armstrong for their commitment to making PPS a national climate leader that we are and part of the Green Schools Network. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any comments?
I wanted to note that we did receive a national award in 2023 from the Council for Great City Schools, I believe, for the innovation and this climate policy, which, just so everyone knows, took about 2 or 3 years to go from idea to kind of discussion to actually having a document written. And the time that took was, it was so important because we had the chance to hear from multiple voices. We led with I thought a climate justice lens in terms of who we have on the committee, in terms of how we're centering frontline communities, I hope, still. And anyway, just wanted to bring up this, that we did get a national award for this that was highly regarded. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think because back then AI wasn't something we were concerned about, it wasn't included, so we're excited to keep it current.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for this presentation. This was incredible. I have been worried about the environmental impacts of AI since the very beginning of this year. When I first came into this role, I remember hearing about our pilot program with Lumi AI, and the first thing I thought of was, well, how are we going to reach our climate goals if we're putting all this money into AI, considering what we know about AI? So, I've talked about this throughout the year. I talked about this with the superintendent during our last meeting, and so this was a great presentation, and I would absolutely co-sign all of these recommendations towards limiting AI usage. Again, especially because of the environmental impacts.
Thank you, and I can say from the students I've talked to, they share your concerns, the ones I've talked to, and I am only sad that our own students of our committee were not able to attend tonight, as it is the student voices that we need to be putting front and center with this.
And I'll say, just to add on to that, I'm sorry I forgot this, but if of course I will not be a student next year, but if I was to be a student during the AI, proposed AI implementation, I would join, according to our own survey results, 50% of students who would choose to avoid AI usage over moral issues, chief among them the environmental impacts. So yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I think next year's climate march will look very different than it has in the past.
Absolutely.
I also wanted to express thank you, and I appreciate it, and I feel like the energy as if for the fall we're like doing some district-wide AI implementation, and I can ensure you all that, and all those who are listening, that's not the case. I know this past year we piloted, and not across the district, just with some schools, 2 AI products, and a pilot is just a pilot. Test it out. There's some interest. How does it go? Those 2 products weren't recommended to move forward. And so as of current, right now, there's no generative AI or AI product that we have in Portland Public Schools that's moving forward in the fall. So I just wanted to reiterate that, because I think that there might be some energy thinking that there's some big things out there that's happening, and there isn't. So.
I think being able to track usage of AI on student and all the PPS computers is really important. And from our understanding right now, there's no way to track that. And I think we can't really understand the picture until we know what the data. And that's speaking to a different part of what you're saying.
I appreciate
Dr.
that
Armstrong.
call out.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
tracking, to your point, is something different. But when we think of like adopted products across Portland Public Schools, either in a pilot or large scale, isn't happening in the fall. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your time. Just so, in case people don't know, the Climate Crisis Response Committee is a committee that was formed because of our climate policy. Their volunteers that review our district, oversee our climate impact, and also advise the board. And I just want to thank you. It's been such an honor to be part of the committee. I hope I can continue next year, because I think you are the best committee ever. So anyways.
And we have open positions for next year, so hope folks apply.
Awesome. Thank you.
Can there be some intentional getting high school students of color involved?
Absolutely.
Specifically,
I believe
just
we have
trying to build the pipeline.
Absolutely. I think we have being more intentional about also bringing on students who are in maybe the sophomore or junior, so that they can stay on for longer and have more of an overlap. So there is some work with Kat to do that. So
we're going to be working with Ian still. He doesn't know this yet to bring some students along.
Yeah, I do. I do want to point. I love that you brought up the SB 3.
House Bill 3365.
Thank you, House Bill. Yeah. And I do agree wholeheartedly that AI needs to be part of that, because I strongly believe in teaching AI literacy. And what I mean by AI literacy is that, students are going to be entering into, just so we're clear, I work in the music industry as well. And my position on AI has been that a lot of AI developed is all about taking human products, human creativity, calling it training when it's really just stealing, and then regurgitating it and selling it back to us to make money. And so I have a natural gut reaction against. At the same time, it is a reality in the future, and I think there's a difference between using AI as a tool versus teaching AI literacy, right? Just like we teach our kids how to be safe around cars because cars are the number one killers of 18 and under people. We teach them to look both ways before crossing the street, make sure you assume drivers don't see you, all these things, because we want them to be safe in the world that has cars, and we want them to be safe in the world that has AI. We need to teach them how AI can be harmful. Maybe there might be some proper use. I haven't thought of one before, but there might be some proper use. But it is also a nuanced discussion, because one of the things I also want to bring up too, to help problem solve, because if I don't know if you noticed this about me, but I care about problem solving, is that the number one complaint I hear about from high school teachers mostly is that there's AI usage at home. And that's been difficult to control. Like, for example, using AI to write reports, cheat on homework, help study. When we talk about AI literacy, these are skills that they need to develop on their own. And so by doing that, they're not learning these skills, right? And it's a harm. So again, this is a problem solving question to throw out there to the ether and the public. How do we help solve that problem in terms of outside the school? Because that is also one of the primary drivers of
I think
AI.
that goes back to the suggestion of students learning how LLMs work, what they are capable of, and what they're not capable of. Once we know the how and the why, then they have the knowledge to make their own choices. Parenting, education, that's the best we can prepare our students for, is to make their own choices in this world. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. I appreciate it. Unless there's other comments,
I have just one more thing to follow up on that. I really hope that if more students knew just how harmful LLMs are for the environment and for water use, that many of them would choose, of their own volition, not to use AI in their personal and home life. Just to discourage that in general, because you're right. It's like these students, they go home and eventually they're going to graduate and they're going to leave our halls. And as a district and a board that cares about the environment, we should do our best to make sure that they know what the consequences are of using technology like this on the environment.
I know in the interest of time, I probably shouldn't say anything, but so sorry, everyone. But I just can't not comment to say thank you. And also, I work as my day job at the Oregon Department of Energy, where we're thinking constantly about the implications on the energy future of the state, resulting from increasing use of data centers, increasing presence of data centers in our state. To me, there were so many great facts about the impacts. The only thing I'll add that I didn't specifically hear come up is that data centers in Oregon are a threat to our clean energy future. We have a goal to have 100% clean energy in the state via a House bill applying for all of the industrial, or the two largest industrial, not industrial, investor-owned utilities, that's PGE and Pacific Power. And if we have data centers causing a huge increase in how much power we need at the same time as we're trying to transition, it pencils out only with massive investments, and how those are made is going to be really tricky to figure out. So there's all these problems it's causing in the state right now, and a lot of people working to figure it out. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing it to this level. And I just think it's really important for us to consider not just our role with the climate policy, but our role as good neighbors in Oregon, helping to meet the climate crisis head on. Thanks again.
Yeah, thanks for that. And our ability to meet our decarbonization goals in 2030 is contingent on there being a green grid. Like, we're electrifying our high schools and we're getting that energy from the grid. And if we're taking it backwards, then we're just kind of shooting ourselves in the foot. So yeah, agreed. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you again for your time.
Thank you all. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have our bond update. This item we have allotted 10 minutes, because I think there's only a few new things, and then I'll hand this over to Dr. Armstrong.
Absolutely. Thank you. I was calling up Senior Cheats. I'm going to turn it right on over to the team to give us the final bond update. Go ahead, TJ.
Okay. Let me fix this. All right. My name is TJ Hopkins, Senior Program Director with Presidio, and I have the pleasure of sitting before you and getting this clicker to operate this slide deck for you. Okay, let's try it. See what happens. Here we go. So on our standing agenda, we have program status, schedules, program budget, and then finishing up with our project updates. Okay, we're going to move through these next 4 slides pretty quickly because nothing has changed. This is the same information we reported last month. And we've also reported that we're going to quarterly updates. So that's happening July 1. So the board can expect to see updates to these slides not in July, but in October when you reconvene. And then quarterly thereafter. And that's for work efficiency and also to align with the Bond Accountability Committee and those reporting. So it just makes sense. There's not a lot of change month to month. So this is just going to be an improvement for everyone all the way around. And we are going to jump into schedule and budget updates. So Maya is off getting married in the next 2 days. So huge milestone and congratulations to her and her future husband, Drew. Just wanted to send that shout out. So I will be providing you with the budget update. Okay, we're first going to go into program schedule update. So this is a high-level look at where we're at with the 3 modernizations and Grice Adair. Jefferson and Cleveland are on a similar timeline. So if you look at that 2026 column, we're roughly in the center of that. Both Jefferson and Cleveland are going through various permitting. And then, of course, we have the early work at both Jefferson and Cleveland as well. Ida B. Wells, we are in the land use phase. It's kind of hard to decipher between the red and the orange, but it's the orange bar just below the red. And then Grice Adair, we are at the very beginning of design phase, what we would consider just programmatic programming right now. Okay, and these are the comprehensive schedules. This is Jefferson High School. So again, similar, it's the same information, but more of a quick glance at some of the milestones. We did have groundbreaking at the end of May. It was wonderful to see you all out there and just to celebrate with the community and just celebrate that huge event kicking off our construction of the South Fields. South Fields are scheduled to be complete in the spring. And then, of course, we're still tracking summer move-in, and that's going to be in 2029, and then finishing up the track fields and grandstand work by 2030. Okay, similarly with Cleveland High School, we've just celebrated groundbreaking. With the demo work, we have abatement and demo starting on the existing school, and then obviously the moving is going on as we speak, maybe not at this exact moment, but that's in progress. And then ready for kids to occupy in August. And fall 2028, we've got the stadium opening and then the kids moving in for summer 2029 school opening. And then similarly, Ida B. Wells, moving through land use and permitting. And also we're working on getting that date scheduled. I know our comms department has this on their radar. We're just trying to get through the 2 groundbreakings and then focus on Ida B. Wells and get that one on the schedule. Again, we're still tracking that August 2029 date for students to occupy. Okay, and so this is our high-level financial dashboard. This dashboard was run on, so this report's from June 1st, and it's showing the cumulative totals across all the bond measures. So 2012 to 2025 with a cumulative funds of 4.6 billion. We are roughly halfway spent, 49%, as you can see on the slide, with 2.3 billion remaining. Again, most of those funds are in the 2020 and 2025 bond measure. So now we're going to drill down. I'm just kind of looking at the distribution of those 2.3 billion in funds that are remaining. So this is showing the 2012 bond program with 308,000 remaining. I believe Maya reported last month that it's actually in $45,000. We do have other commitments that are not actively shown, but when we run new reports in October, that will be reflected. For all intents and purposes, 2012, 2017 are winding down. We show a remaining balance on 2017. Again, $46,000 left in that program. We did change the bar graph on the side of the slide, so this is something new.
TJ, I don't want to interrupt you, but can you go back and just confirm that that says 46,000? Because it looks
Oh,
like
I'm
it
sorry,
says
46 million. You are correct. I was thinking of the 46.
I was like, wait a sec, that's a
I
lot more.
apologize.
Okay, great.
Thank you for correcting me, Director Split. So 46 million, yes, in 2017. And again, the bar graph on the side does correspond to that financial dashboard. So just kind of shows you the graphic there. 2020, we are at 508 million left, 508 billion left. Sorry, 508 million. I'm going to get it right. I apologize. I'm thinking I'm here early. I'm getting my numbers right. I need my glasses on, clearly. So we are showing a 38% available on the 2020 bond, and that number is continually decreasing as projects are identified and coming on board. So we have 2025 with 1.7 billion left. 92% of the funds in that bond program are remaining. There is work continually going on as we also schedule out in collaboration with Joanna Evanson, the remaining consolidated projects. Okay, so you're going to notice we have changed colors on the Jefferson slide here. We've gone from that pinkish red to a green color that indicates we're in the construction phase. We have 50% CDs. Those are due at the end of July. Some of the highlights for this project is finalization of Pacific Power. So this agreement is going to allow us to bring the new service to the all-electric building, so that's a huge milestone. Currently, we have construction staging, mobilization underway, and that's for the early fields work for softball and baseball fields. Also, the construction impact meeting happened on June 6th, so a pretty good turnout, about 30 to 40 from the community, which was great to have that engagement. Moving forward, we have wonderful pictures of the groundbreaking. Again, I want to share, from my experience, it was fantastic to be there. And often what we do is driven by deadlines, by milestones, by, analyzing, by risk. And so you're constantly looking to the future. And I love this photo because it brings us to the heart of what we're doing. It anchors us in the moment, and that's not an opportunity that we have, day to day, to just sit back and really relish in this. And so I loved being a part of that experience. I loved seeing you all there and just celebrating with the community. Here's some other photos, again from Jefferson Groundbreaking. And of course, we have all of our board members, Superintendent Dr. Armstrong here, and Turquoise Pride. And again, Cleveland is depicted in green. We are in construction. As I stated before, we've got the move to Marshall. Skanska's beginning abatement and demo. That's going to be the first week of July. And then again, another construction impact meeting that happened on June 11th. And photos from that groundbreaking. It was wonderful to have the band there and a huge community turnout for this event. And I think this photo, I don't know if you can read just above the entry doors there, but it does read, "The foundation stone of a state is the education of its youth." And a picture says 1,000 words, and this is it. And next we've got some improvements that are being done at Marshall. This looks like replacement of the entryway there. Some progress photos of the interior. And next we've got Ida B. Wells. We are in design phase. 50% CDs are in progress. We've got that milestone deliverable due August 10th. We also had, so leading up to our conditional use, we've had a design commission hearing that went extremely well. So that design commission hearing kicks off the conditional use. It allows us to move further into that progress. We had one of the design commissioners that made statements like exceptional work, and this is how all large projects should move through the process. So it is rare for the design commissioners to provide that sort of feedback, and for that, again, we're very proud of the work. We're very proud of the work that the team has done to move this forward. Okay, and last we've got Grice Adair. DLR has been brought on as the architect. That task order has been finalized and against that master contract. We had performed site walks and programmatic meetings with our stakeholders here at PPS, and that kickoff meeting for programming did happen at the end of May. And here is some interior photos. This is Grice Adair, the Suite 400 improvements. Here we go from another angle. And then I would hand this over to Joanna. Normally. So I will hand it over to Joanna Evanson.
Hi. Sorry. I don't know if anyone else is losing the allergy battle this week. Well, TJ had all the hard work tonight, so this is my only slide for the evening. We don't have any significant updates from the last few updates. Our summer project teams are at the schools. They've started work. And for our athletic projects, we have the design contracts in place, and we're starting the pre-work in order to get the land use moving forward. So again, we'll be doing the quarterly updates, so by the time we get to you the next time, we should have a lot more updates for our summer projects.
Okay. Any questions?
I would just say a comment. Oh, go ahead.
You mentioned the programming. When will we hear about that? Do you know? Because I suppose you have to do the programming before you do the architectural work, right?
Well, the architect is actually part of that programming
Okay,
process. Yes, so we've taken all the documentation we've had so far, feasibility studies, everything, and then also met with the stakeholders to we're still shaping that. So that's very much an initial step in the design process.
Okay.
To validate and shape and do some code analysis and make sure that it's vetted at a very high level of requirement in order to proceed with the next phase of design.
Okay, thanks.
How was this decision made to move from monthly to quarterly updates?
From monthly to quarterly for project status update?
For this report?
This was so we had provided this, let's see.
It is John Frank, can everybody hear me okay? It's my understanding that the reports moving to quarterly was done in conjunction with, because what's happening is we have FIO, we also have BAC, so we wanted to have a little bit of correlation when we give the BAC quarterly report. And I know that there was a conversation, I believe, with board leadership in regards to moving to quarterly.
I'm not super excited about quarterly. I agree that it doesn't necessarily have to be the same information with, we don't have to do it to the board and to facilities and to the BAC, but maybe it's something we can move from monthly with the board to monthly with FIO. And obviously that's a board decision, but I feel like the gap of a quarter is a lot.
Thank you.
I have experience managing bond projects, and I could just say, like, if you're looking at a baby, a quarter is a long time when they're developing, and for construction, especially large construction projects, a quarter is, it'll give us really good information. It'll be more interesting than like the one that we saw tonight, which was interesting, and it was also the same information we've seen largely, except with a couple of exceptions with a different color background, which was fun. I also just wanted to comment that on slides 14 to 17, we've never, before Presidio started, had this level of detail on the expenditures on some of the older bonds. So I really appreciate just that bar chart and understanding how much we still have. I've wondered off and on why we hadn't closed out some of the older bonds, but this helps us explain kind of where we're at, where the spend is, and what else we need to do before we close it out. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Also, congratulations on getting the design commission, which can be tough sometimes depending on who's on it, to get through. And it looks like they're all very collaborative. They're all professionals in the field.
Yes.
I think that helps.
That was fantastic to hear that.
Yeah, it's a really nice 100%. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, IDB Wells. Excellent.
Thank you for this. I wanted to make one sort of silly comment, which was one of my kiddos, who is a future Cleveland kiddo. I think I was talking to Sarah about this. Was really excited about Demo Day, and was really excited about what I think she's maybe seen in cartoons of it just like all exploding and then coming back down. For anybody listening and anyone seeing Demo Day and thinking you're going to go and stand across the street or down the street, it's actually going to be very boring, as I understand it, because we're trying to do it in an environmentally friendly way where we can restore, or not restore, but reuse. Thank you, reuse pieces. So deconstruction. Right. Yes, one of my very good friends owns a I should know the word. So anyway, so that was funny. The picture of the future kids all shoveling. I love that there was also a tiny baby who will be a future Cleveland kid. And then I wanted to just say, for me, I've lived down the street from Cleveland. Next year it'll be for 25 years, which for a kid who moved every year to 2 years my entire childhood, living down the street from somewhere for 25 years has just been amazing. And being able to, like you said, at my first, it wasn't my first, but being able to say something at the Cleveland groundbreaking was really, it was monumental for me, and I was really glad to be there and to get to say something. But I had such a limited amount of time that I didn't get to thank everybody, because this was a huge, over a decade long project. And so if it's okay, I just wanted to take a moment to just sort of highlight a lot of the other people that have got us here and will continue to get us here. This was on the 2011 bond, and so to all of you out there who are listening or maybe aren't listening anymore, who helped get it on the bond, who were board members at the time, the superintendent at the time, volunteers at the time, staff who did all the work. Thank you for that. To those who got us on the 2025 bond, we've got former board members here, Julia Brim Edwards, Herman Green, and Gary Hollins, who worked very hard to get it on the 2025 bond. And then our current board members, Chair Wong, who was part of the, what's it called?
The bond chair.
The bond
Chair of the bond committee.
Yes, thank you. And fundraising. And Vice Chair DePass and Director Split and Director, oh my God, Sullivan. Too many names, Director Sullivan. So thank you for getting it on. And then everybody that I campaigned with, I saw everyone out there on the campaign trail making sure that Cleveland didn't get forgotten about. And so I just was really impressed. And then, of course, Chief of Staff Deborah Kafori, I saw her working her butt off. She's not here today to get this across the finish line. And I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to Eric Girding, who is a Cleveland grad and also the senior project manager at the Cleveland High School, which must just feel so full circle for him to be able to work on the high school that he went to. And then, of course, to Jeremy Wright and Tony Morse, who just knocked it out of the park. So I just thank you for giving me that moment to thank everybody else. That it's just wonderful.
That's great. Thank you.
Yes, especially all the people who worked on this bond to pass it. It was the hardest bond to pass, and it was very worthwhile. So thank you, everyone. And thank you for those words. Any other questions before we move on? All right. Thank you again for your time and being with us this evening. All right. Next up, we are considering changes, potentially voting on the Bond Accountability Charter. At the last meeting, we reviewed the committee's recommended changes of the charter to the Bond Accountability Committee. At that meeting, we clarified that the board could ask the BAC to undertake other reasonable duties related to the bond, and the addition this time is it adds the word by resolution. The updated red line document is in our board packet. So with that, let's put it on the table. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7331, resolution amending the Bond Accountability Charter?
So moved.
I'll second.
Director
second.
Sullivan moves and Director Engelsman seconds. Any board discussion? I think we started with Director Split, so let's go with Student Representative Retorto, and we'll go down the line. Since this is a voting item, we'll go in order.
Yeah, I mean, I think I mostly got my thoughts out at the last meeting, so I don't have more to say at this time. But I look forward to what you guys have to say.
I don't have any comment.
Just remember we talked about it 2 weeks ago, and I remember seeing when this was discussed by BSC members, and it sounds like what they want and what they can do, and so definitely I think it's a yes.
No comments. I think it's great.
I don't have any comments.
No comment except just a thank you for the Bond Accountability Charter, people who showed up in the chair to answer our questions. It really helped a lot.
Yeah, this sounds, I said it last time, it sounds like it was a collaborative effort between so many different teams and everybody weighing in and everybody being on board with this. So that was really impressive, and I'm grateful for that.
Thanks. My only comment, just really want to thank everybody for the discussion last time and landing this in a way where I feel good about it. As somebody who's been working on it for like a year since we started conversation about this particular piece of the bond audit recommendations, I just feel like I want to remind everyone that we're expecting another round of another audit of our bond programs imminently. We may decide we need to revisit this. I just want to remind everyone that that's a possibility. Hopefully it won't take a year. And just how seriously I take the role of professionals looking at our programs and telling us what we can do better. And the more that we can have an attitude of yes, and let's do better going forward, the better. So I just want to be here for that. And this moment marks a time in which we are indeed taking the advice of professionals and putting it to good use on behalf of Portland taxpayers and the kids and staff that'll work in our buildings, etc.
Yeah, question?
I have just one question. We were told last 2 weeks ago that there might be there might be some changes, but do we anticipate, so is this charter part of the audit? Or do you anticipate, I'm just curious, are there, are we expecting any, well, I guess, are you asking that if there's something in the audit that might produce some changes, but it wouldn't necessarily have anything to do with the charter, right?
I think it could have to do with the
or it
charter.
could. Okay.
Yeah, they look
That was-
at the whole gamut
Okay.
and make recommendations, and they might have recommendations to the charter that we didn't make at this time.
Okay, I was just curious
yeah,
about that. Thank
yeah,
you.
Yeah, that's
We'll be
that's what I
flexible.
tried to say a couple weeks
Yeah,
ago
because
too.
the last bond audit said, have the BAC be more involved. And so
Yes.
that's why we're doing it. And we're hoping it's enough.
But it's a yearly review process, so
Yeah.
again, we could be here again.
Yeah, we could. Well, hopefully it doesn't take us a year to do changes. I also just really quickly, I'm sorry, I forgot to say, I do want to give a shout out to our independent auditor, Janice Hansen, who has helped us to move along and finally making a bunch of bond audit recommendations that have just been kind of sitting unaddressed for quite some time. And to Presidio and RISE for their work, and also working not just on this particular piece, but on other pieces of, again, responding to that expert analysis of what we could do better and being there to say, yeah, let's do it better from now on. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? No. All right. The board will now vote on resolution 7331, resolution amending the Bond Accountability Committee Charter. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7331 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Retorto voting yes. All right. Thank you for all the hard work everyone put in. Next up, we have the Comprehensive Health Education Curriculum Adoption. This curriculum was presented to the board's Teaching, Learning, and Enrollment Committee back in June 11th. The committee recommended that it be forwarded to the full board for approval. So here we are. Superintendent Armstrong, could you introduce this item?
Yeah, absolutely. Tonight, board, you're voting on the curriculum adoption, which is one of your responsibilities as a board, as you know. The contracts for the adopted curriculum will be on a future agenda. And we have Senior Chief Christina Howard, who will introduce staff, Dr. Withicum, who will share a brief overview of the process we followed to get to this recommendation. Team?
Great. Good evening, Chair Wong, Vice Chair DePass, Board Directors, and Student Representative Retorto. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Jenny Withicum, who is the Assistant Director of Health and PE. And as Dr. Armstrong shared, she's going to share a high-level overview of the memo that was sent.
Thank you all for having me here. The Portland Public Schools Health and Physical Education team has completed a rigorous 4-year adoption process looking at K-12 health education materials that align with the latest Oregon state education standards and state mandates. The team is recommending a standards-aligned curriculum that covers 5 key sub-content areas, including mental and emotional health, food and nutrition, substance use prevention, comprehensive sexuality education, and violence prevention. The Health and Physical Education team followed the district's adoption process, including holding AIR committees for curriculum review and selection, field-tested instructional materials with teachers from across the district. We prioritized community and participant engagement, actively involved students, staff, and community organizations in the process to ensure the materials were culturally affirming and trauma-informed. Specifically, the team surveyed over 200 students, collaborated with youth panels to review high school comprehensive sexuality education lessons held in open house here at the PEC, and partnered with the Village Table to gather feedback from families and community stakeholders. The robust materials come from a variety of vendors rather than being a single vendor. It includes Care and Guidance, Stanford University, Advocates for Youth, and our own Oregon Department of Human Services. The total cost for this 7-year adoption, after utilizing grant funds and capitalizing on some high-quality open-source materials, comes to just over $1 million. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, let's start with Dr. Chase Miller. But this came from your committee.
Yeah, I was wondering who's going to teach it. I imagine K-5, it'll be the classroom teacher. We'll do all of the teaching. So from 7-12, I mean, you could have, I can see it could be a PE teacher or a science teacher? Because there's so many different areas to cover. How are you going to be sure it's covered?
That's a great question. So you're right. In K-5, our classroom teachers do a rotation with social studies, science, and health education. So they do all of the health education for our students. And in grades 6 through 12, we have dedicated health education teachers. So we have 9 weeks of health education carved out specifically and taught by licensed and endorsed health educators.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Really glad to hear that. I could just see it being spread all over.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
I don't have any questions either. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing this information. It looks like this was pretty universally passed by both the community engagement and the pilot groups and the curriculum people and teachers and all that. So this is very encouraging. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I listened to the committee meeting, and I appreciate all the information that was given there, and it sounds like a good program. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Great. Let's put this on the table. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7323, K through 12 Comprehensive Health Education Curriculum Materials Adoption?
So moved.
Second.
Vice Chair DePass moves. Was that Director Sullivan? Director Sullivan seconds. Ms. Powell, is there any public comment? Great. The board will now vote on Resolution 7323, K through 12 Comprehensive Health Education Curriculum Materials Adoption. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7323 is approved by the vote of 6-0 with Student Representative Retorto unofficially voting yes. So thank you. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, but is approved by a vote of 7-0, correction? Yeah, 7-0. 7323 is approved by a vote of 7-0. All right, next up we have, we are voting on the second budget amendment for the 2025-26 fiscal year. Superintendent Armstrong, could you introduce this item?
Yeah, Chief Financial Officer Michelle Morrison will give a brief overview and then is available for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
This is
Armstrong.
an item for a vote being presented.
Thank you. Am I on? Am I on? Okay. All right. So tonight we are bringing to you our second budget amendment on the current year budget. We anticipated probably early spring that we would have to come to you with a supplemental budget. And so we are pleased to say that it's a budget amendment, which means a smaller variance than what we would have originally brought to you, which is part of the reason why we wait until we have the most current information available to do that. So I did provide a staff report. I have been reaching out and trying to have small group conversations regarding the nature of the amendments that we have before you. We have the schedule of appropriations and show where that first amendment came and where this amendment is coming. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I can explain it further if you'd like to hear more or answer questions. I don't have a presentation on this for you.
All right, let's put it on the table first. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7324, Amendment Number 2 to the fiscal year 2025-26 budget for the Multnomah County School District Number 1J?
So moved.
Thank you. Director LaForte moves.
Second.
Director Sullivan seconds. Let's go around in order again. Director Sullivan, questions or comments?
No questions. I spent quite a bit of time learning about this and feel confident that it's necessary and that it's what we have to do. So thank you for your time with me because it was complicated.
Same. When I get an email from Chief Morrison, I jump at the opportunity to have a conversation about things like this. So I want to thank you for the time that you spent with me, even though I was late. I'm sorry.
It's all
But
right.
yeah, totally understand what I'm reading here, and this is a yes for me.
I don't have any questions, just a comment on the analysis piece that clearly explains that the appropriations are a ceiling and not a have to spend. But yes, I appreciate this. I don't have any questions.
Yeah, thank you. No questions.
Thank you.
No questions.
I'm good. Thanks for the time on this.
Thank you.
No comments.
Ms. Powell, is there any public comment? Yeah, she said no. All right, the board will now vote on Resolution 7324, Amendment Number 2 to the fiscal year 2025-26 budget for Multnomah County District School District Number 1J. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes?
Yes.
Opposed? Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7324 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative Retorto voting yes. Next item is the PERS rate stabilization fund. Our next is to resolution to authorize a transfer from our PERS rate stabilization fund to the general fund for this fiscal year. I'll hand this over to Dr. Armstrong.
Yeah, thank you again. So this is a resolution. It's an exception to the original resolution that was developed and established the PERS Reserve Fund. We had already adopted in our budget to transfer the full amount this year, so that was fully disclosed. But as we moved through the year, we recognized that there were some specific calculations on distribution of that fund that did not meet a full transfer. And so we're bringing this to you in order to just wear a belt and suspenders and make sure that we are in compliance with our original resolution and then the exception for this circumstance.
Thank you. Let's put this on the table. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 7325, transfer from PERS rate stabilization reserve fund to general fund as provided in FY26 adopted Portland Public Schools budget?
So moved.
Director Split moves.
Second.
Vice Chair DePass seconds. Let's start with Director Lafort.
I have no questions.
Yeah, none either.
I just want to make a comment. Sometimes I feel like we hear things on the board and not everybody hears it because, of course, people have lives and are busy and miss it. But this is us making a transfer from one account that we have related to PERS. We also are having a real moment to come on our quote unquote side account related to PERS that will be one of the biggest contributors to our budget gap next year. So I just want to make sure that folks are tracking that issue. I absolutely believe a contract is a contract and want to make sure that retired teachers get their due. I care deeply about that, but also the state continuing to kind of turn an eye and fail to consider these major impacts of state policy around retiree pay and how they affect what happens in our classrooms right now. And I believe that I heard from OSBA that the statewide average is about 30% of what goes to schools goes to PERS. And each district has to pay their own way. We're a little lower than that because of that side account, which we are going to lose. So I just want to remind everybody of that looming issue and really hope that the state will lean in on a solution that helps. It sounds like earlier today we heard in a meeting that all of the metro area school districts are facing a similar conundrum next year. So hopefully we can see a little something, please, from the state to help us weather that storm on top of storm that we're dealing with related in many ways to the PERS issues. So thanks for letting me say my piece.
Yeah.
Did I get anything wrong?
No, but just to clarify, when you say next year, you're speaking of 27-28 and not 26-27.
Yes, because we're adopting that budget
tonight.
Yes, but next year's conversation a year from now will have that
Yes.
color.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Director Chase Miller? All good?
I think you are anxious to give us a real tutorial on PERS. soon, right, when the budget is
So
over?
excited to do that.
I know
Yes,
I
it was
can tell.
slated for the February board meeting, and I do look forward to bringing even more current information forward to you as we approach the upcoming
and
biennium.
I think that would be so nice for us and for the public to see what that really means. It's complicated and it's really hard on everybody. So I think we're all looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Can I just correct myself for a second? I was talking about retired teachers, and I really try to use the word educators because I think it's a little more all-encompassing of district staff. And it's not just about retired teachers, but about all retirees from within the district sphere. So I just want to say that out loud. Thanks. I'm working on being better with my language about it.
Thank you. Ms. Powell, is there any public comment? All right, the board will now vote on Resolution 7325, transfer from PERS Rate Stabilization Reserve Fund to General Fund as provided in fiscal year 26 adopted Portland Public Schools budget. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student representative?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7325 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Retorto voting yes. It is about 8:12 right now, and I want to recommend that we take a quick 5-minute break. All right. We will be back here at 8. Please be back here by 8:17. Thank you.
We're going to be ahead of schedule, you guys.
All right, it is now time. Let's get started again. All right, our next item on the adoption is the adoption of the budget. If everyone can please, let's get started, please. Next item is the adoption of the budget.
This is it, folks.
Hey,
this is it.
We're starting the meeting again. Please.
What do the teachers do?
Well, unfortunately, we didn't.
If you can hear me, clap once.
We even have teacher educators in here. They can get everyone to clap.
Well, yeah, but we also didn't spend the first 2 weeks establishing routine. So, all right, our next item is the adoption of the budget for the 2026-27 school year. As a reminder, board members, we are legally required to adopt a budget by June 30th, and the board, acting as a budget committee, approved the budget on May 26th. We also have received some proposed budget amendments from Director Engelsman and Director Lafort. We'll consider those amendments individually after we get the resolution to adopt the 26-27 budget on the table. Dr. Armstrong, is there anything you would like to add at this time?
Yes, thank you for that. I wanted to respond to a couple of things that have come up, and I actually have some visuals, and we can certainly get it uploaded into the budget book. I wasn't sure if it would be helpful to see these visuals when we think of, some reductions that has happened over the last 8 years. And I just want to clarify a couple of things. So if I can ask Roseanne to just pull up the visuals. Thank you, so that we can look at that. The very first thing that I want to say is, I think there's an image out there showing an org chart that shows 38-ish administrative positions compared to the org chart that I have going into 26-27. And it's important for you all to know that that was not an expanded org chart. This is the first year. That's a hard stop. This is the first year in the last 10 years that we have an expanded leadership chart that shows every single position on the org chart. So I think it definitely seems concerning if you've never seen an expanded version. And so I just, want to say that. And I also want to just make sure that it's clear that Portland had the leadership team before me has been reducing central office positions for nearly a decade and have protected classrooms to the best of their ability, and now in our time to the best of our ability. So if you look at this chart, you'll see that we have been proportional with enrollment decline. So there's been about a 14% reduction in central office leadership positions since 1819. And when we think of school positions, PAT, licensed teachers, and counselors specifically, it's been less than 5%. If we go to the next slide, Roseanne, thank you. You can look at that for over the last few years. And if you remember 22, 23, for those of you who were here, 23, 24, schools were held harmless while we were in an active period of reduction. And the prior leadership team reduced all at the central office until we weren't able to do that before. The reason why they were able to reduce all at central office and keep schools harmless was because of the fund balance that was in place. So when I entered as superintendent, that fund balance was drawn down to 5% with the expectation from the board that we don't go below 5%. So if we look at this last year and then this year that we're exiting, you can see the reductions. And if you look at blue, you can see central office cuts. And then you can look at green and see school-based budget cuts. And so yes, the school base is higher. And when we look at people across our district and the ratio of our staff, that is where majority of our staff is held. And so I just wanted to call that out because I think that there's definitely lots of concern, as there should be, right? I mean, I would say even in a situation in your home life, right, you want to impact the adults before you impact the littlest people. And for us, that's classrooms and teachers. And so it's absolutely devastating to be at a space where we have to go into a layoff situation. We're hoping, beyond hope, that as teachers retire or decide to make other choices, which of course we don't want to lose folks, but positions will begin to open back up. And so just the last slide, I think you all have seen these when looking at the service area changes from 25 to 26 and looking at those totals. And then finally, just that next slide, which I think is helpful to see, the FTE changes over time. And I have some other slides that I can reference as questions come up, but I just wanted to make sure that there's two facts that you all know. The org chart that I have out is an expanded org chart that hasn't been posted before. And when you compare that to the previous years, you will see a pretty steady decline in staff over time. And I will also make one other point, as this came out in the hearing, or at least I was brought this up in the hearing that happened prior to this board meeting, is that assuming that my leadership team stays in place through June 2027, I only go back 10 years because anything past that, the data, it could be a little sketchy. If my entire team stayed with me through June 2027, it will be the first time in 10 years that we didn't have turnover at the cabinet level. So when we think about consistency, programs, all of these big lifts, we have an ERP adoption, we have a conversation about closures and boundaries and program moves. We're facing a $65 million deficit. Those are really big. One of those things for any district is significant, but having 4 or 5 big things over one academic year is significant. So I just wanted to point that out. But I'm looking forward to getting into the conversation, and I will turn it back over to you, Chair Wong. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, let's put this on the table. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7326, impose taxes and adoption of the 2026-27 budget for school districts number 1J, Multnomah County, Oregon?
I'll move.
Thank you. Director Ingalls moves.
Second.
Vice Chair to pass seconds. All right, let's go in order. Actually, why don't we do the amendments first? So let's start with Director LaForte's amendments. Can you introduce your first one?
Sure. My first amendment is to amend our proposed budget to implement a 1-year freeze on discretionary travel for the Board of Education and PPS leadership as defined in the attached proposed the leadership chart that you just referenced, Kimberly, Dr. Armstrong. And I noticed that it was an expanded org chart and saw that difference. I'd like for us to remove all travel expenditures that are not legally required. I realize there are expenditures included in contracts, which would be legally required, grant funded or fully reimbursed by an external funding source, and to reallocate those budget savings to classroom-based FTE positions. I have no idea what that total is, but I know in our own board budget alone, we have $51,000. And it feels to me, in a year like this, we don't need to be traveling. There's lots of conferences and events that we'd like to go to, but I think it's okay to press pause and take a year off and take one for the team, and any other discretionary travel that's in the budget, to put that on pause for the year as well.
I just have a question. I think that's a great idea. Do we know what the savings are? Do we know if that funds a 1 teaching position or 3, or? I'm just curious.
No, we don't have the total yet.
Okay.
But this will get us there.
I have that information.
And is this just the board, or are there other?
Board and PPS leadership as defined in the org chart.
Yeah, thank you. Roseanne, if you can pull back up the slides and go to number 8, just a couple of points to emphasize. So we have both in-district, out-of-district that's sitting in discretionary, and I think your focus is on out-of-district, not in-district, correct? Because I can just go right to in.
I had both in my mind, but let's
Okay.
talk through it.
Yeah, so about 95% of our in-district travel expenses are for special education staff, IT technicians, and student service workers. So we look at, mileage reimbursement, those who are traveling in between campuses that are delivering supports to kiddos. So that is the primary expense of in-district travel. Out-of-district travel, it's distributed across departments. If you look at the superintendent and the school board office, for example, there are probably a total savings of about $77,000 that is for out-of-district travel. The other thing that sits in out-of-district travel under the discretionary bucket is transportation for athletics. And so the larger number is in reference to that. We also have different activities, which would mean like our legal team, communications team, our HR department, recruiting trips when we're in a hiring situation, training, other licensing, and things of that nature. And so that is how that is distributed across. So I know in the budget book that number sits as if it is a pretty lofty number, but when we get into the details of the budget book and see what those actual funds are and how they're spent, it isn't as rich as it may read. And I just want to toss it over to Chief Financial Officer Michelle Morrison to see if there was any other points that she wanted to emphasize.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Dr. Armstrong. The other thing to note is that we've had our spending freeze in place now since, February of last year. And so we have realized some savings this year. That's part of closing the gap that we're doing in terms of a spending freeze. So current state is not that people are going all over the place. I do think that we have some pretty core activities and networks that we try to stay connected to who are in very similar situations. And so just, being very cautious about how and when those things are approved, I think is pretty critical.
Right, and I'm not sure if this is one of the topics that's in the amendment, but all of our license administrators per the MOU have $1,800 allocated to them for professional learning every year, and that typically includes either reimbursement for a class, it could be traveling to a conference, or any other instructional materials. And so most stay within that 1,800. Like I said, with the freeze that I implemented over a year ago. We have seen some savings, and we've really gotten it down to, unless it's like an expectation from a grant outside of the Council of Great City Schools, we don't attend. We've drastically reduced the number of those who travel and present at Council of Great City Schools because it is typically East Coast. And I also just want to remind the board that the reason why we're members of the Council of Great City Schools, which is a membership organization for urban school districts across the United States, was an audit finding some years ago saying that Portland needed to be connected with organizations with like districts and peer districts. And so that's how all that came to be some years and years ago. And we've continued with our membership and such as that. So that's, yes.
Yeah, just to add on that, extend information around the finding, it was that PPS should find like districts to do KPI indicators, performance indicators. And so we've done that year over year over year to see how we're measuring up compared to urban peers.
I have a quick question.
We'll go down to that line. Yeah. Thank you for this. I still don't know what the bottom line in terms of total number of savings. Is there like a quick estimate?
Yeah, I guess the estimate of a total elimination would be about 77,000 in order to prevent impacting the student activities where they're going out of district and staying the night for tournaments or whatever. That was a big number in there. So I think the maximum savings from what's currently budgeted, which is the up to spend amount, would be about $77,000.
Okay, but I just want to clarify, this is specifically defining for the Board of Education and leadership, right? So students wouldn't be included in that, correct?
They are included in that line item because it runs through the athletics department. So it does run through central office athletics. So it is.
So that's why it's the 77. So the answer to the amendment question is, what is the savings that we'll find with the amendment? We're thinking it's approximately 77,000.
But it sounds like the impact is mostly going to be on students.
No, just 77,000 for board office, superintendent, and
leadership.
Got it. Okay.
And 51 of that is the board.
What's that?
51,000 of that is the board. So I'm looking.
Yeah.
Allocated, but we haven't spent that this year. So,
Can I just clarify that?
okay, yeah.
Just same number. So the budget has us at 51,000 and the entire leadership team only at 26,000, including the superintendent.
Yeah.
26, I think. No?
So there's a line
51.
item in my budget that holds the $1,800 that is in the MOU for our administrators for their professional learning. That I would have to turn to Sharon, as that's a contract that
they're contractual obligations that we have for every administrator, and we can't change it until their contract comes up. So it's not as something we can stop.
This doesn't mention administrators. It's PPS leadership is defined in the attached organization chart.
The contract.
So my question is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
they have the.
So I just want to confirm that the superintendent and the leadership team, all of these people that we see on the org chart and here, they only have 26,000 across the same period that we have 51,000. I just want to confirm that that's right, because it doesn't feel right to me. So I just want to make sure that we're thinking about the same thing.
Yeah, I think I'd like to follow up with you and everyone by just posting like by department, because that's considered part of the discretionary planning. And so each chief or department lead planned their own amount for 26, 27. So it's not been something that it's represented in our budget at that higher level as a lump sum, but the planning for that has gone across multiple team leaders, department leaders. So they've all made their own decision about that. Whether or not they use that in the year is part of the discretionary spending. So it's a little bit more complex than just the lump sum, the way it's presented in the resolution.
Yeah, just to clarify, so what you hear Michelle saying is we looked at what the out-of-district travel was in the prior year, and what that expense was, to be able to figure out about how much is spent on out-of-district travel. Because it is a fund that can be used in other ways, It could be, smaller expenses, right, around professional learning that's happening. It could be some retreat. It could be purchasing instructional materials like books and things like that. It's not just set for out of district travel. So what we looked at is, well, about how much is typically spent for out of district travel, and that's where that number comes from, is my understanding from finance.
So I guess my struggle with this is that I don't know what impact this is going to have. So I'm fine supporting it, and I don't mind for the next year not doing any travel as a board, especially. But I guess, I also want to put it in context, because one thing that sometimes people don't often see is that when people do, just like, when I was a teacher, I did tons of professional development, helped my practice. When board does professional development, same thing, it doesn't always return, but I have seen instances where district leadership or board members have done professional development with other school districts and come back with cost savings measures that actually have saved the district hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of dollars. And so while I'm fine supporting this, and I don't think I need an amendment to freeze travel, because I'm planning on doing any travel next year, to save as much money as possible. I also want to be wary about the unintended consequences and the cost of this, because just recently, 2 years ago, we've had a board member come back with ideas from another district that literally saved us like $50 million on some of our school bills. And so it makes me worried. I personally don't have any opposition to this. It seems like this is not clear. I'm just very confused because if it's just travel, right? Because we have 51,000 in the board, just to give an example, in professional development. And, this year the board goals are expiring, and we need to renew the board goals, which is going to cost money, right? We don't have to travel for that. So is that right? So it's just travel. So that could still be spent down, right? So I'm just really confused about how this is going to fix stuff.
Well,
besides just travel.
As mentioned,
we have a budget for local meetings and professional services. So this is, yes, it is 26,100. And then non-instructional professional services is 72,000. 72. I think so. Let me make sure I'm reading the right tab here. Board budget. Yes. Purchase services, local meetings, 26,100, non-instructional professional services, 72,000. And then we have an additional 44,000 for out of district and 7,000 for in district. So that money that you're talking about and we do need to have some facilitated meetings. There's no question. That's already there.
Okay, I move on. I'm done.
I fully support this.
I have a couple thoughts. I was going to ask the superintendent questions, but I think she already answered the questions I was going to ask. So thanks for that. Saved by answering my questions already. One concern that I have, basically in principle, this is fine. If it only applied to the board, I would be like, no problem at all, no concern. My concern with the leadership piece is, one, I still don't understand how it's only $26,000 for the whole leadership team. And so it's just a question that just doesn't make sense to me. Because there's only so many of us, and we have almost twice as much for travel. So probably speaks to the fact that maybe we shouldn't have such a big travel budget if they have such a small one. But the other thing I'm worried about is that I think if it said out of state travel, that would help me a little bit. But I do worry about it preventing people from going to Salem to advocate, for example. For example, would our lobbyists be able to get reimbursed for travel down to Salem, which is common practice among the vast majority of people who work in Portland but have to go to Salem full time they get reimbursed for like parking and travel. I've never had that privilege, but I don't know what I've done wrong. But I know like my spouse has like a access to like a vehicle, and if he can't use that, so if that vehicle can't be reimbursed or whatever. So I just want to make sure that we're not inadvertently preventing that by having just travel. Like if it said out of state travel, that might help me a little bit, or just was limited to board. But I want to be generally supportive of the idea. I just have that concern. I know some people feel really strongly about professional development, and I support that, which is why a 1-year pause doesn't really bother me, because it's just 1 year. If it was longer term, it might be a different conversation, but I think taking a year off, to me, given our budget dynamic, makes sense. So those are my thoughts, a little scattered, but like if we could narrow the language to either out of state travel or board only, I think I would be more inclined to support it than I am right now, just because of that concern I mentioned regarding unintended consequences for people like our government relations person.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think I've had my questions answered. I was a little bit concerned with how the 77,000 was reached, but I think that I understand that better now. Yeah, I think that I'm prepared to support this amendment. It looks good to me, but I do share the board's concerns about some of the minute details and unintended consequences.
I have kind of a general concern about last minute amendments that we haven't had the time to explore the unintended consequences of. I'm mostly in favor of this, but I share some of Director Splitt's concerns. I'm totally fine with giving up travel for the board. I feel like we should preserve some travel for the superintendent. She's a second-year superintendent. I think it's important for her to have the opportunity to be in community and work with and learn from other superintendents. So that is an exception for me, but as far as the board goes, I'm totally comfortable giving that up.
Yes, I'm comfortable giving up board travel, but it's such a tiny bit compared to what we need. What is that? Maybe a half of a paraprofessional, if that. And I'm also kind of wondering, doing this at the last minute, we've had 3 or 4 months to think about it, and it's kind of, I don't know, it just seems kind of inappropriate, but I could vote for that savings.
I would actually like to make a motion to add out-of-state travel.
I share some concerns with sorry.
Virginia first.
It's okay. I was listening to what Director Splitt was saying about was it $27,000? So for this superintendent's budget, I'm trying to figure out where that $1,800 per person lives, because I see the travel for local and out of district travel, which is 58.2. And then also we've got local meetings, non-instructional and professional development. There's a whole separate bucket of money for that. And I do know that that is actually covered in Dr. Armstrong's contract, so it wouldn't be impacted by this. It's part of the contract. So what I'm targeting is anything outside of that, anything that we're not reimbursed for. It's sort of an all-encompassing way to make sure that, we're minding our P's and Q's this year. And, we're taking such heavy hits in the classroom. I don't want to be sitting up here voting to send someone somewhere when I just feel like it's inherently wrong. And I think it sends a message that, we're in this with everybody.
I would say I'm generally in favor of freezing travel. I don't have any plans this year. I don't think any of us do, I don't think. What concerns me is like getting something I didn't see any of the amendments, by the way, until 3:00. And normally that wouldn't bother me, except for I've heard from members of this body, I've heard complaints about things coming in late, and I've also heard a demand to get things earlier, so you have time to read and digest. We didn't have that courtesy with these. These came in, like I said, I saw them at like 3:15. I left to get here at 4 o'clock, and I had several things to do in between those times. So I haven't even really read them. The concern I have about policy making or amendment making on the dais is it tends to leave out important voices. When you're rushing and reacting, which I don't want to do, you tend to do things quickly, and you tend to leave out some important components. And I think that I would be happy, changing a few words, making this more clear. In general, I do think that it's a good idea. I also just want to say that I don't understand why we didn't get the courtesy to get these in a time that some of the people up here have demanded. So I just think that we all deserve the same courtesy in terms of getting things on time. And I say that for all of these. I literally haven't read them.
I want to make a motion to amend a word. It says on the last sentence, says, please remove all travel expenditures that are not legally required, grant funding, et cetera. That could be construed to mean all travel for the district, including students. So I would like to say change all to these. Please remove these travel expenditures. So I make a motion to change all to these.
What if we have other edits like that? Should we throw them in one at a time? One at a time. Okay, great.
I would just say there's my only other comment is, this is a big deal for, I don't think, a lot of impact. We don't really know the impact. It sounds like we're not sure what the dollar figure is. We'll get that later after we vote.
I've asked for all sorts of breakdowns, so if it's $5, it's worth passing for me, so.
Yet I need a sec. I moved. Oh,
I'll second that.
Director Engleson seconds the change from all to these. Any comments? All right. Let's do a vote. All in favor of changing the word all to these, please indicate by voting yes.
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 Yes. Noes? Abstentions? Student representative?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to add a 1-year freeze on discretionary out-of-state travel for the Board of Education and PPS leadership.
I second that.
I'm sorry, for clarity, did you say out of state or out of district?
Out of state.
Thank you.
May I ask a clarifying question? This is outside of the already professional development funds that are allocated in the with all of the senior leader. They have the same 1,800, so that we're not including. We're just talking specifically about, because I will just say, just to help you all out, like I appreciate the conversation. We've already frozen travel. Basically, our travel is grant funded, or unless it's the professional development funds that our leaders use. So you all don't even have to spend a lot of time processing it, because it's been frozen for over a year, with the exception of the Council of Great City Schools, where we sent one person as my designee and one board member. But outside of that, we're either using the professional development funds for the individuals per their contract, or we're using grant funds. So I appreciate you all being thoughtful, and I think you can just, if that's a decision that you all want to make, it's aligned with work that we've already put in place.
I think that's great news. It does say not legally required, so I think that does protect what's in contracts.
Okay.
And then also protects grant funded or fully reimbursed by an external funding source. So hopefully it has the effect of a couple people not going to great city schools might be the only effect, but the bottom line is at least the 77,000 we're talking about. And by saying out of state, I just feel more comfortable with allowing us to be the advocacy leads that we need to be as Portland Public Schools in Oregon.
Well, so you're saying we should get reimbursed for travel to Salem? I mean, we don't. Anyway.
I'm not talking about us.
Okay, you're talking about any staff.
I'm specifically probably talking about our government relations lead, who most likely is reimbursed or able to use a vehicle or something. I don't know the arrangement.
Oh, and it may be in this particular line item.
I'm not sure if it's in
No.
this particular line item, but I just don't want to accidentally find out later that we've prevented people from being able to do their jobs in state. I think that's much cheaper for somebody to go to something in state than out of state too. So yeah, I think it's it just helps me feel more comfortable on the unintended consequences front.
If we're wordsmithing, I'd like to suggest.
Wait, let's yeah, one at a time.
One at a time. Okay.
Yeah, one at a time. So so I'll just read it out loud. So it adds out of state in between discretionary and travel. So it would read 1 year freeze on discretionary out of state travel for the Board of Education and Portland Public Schools leadership. We'll vote on that.
That quickly?
Yeah, sure.
I think the lawyer in me is deciding that if somebody's job requires them to travel to Salem to advocate as a government relations, then it's not discretionary. It's part of their role as their career. So I think discretionary would be, all the parents and all the educators who go down on their own. That is the discretionary part. I think somebody whose job it is to go and advocate it's their job, so it's not discretionary. That's my thought.
And also, our government relations person is not a senior leader, and he's not on the org chart. And I think you all were narrowing it to the org chart specifically of the senior leaders. Yeah.
Do people want to take it? Do you want me to take it back?
Oh,
No, it's good.
I just feel
agree.
like a little bit of in-state travel is significantly less expensive than flying to a conference in another state. So
I think given the last minute nature of these amendments, having a little caution to ensure that there aren't unintended consequences makes sense. Feels like it is not going to be impactful. And if it covers our bases, why not?
Right, we'll now vote on the addition of out of state to the amendment. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. Oppose? Abstentions? Student representative?
Yes.
Thank you. The addition of out of state is approved by a vote of 7-0, and Student Representative Retardo voting yes. Vice Chair DePass?
I did have again, this is not having the time to read this fully. Could we just say it's travel for the Board of Education and scratch Portland Public Schools leadership? Or does that org chart that came with it? So I'm just wondering if it's specifically restricted to that 77,000.
It's specifically restricted to the org chart in the Board of Education.
Okay.
Yep.
And the board.
Chair Wong, who moved and seconded? I think maybe that was skipped on the out
Thank
of
you.
state.
I
Director
moved
Split
and-
moved. I seconded it.
Perfect. Thank you. We need for the record. Thank you.
Any other concerns, questions, comments, additions? All right. Sorry, Sharon, I have a question for you. Because we have public comment, we probably should have public comment before votes, correct?
Before the full vote on this amendment, yes. This whole amendment, not each individual one.
You mean the whole budget?
Yeah,
not
I'm
the
sorry.
individual amendments?
Yeah, you held up an amendment.
Yes, I'm sorry. I held up one amendment. You should probably have public comment on everything before the final vote on the budget. That's what the notice topic was. These are all amendments to that.
These are amendments to it. All right,
Yes,
so we
I
can vote on the
apologize. I meant
amendments.
the budget vote, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, all those in favor of, sorry, let me read this out here. Oh, what is the title here? Removal of discretionary travel, correct? There's no budget amendment number. Do we need to assign one?
I don't know, I just wrote that.
Would it be number 1?
No.
Oh.
All right. We'll now vote on the amendment to removal of discretionary travel. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Student representative?
Yes.
Thank you. The amendment has been approved by a vote of 7-0 with student representative voting yes. Director LaForte, you introduce your second amendment.
Yes, so this one is for restoration of the Office of Internal Performance Auditor funding. Like to amend our proposed budget to restore this funding within the Board of Education budget sufficient to maintain the office at its fiscal year 2025-26 staffing and operational level. Funds restored through this amendment shall be dedicated exclusively to the OIPA and shall not be reallocated without prior approval of the Board of Education. And further, no other modifications to the Board of Education budget shall be made or implemented without the Board of Education's prior approval. And I do want to just say that Chief Morrison and I, we had this conversation prior to our vote on May 26th, and this the offset has already been identified, and it was identified then, and this amendment really just formalizes that and memorializes that, so no surprises here.
Oops, I have some comments about that. So it sounds like there is a need to restore the budget. Is that correct, or is it just a correction? I'm confused. I'm confused about the transfer that happened. And
Well, if you read the board budget, you'll see that the money isn't there for our staff.
But I thought that had been corrected, and we were actually
not.
advised yesterday it was not corrected.
Not in anything that's been shared with the board.
Okay. So that has been corrected and the funding is restored. And again, this is me not having time to parse this
I
amendment.
think staff can answer that. Chief Morrison.
Yeah, thank you. So it is included in the overall total budget appropriations that will move towards adoption tonight. So we have identified the amount of trade-off needed for fully funding that position. It was really, really early in the budget process when we were looking at all central office reductions and trying to determine priority levels when that was reduced. But we have identified the trade-off for that, and it is included in the appropriations for our approved budget.
Okay. The final sentence, again, reading this very quickly, I didn't have a lot of time to digest this, but the final sentence of the amendment reads, further, no other modifications to the Board of Education budget shall be implemented without the Board of Education's prior approval, which we already do that. Decisions about those two employees, we have two employees, just for everyone's knowledge, that the board is responsible for hiring and evaluating. That would be the superintendent and the internal performance auditor. So the current practice is decisions are made for both of those employees. And
that's actually incorrect. Our Board of Education budget also funded Kara's position and Roseanne's position, and the change was made without board approval when Kara was let go. So I would like to make sure that no changes are made to the board budget without it going through the board.
I'm trying to figure out. So, okay, I'm ready to move on.
Okay.
I wonder, because I think that this is an important piece for my financial office to clarify, because oftentimes we have these budget categories and it's the FTE that you spoke of. I know it's tough because we're naming humans, but when we talk about Roseanne Powell, who's over there, and Kara sits in the board budget, but they're not employees of the board. And so it's not just because their budget the line item sits in the board budget. It doesn't mean that would be a decision that you all would make on if they stay or not. Like if the decision was made tomorrow to release Roseanne, that wouldn't come before the board because she's not an employee of the board. That would be a management decision. And I think what I'm hearing and what's coming up for me is potentially the way in which we stack items under certain categories may suggest things that shouldn't be suggested. And so we can work to clear that up. But I don't know if the financial office would like to say anything to that.
I don't have a lot to add to that other than the Office of the Performance Auditor has 2 FTE in it, and only one is an employee of this body. So just as Dr. Armstrong is an employee of this body. And so it wouldn't be a full reduction of the office if that early thought had been put in place. I do think that there is an effort here to fortify those roles, and that I think is what the amendment is more about. But it is true, to Dr. Armstrong's point, that it is that those other peripheral things, those belong to the budget holder. And so when we're charged to go find where we can make reasonable reductions that protect the student experience, we really do look at everything.
Okay, so we only have one employee in that office, even though there are 2 employees. We have no purview over one of those employees.
It would be the same as myself. We're the direct reports. I'm your employee.
Yes.
I have direct reports, and you're responsible for me, not my direct reports. So it's that
Right.
same thing.
So why I guess maybe the wording, again, I wish I had time. I'll probably vote no on it just because I'd like to really look at this and understand what the impacts are and whether they make sense to me.
Yeah, let me share some impacts. I think I'm a little bit worried about this because this is a central office position, and we're protecting a central office position during this time. So I guess I'm a little concerned here because if we pass this amendment, we're making a position or a couple of positions in the central office that's more protected than any other position in the entire district. Like no one else has this protection. So as an employee, I would think this is kind of awkward, would be kind of awkward. And not only that, but it's also, it's kind of without precedence. I mean, we don't have this kind of protection for anybody. So I'm going to say I'm going to ask forgiveness later. So I'm really sorry, but I think I'm going to really upset some people here. I want to start with how this happened, the full story about how this happened. So last year, there was a discussion about reducing an FTE. And again, I'm really sorry. I do want to make it very clear that this is extremely awkward. I want to be very sensitive because we're talking about real people, real jobs, and things like that. And this is really a horrible discussion, but we also know that we are in a crisis, a budget crisis, and we need to make sure that all our funds are going to where they need to go. So this all started because last year was the 3rd year of multi-million-dollar budget cuts. I mean, we cut $48 million last year. And there was a discussion that, we all need to make sacrifices. And one of the sacrifices that was considered was potentially the FTEs in our internal audit office. And that was in the original budget last year, that was put in the budget last year. But because our systems, our software and things like that were so antiquated and old school, it hasn't been updated since 2003, and all these things that because of that software issue, that thing kind of carried over into this year's budget, and it was by mistake. So I know that the staff and leadership have announced that position is restored. However, and this is I'm going to apologize. It was considered last year, but maybe now we do need to consider that, because this position could be equivalent to 2 teaching FTEs. And so I'm actually thinking that I want to vote no on this because I want to consider exploring the option of using that FTE and moving that FTE back to the schools.
Can somebody
Can I ask a
confirm the amount of that 1 FTE? Because it strikes me that being 2 teachers seems like pretty high. My understanding, it was cutting the 2nd position in that office.
That's the equivalent of 1 FTE, 1 teacher FTE.
It's a
roughly.
1-to-1.
Yeah.
Okay, 1-to-1.
Including benefits and overhead.
How many audits have been completed in the last couple of years? Do we
1.
know?
I think 4.
1?
1 audit.
1 audit, yes.
So we have 2 people in this office, but we're not seeing audits completed?
Correct.
There's a lot of audits going on, though. One is not completed because they have not responded totally. It's not as easy as just one-on-one, and I am really uncomfortable talking about this in front of everybody. This is totally inappropriate, Eddie, and I am really, that is not okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, I think
That's
that's
exactly
part
why
of
the
the problem
amendment's
with
here.
last minute amendments that we haven't had the
You know what?
opportunity
We passed
to
a
ask
$61 million
questions about.
contract when we read it over Thanksgiving weekend. I think we can read,
Yeah,
what,
we had
5
a weekend.
sentences?
I had to be at work all day, Virginia. I didn't have the time
Wait,
to read last
sorry,
minute
I need to
amendments.
restore order. Let's go back in order. I'll hand this over to Director Engelsman.
I don't know if there's anybody who can answer this, but my understanding of it is that in order to have an appropriate, I don't know why we were talking about this, but in order to have an appropriate checks and balances in an audit department, can you answer this? Can anyone answer this? That you need to have two?
You need to have,
Maybe you
either
can
that
answer
or
this.
we'd have to hire somebody to check the audit.
So we have
Yeah,
to have a
you
check
have
and
to have a
balance.
check and balance.
So either way, we're doing two, but it's
Yeah.
just either within our department or we're hiring out.
I guess my question is like, how does it break down from a cost perspective?
Sorry, I
though?
want to
Oh,
go down
sorry.
the line.
Yeah, so as the chair of the audit committee for a couple of years, you're saying that we would have to have a checks and balances of some sort, whatever it is.
Right.
Okay. That answers that for me then. I mean, auditing, like, I've just been on this audit committee for a year now, and while we haven't seen audits, there's a lot going on. And auditing is really critical oversight to the work that the board and the district, everybody is doing. So that's all my thoughts.
Thanks. I've been on the board for a year and a half now, and I find our auditor function to be so important. I talked a little bit about this concept before, that we have to have processes by which we have outside experts take a look at how we're doing and give us advice on how to do better. To me, it seems like basic transparency. I feel like, as a former educator myself, trying to say that we could get rid of our audit function, and by the way, getting rid of that second person essentially means either we get rid of the audit function completely or we pay contract to have their work reviewed, and that would be more expensive than the existing staff. So I feel like it's kind of a false equivalency, to be honest, and I don't mean to be harsh, but I just feel like, as a former teacher who desperately wants to see student-facing and classroom positions protected, I also feel like having somebody in the district office who's taking a look at the work that we're doing and giving us advice on how to make it better is really important. And sometimes that is not just in having audits that come out from that office, but it's also accepting audits from others, which to me the biggest value add this year has been reminding us of what previous audits have asked us to do and seeing that those tasks have been completed. Our audit committee meetings are always quite full, where we're hearing about past audits and where we are with progress. I agree that it would be better if we had more audits coming out, and I think we can do things to have more accountability, to have more of those audits be released rather than sort of in progress or done and we're still trying to get the district to comply with all the pieces of it or take that advice that they've been given. I just think it's really important for a district of our size, from a transparency perspective and from holding us and the rest of the district accountable. I'll be a strong yes on this amendment. I also think the board having, there was a little bit of concern about this kind of second part about no other modifications to the budget shall be implemented without the Board of Education's prior approval. And I don't think that's a huge shift. I think what we're saying here is that anything that's under the Board of Education's budget line item, we just want to be consulted and then have the ability to say yay or nay to those changes. And there's an assumption here that we would have said no to laying off, or, it wasn't a performance decision, which I think a performance decision is something that is not the purview of us at the board, with the exception of a couple of positions that we do evaluate for those positions. And that doesn't include the couple of people that we were talking about earlier that are also under this line item. It just puts that check in that we get consulted and approve. It didn't feel, I've asked a few times about how the board budget process works, and I've just kind of gotten shrugs, and I'm not sure who decides the board budget. I think it's district staff, but I think it should be us. So I don't really have a problem. This is only amending our budget, which is just for this moment in time. And this particular budget, we're not setting a long-term policy change as far as I can tell from this. And instead we're just saying, hey, right now we would really like to be spoken to and have a role in deciding what's going to happen with our budget. And maybe the real goal here should be that we should have a conversation about the board budget once a year instead of letting the staff set it and really set it ourselves. And I think that's a shift I'm comfortable with. And that's not me saying, for the record, to those in the audience, that I think we need more for our budget or anything like that. It's just, I just think we should have a conversation about it and be part of that process. And I think that I'll leave it at that. Someone is holding up a sign and waving it to me. I had to put my glasses on. Fox watching henhouse. Yes, I think it's important that we do have somebody keeping an eye on us. And I'm really grateful that we have that. So I'm a yes, pretty clearly, strongly, passionately. Thank you.
Are we still going in order?
Yeah, I don't have too much to say. I'm very conflicted on this amendment. I think I will end up supporting it for a few reasons. I think that perhaps that there are real concerns with how our internal audit office is run, but I don't think that the solution to that is necessarily cutting one of those two positions. I think that we've said here today that there could be some unintended consequences, like having to hire an external firm, which would of course just cost more money. And I think that the word I have heard the most in the emails that I've read on the budget is transparency. That's the word I keep hearing, the thing people keep telling me. And I think that if we don't have the data, to know how we're doing, then how can we even begin to approach transparency in a meaningful manner? And so, of course, I really do. I'm very conflicted on this because I feel like I don't have enough information. This feels like a very heavily weighted decision, that could have a lot of ramifications. And I would have liked to have, and I don't think this is even really possible, but it would have been nice to have, a greater explanation of all of the potential consequences of this from our district team. That would have been possible if we'd maybe had this in advance. But I think that based on the information available to me, I am leaning towards a yes vote on this.
So I don't have any objection to us having auditors being audited. We need more audits. I think our friend Joe was up here speaking about what's going on with our attendance tracking, and that sounds like something that is in need of a good audit to me. The thing that I'm not understanding here is it sounds like funding for this role was restored. So it's not unfunded right now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I don't feel comfortable voting for an amendment that I haven't had the chance to internalize and to vet and to ask questions about when the impact is going to be the same. We don't need this amendment in order to keep that second position. And since we haven't had the time to really dig in and understand what we're agreeing to, it's a no for me.
As chair of the audit committee and as somebody who really respects that committee and what it does, I'm really upset this came up at all. The money was there, you said. I mean, it was taken care of. There was a mistake in the budget. So bringing it up at all, to me, is just totally, not caring about the people involved. And here we are talking about them. If we care about how they're doing, they get evaluated. So that happens. We don't have to do that here in front of the world. If we have to vote yes to keep the positions, I would vote yes, but I don't think we do. I agree with you. I think the position is there. I should ask
Director
Sharon.
Sullivan, I think
Is
we
that
do.
true?
I think we do because
We
you
do?
said that you wanted to vote it down and then cut the funding for the position.
Yes, this is protecting it.
Sorry, only if I make a motion.
So you're not going to do that?
No, I'm not going to do
Okay.
that.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to ask you, Sharon, what's the best thing as far as preserving those two jobs?
Well, I'm not going to presume to tell the board how to exercise its judgment on what's the best thing, but I will say that the budget is fully funded with this position in it. If you all collectively vote for the budget that at the end, then that position will be in it, and then that's what happens for 26, 27. That's what would happen.
So this amendment is not necessary.
Based on what Chief Morrison and Dr. Armstrong have represented, the position is in there, then there's no effect of this, for the funding of this position. This does have language that suggests a policy that might last beyond this year, but I'm not clear that's what you all have intended.
Okay.
So you don't need it. The bottom line is you don't need
we
this
do not need
for the
this
position this year.
to have the positions fully funded. Okay. Then I will probably.
Can you say yes
vote
verbally, please?
No.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the job of this amendment is to protect that funding and memorialize the conversation we have. In the budget document we have, that money is not in that bucket. And I'm really disappointed to hear that you were having conversations about this without us. So, and it's exactly why I brought this amendment
I'm sorry,
forward.
I am not, and I don't appreciate you accusing me of
Didn't
things
accuse
that
you
I
of
did not
anything.
do.
You just said that you.
I said the purpose, the intention of that whole statement was to give background about why that was missing in the current budget.
Okay, I've heard
And
multiple stories. Okay, don't point your
second,
finger at me.
I-
Do not point your finger
Okay,
at
I
me.
won't point at I'll point at myself. And the second part of this was to say that part of me wanted to vote no because I want to have that conversation and explore the idea of how to explore all the FTE in terms of like how to preserve as many teaching positions as possible. There was no collusion. There's no talk behind the back about these ideas. So I think I really take offense that you're accusing me of something that I did not do.
Just to clear, I want to make sure that we're stating correctly. So appreciate the history. We as on our side, knowing that the auditor is, I know we're talking about the other position, but both positions are in the budget. It was prior to tonight, prior to last week, and there's no change. So I don't know. I don't have details about the amendment. Obviously, that's you all's choice, but I just wanted to reemphasize that the funding for the Office of Internal Performance Auditing is intact for the 26-27 school year. So just
Yes.
say that nice
Confirmed.
and
That is confirmed.
clear. Yes. Okay.
And can we ensure that there's not another hiccup next year with this role and that everything's where it's supposed to be and we don't have to revisit this conversation?
Yes.
Thank you.
I want to agree with you, Director Chase Miller, that I didn't think it was necessary because I've heard that the positions are intact. So it feels like overkill, but it's also one of those kind of sneaky things where there's a second part added. And when you vote, I haven't
Don't call
read it.
me sneaky.
I didn't call you sneaky, and please don't interrupt me. There's a two-parter, and when you vote for one, you vote for both. And I think it's important to be intentional about what you put your word, and I'd like to be intentional about my vote. I also extremely rely on the auditing function. I think it's, I'm a huge auditing fan in every regard. And that function is only good as the reports that are coming out of that office that allow you to understand the state of the district. There's a couple of things I would love to see, for instance, like the attendance piece would be fantastic. It'd be really great to understand the extent of, our whole conversations about tech in classrooms and AI. We have no idea. which apps are on which devices, and that's something that would be helpful to know. It'd be helpful to know how the arts tax is being implemented across the district. That would be an audit topic I would be very interested to know if all schools have access to high quality arts education. So I'm just saying the audit function is extremely important, and there's an expectation that that function is useful and valuable and helpful to us in decision making. And it sounds like it hasn't been, and maybe that will change, I hope. I'm not going to vote yes on this, but if I read it later and change my mind, I'll let you know.
Does anybody else want a second comment?
No, I was going to call the question if we're going to go around again, but we're not going to go around again, I hope. Okay.
Right. The board will now vote on the amendment, restoration of Office of Internal Performance Auditor
Chair,
funding.
have you had a motion and a second?
Did I? Oh, yeah. Do we have a motion for the restoration of Office of Internal Performance Auditing Funding Amendment?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All right, it is on the table. We will now vote on the amendment, restoration of Office of Internal Performance Auditor Funding. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying no.
No.
No. Student representative?
No.
Thank you. The amendment for restoration of Office of Internal Performance Auditor Funding did not pass by a vote of 3-4, and student representative voting no.
And to be clear, Ms. Powell has started numbering these, given the prior one was 7339, that one was 7340, and we will number the next ones just for clarity.
All right, Director Lafort, would you introduce your third amendment?
Yes. So this one is for establishing a temporary pause on the use and expansion of generative artificial intelligence systems pending development of a board-approved policy and oversight framework. I'll run through this real quick for those who haven't had a chance to review it. We have not drafted or adopted a board policy governing the use and approval of Gen AI. We know that this presents significant risks to academic integrity, intellectual property, data privacy, and compliance with federal and state law. We have a responsibility to protect personally identifiable student data, employee data, and other confidential information. And a deliberate and transparent review process is necessary before PPS expands any use of generative AI technologies or enters into additional contractual commitments related to such technologies. For the purposes of this resolution, I want to thank Christina Howard for dropping in some definitions for those who may not be as familiar with AI lingo. Generative AI, or Gen AI, are systems, software, and tools that generate text, code, images, audio, video, and other content in response to prompts or other use input. So an example would be Lumi, it would be ChatGPT. Agentic, non-generative AI, are tools on autonomous systems like Synergy, where they're just there. It works in the background to provide information, like generating a transcript for students in Synergy. So that's the difference. So right now, while we give the policy committee the time to develop this policy, I'd like to pause the execution of any new contracts, contract amendments, subscriptions, pilot programs, software licenses, or procurement actions primarily related to Gen AI technologies. Pause the expansion of any existing ones beyond their current scope of work. Prepare an inventory of existing student-facing Gen AI technology implementations for the board, and it sounds like from what we heard earlier, this might be a short list. Work to amend all existing educational technology contracts and data sharing agreements to prohibit third-party vendors from collecting or sharing personally identifiable student data unless expressly required by law. And I think Director Engelsman has some comments about that as well that I heard in the, I think at the policy committee meeting. And then provide within 90 days of adoption of this resolution a comprehensive district-wide assessment of our systems, contracts, expenditures, pilot programs, data sharing agreements, and risk mitigation measures and educational impacts that includes, at a minimum, an inventory, associated contracts, description of any data that's being shared with associated vendors, and recommendations regarding future implementation, limitations, or expansion of Gen AI technologies within PPS. This does not apply to anything related to cybersecurity, accessibility, software maintenance, and due to significant public interest, would ask that future Gen AI related contracts shall require board authorization, regardless of our board approval threshold, and that we affirm that decisions regarding PPS adoption of Gen AI technology should be made through a transparent public process that prioritizes student outcomes, data privacy, and educational effectiveness.
Would you like to move that?
I would like to move that.
I would like to second it.
Thank you. We have a move in a second. I think it's my turn to go first. I think I made clear my feelings about AI, generative AI earlier. Most of it, especially the parts about stealing human work and making money off of it. I'm fine supporting this except for a couple things. I want to mention a couple things that is a little bit unprecedented. This is a policy-ish decision, and it's in the middle of a budget discussion. So that's kind of weird and unprecedented, especially since if we want to talk about this, we're suddenly talking about policy decisions on AI, not the budget, when we should be focusing and talking about the budget. So I'm a little bit concerned about this being placed in this spot here for this discussion tonight. That said, I'm fine moving forward, except for a couple things that I am worried that may increase the budget. Because we're talking about trying to find money to support more, or at least our current FTE and employees. So I may be supportive of this if we delete 5, which says provide within 90 days of adoption of the resolution a comprehensive district-wide assessment of all AI systems contract. That kind of assessment is going to require perhaps an FTE to be able to complete, or we're pulling an FTE from somewhere, which means that that work's not getting done and will have to be contracted out or something like that. So I'm worried that this clause right here might actually add money to increase our budget and take away from something else. And then the last thing I also want to delete to, and I'll make these motions separately because I think I'll go around first, is the second to last paragraph says, due to significant public interest, future Gen AI related contracts shall require board authorization regardless of the board approval threshold. I want to make a point that this needs to be something that goes in policy, not a budget amendment. And for the reason that, again, it's precedence, is this going to overrule, if a policy says differently, because it doesn't clearly state, is this clause also part of the temporary pause or is it permanent? Does that make sense? And that's a part that either needs to be fixed or deleted for me to vote yes on this. Thank you.
You want to go? Want to ask a question?
I want you to go. I will ask on my turn.
So I appreciate your comment about it perhaps superseding any future policy, and so I wonder if instead of deleting it entirely, while we're coming up with a policy, which could, it sounds like, take a while, that we just include until a board policy on AI is adopted. And so there's this language in here saying don't, bring it to the board, regardless of threshold, until a board policy is adopted. Because all of this goes away, really. Once we have a board policy, we could go crazy with AI. Or not. But this is to say we don't have any guardrails. We don't have an AI policy. We don't even have a screen time policy, just by using screens for so long. And so this is saying don't do more. And the reason that I really, really appreciate you drafting this and bringing this so quickly is a number of things. Number one, we don't have an AI policy. Last summer, there was lots of discussion about the Lumi contract, and there's been a lot of public comment and comments coming into our inboxes about Lumi being at a middle school without parents knowing about it, and kids coming in and being sort of used in advertising. And so our inboxes are being filled with concern about how AI is infiltrating our schools, and we don't have a policy. there has been a couple of conversations on the dais about we're working on a resolution or we're working on a policy, and then I think I emailed you and asked you after you made that comment, could you please share this policy that you're working on? And then the response was, we're actually doing a resolution instead, and it'll be on the policy committee. And then I was excited for our policy committee, and then it wasn't there. And now we're done for the year with policy committee. So we don't have an opportunity to do anything until September at the earliest, and August, September. I mean, we're not doing anything in August. We're gonna start talking about it in August, and then we're gonna spend a bunch of time talking about it. So I like this because it just says press pause. And the reason that I think that's critical is I asked a few weeks ago, a month ago, I don't know, for all of the outstanding AI contracts. And I was given them, and I was very grateful to be given them. And they were, one of them, Amira. It's a very low budget contract, and so we didn't see it. I think the reason we all want to know about it, and the reason that I brought it up at the policy committee, and I'm very concerned about it, and why I think this pause is critical, is that we currently have a contract with an AI company that collects data elements on our students that include, it just went away. That was melodramatic. That include, among other things, place of birth, ethnicity or race, language information, parenthetical, native, comma, or primary language spoken by student. Next page, student school enrollment, student grade level, so we know where they are. Teacher names, English language learner information, student disability information, specialized education services, IEP or 504, living situations, homeless or foster care, other indicator information, and then you scroll back down and there's an other that says Amira will collect information on our migrant families. And this is shocking to me. It also includes a state ID number, it includes student app usernames, it includes student app passwords, student names first and or last. And I can tell you that we have a federal government that is hunting our immigrant families, and I can tell you as a lawyer that they can get a search or a federal arrest warrant based on the information that Amira is collecting on our families. And we didn't see this contract because it was so low, and it's terrifying. And I hope, and I think I've read that we should be making a motion to scrub any data that's been collected on for any family, be it in foster care, which frankly, you cannot get that information from the juvenile system because it is protected by statute, because it should not be given out that a family is in foster care. So I feel very passionate about this because of all of the information that's been collected. And I said at the policy committee that I asked one of my kids, what do you think about device use in schools? And at first she was like, it's great, because she thought it was getting rid of cell phones. And then I said, no, I don't mean getting rid of it. I mean using it. And she said, it sucks. And then she went on to say there was something about Canva and all of my data, she's 12, all of my data being stolen by someone else. And that was terrifying. And she's not a migrant student. She's not at risk. And so that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Sorry, can I ask you a clarifying question? Because the amendment specifically states generative AI, and that program would that doesn't qualify as generative AI, does it? So would this amendment even apply to that?
I don't know what Amira is doing, because I don't know much about it, but I want to make sure that a generative AI contract isn't put into place that collects data.
But
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I was just saying, I think we should, I mean, obviously I think we should get a presentation about how student information is protected and things like that. So that's something I would like to actually put on the agenda, because this amendment doesn't deal with that, because I don't think that's generative AI. And so.
Well, I don't know if it is or not, so.
It sounds like it would be to me.
It's focused on the next evolution using AI and cognitive science to deliver actionable insights to teachers and interactive tutoring to students.
Okay.
What I was going to offer, just for everybody's clear or understanding, is that every contract we enter into has significant provisions about security around data. That doesn't address the AI aspect that you all are discerning, but I don't want to leave the board with the impression that there aren't significant restrictions about how this district gives data to our contracted vendors and what we require of them. So that's a discussion, it sounds like, that needs to happen, but I want to give you some level of assurance that we do require that. We don't just hand over data to anybody, and it has significant restrictions around it. there may be more you want to have. I understand that. But I do want to at least give you that level of assurance. There is a very broad student data privacy agreement that we require of all of our vendors.
I appreciate that. Why then, and maybe you can't answer this, why then is it even in there? Why would Amira even be given the permission to collect something that is then said they can't collect? Why not just
I
leave those
can't,
boxes
I don't know
blank?
about that
Yeah,
contract
exact-
for you,
yeah.
and I'll get that answer for you on that specific contract. I don't know, Director Engelsman.
All right, thank you. There's a couple things one question I want to ask. My understanding is that we are amending the budget resolution. We are not setting long-term policy. We're amending our budget resolution. Is that correct?
That is where this is at the moment as an amendment to the budget around funding. Yes.
Okay, great.
And it's tied, I believe the logic of it being with the budget is that it's tied to funding,
Yeah.
which is why it would be a temporary thing.
Right.
Or why it's created as a pause, excuse me.
Right. All right, so I already said my piece about artificial intelligence not too long ago at a teaching, learning, and enrollment meeting. For those who didn't hear it, I have concerns across the board, whether it's energy and climate related, I know too much from my day job, or just seeing the impacts that it has had even on just my own child or my own children. I think one of them hasn't tried it yet, but the other one, I've gone on my computer and it'll say it's ChatGPT, and it's like, well, I remember that you have trouble falling asleep. So, and I'm just like, why does ChatGPT know my child has insomnia? Now all of you know too. I don't think it's a big deal, but bottom line is it's like it's learning about her, and it's kind of scary. So those concerns are broad and include concerns related to screen time use in classrooms, and I could go on and on. So I'm definitely a big fan of taking a pause and figuring out where we're going. And I realize the policy committee has been talking about AI as well as the use of screens, and I really appreciate that leadership and hope it continues into the new year, which it sounds like it will. So that said, I still support this because, one, the reason I think it's coming up now is because we don't want to pass a budget that leaves wiggle room on this. We want to pass a budget, to me, that makes it clear, not anymore, not now, till we figure out where we're going here and have that conversation and include staff and families and everybody and have an AI policy. I think, if you don't know, I am like a big fan of consensus. I have become a more comfortable person being on this board. By the end, I'll probably be a fighter. And it will completely change the fabric of my being. But so far, I still am trying to make peace. I feel like I'm hearing some support based on the two people who've talked, myself and the person who brought the amendment, for pieces of it. If we could delete number 5 and add the until there's a board adopted AI policy on the contract piece and bring along Chair Wong and get to a majority to have this pass, I'm open to that. I would prefer to have that piece stay because I think it's important work that should be done. But I think it's more important that we pass something and not have something not pass over that piece. And also because I want to live in a world where we make more decisions by consensus. And I think I can model that in this moment and say, we know the policy committee is working on this. I'd love the policy committee to take number 5 and have that be part of their conversation going forward if we do decide to take it out. Because I think getting that information would help us to make decisions, bring that information to the group that's going to help craft this policy going forward that we want to see happen. So bottom line, I'll be a big yes on the whole darn thing. If we need to get rid of 5, great. To get to yes, I don't love it, but I'm happy to get there to have us get to yes and have the closest to 7 we can get here. And then there's also that until there's a board adopted AI policy on the contract piece that I can live with, again, to get to consensus or at least something that passes. Yeah, and again, I just want to reiterate, we're amending the budget resolution, not setting forever policy here. This is just applying to this budget and the time that is limited within this budget. So I just want to put that on the record that that's my understanding. That's what we've heard, and that's what I'm supporting. And then hopefully we get to support a policy that is an AI plan that goes through the proper channels and has the due diligence and the engagement from staff and families that I want to hold us accountable to as a district at every turn. And this was developed without that process, but I'm cool with it because it's temporary. Thank you.
Okay, so first things first, I love this. If I could have seconded this, if I could have seconded this policy, legally speaking, I would have. Of course, I cannot as a student representative and an ex officio member. I would like to provide a quick defense of item 5 here. I love item 5. This whole policy, but especially item 5, is what I have been, wanting all year. I've asked leadership. I've said, this is the one area, AI is the one area where we've seen extensive public comment and public interest, and there hasn't been a major board item. And so I've asked, I'm like, can we get like a comprehensive presentation? Because I've talked with the superintendent, and the superintendent has given me, privately, all the information on what we're doing in regards to AI. But I feel like this is something that needs to go before the public because there is extensive public interest here. And so I feel like we really do need this item 5 here. I am okay with giving an extension because 90 days over the summer is very different than 90 days in the winter. So if we were to extend that time frame to give people who are working on this presentation more time to get what they want done, I think that would be a much better solution than just axing the whole thing, because I really, even though I will not be here to see it, I will come back to see this because I want to see this presentation so bad. I've been wanting to see it all year. And I think this would be incredible for pushing forward the public conversation and the conversation on this board with how we are going to move forward with AI. Because this is very complex. As many of the board members have stated, there's a million reasons to dislike AI or to have some general caution here. I mean, one of my biggest concerns is even if these AI companies say we're not going to collect your data. I mean, you could drag Sam Altman out here, make him swear under oath, and say, are you collecting our data? And he'd go, probably not, because the reality is that these LLMs are black boxes. There's no one person who can tell you how an LLM actually works. Like, they have to spend months just trying to get it to not tell people to kill themselves. It's like they're like, okay, please don't do this, ChatGPT, and it takes months and months and months of iteration because it is so hard to steer these things in the right direction because they are so massive. And so I am not really secure in the fact that that these companies can be trusted to not steal our data. And this, the whole AI, industry is just pumped full of VC money right now. And so if these companies go belly up, I'm concerned, that we're not going to be able to get our due. We wouldn't be able, to fully remediate any wrongs they might commit against us, in our contracts. So those are my major concerns. And I would absolutely support just putting something in here, under the due to significant public interest, just until another policy is passed, because, although this is like kind of a policy matter, it's like we need something now, and if, and I don't see a reason to wait, if we are in agreement that we need to have a substantial conversation around AI.
I'm in support of this, but I also had just a little bit of an issue with number 5. I don't think 90 days is long enough to give staff to do all the things that we're asking of them. So I would support extending that timeline, making it a little bit longer. If it was something that we wanted to kick back to policy to refine a little bit, I would be fine with that too. So I am delighted to vote for this with an adjustment made to that timeline.
Well, I couldn't say it any better than everybody at the end of the table said it. I do, it's only a year for sure since it's in this budget agreement. And we keep this until we have a policy on AI in place, which I would hope we get fast. The policy committee. Yeah, and I would hope you could get it even within 90 days. Well, kind of don't start till September. Okay, 120 days. And I'm ambivalent about number 5. If you can do it within 120 days to get a policy, then somebody might have to do it all over again if you get a new policy with a little bit different wording. I don't want to have the work done twice, but the main thing is we can't buy any more, we can't have any more for now. So that's certainly a yes for me.
I feel very strongly about number 5, but I definitely feel flexible about the time frame. But ask Dr. Armstrong, how much time do you think staff needs?
Well, we will meet the language of the resolution if it's 90 days, but I think we would definitely appreciate the breathing room if it was 120, just because we're in summer and then start a school in August. So if we went 120, it gave us at least until October, November-ish.
I wrote down 120 and circled it before you even said that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, are you done speaking? I wrote some of my comments out because, again, I haven't had time to read it, but I kind of glanced over it, and I want to present like a counter argument. And one of those is, it's another amendment that we received just this afternoon, and we've heard from the dais that it's really important to receive things early. So I just want to put that out there again. I do think it should go to the policy committee, but I also want to caution that that's a real slow boat way to move things through the system. The climate response policy took over 2.5 years to get through. It required a lot of back and forth. A preference policy I worked out for the Housing Bureau took about 4.5 years to get through. Again, with the public input and making sure that, unintended consequences were considered, deliberated. And so it seems like, probably from the outside that the policy committee isn't moving fast enough, but in fact, we did have a draft. Two of us of the 3 of the committee members worked on a draft based on the LAUSD model, and this was not a policy necessarily. It was in the form of a resolution. We thought, probably 100% of the board would go for this. And when I met with others, staff and a couple of other stakeholders, it became apparent that this wasn't going to go far enough, and it raised lots more questions than we had even time to finish in the meeting. So I definitely want to acknowledge and appreciate the intent behind the resolution. I'm looking at you because I know this is yours. In AI, it raises important questions about student privacy, equity, academic integrity, and others, and those concerns deserve our serious attention. And I don't want to speak for others, but I do believe everybody up here takes the issue very seriously and is all in on addressing. But, we recently completed the pilot. You heard about that earlier. Apparently it sounds like we don't have any AI contracts at this point. I would be interested in learning what we learned, in hearing what we learned from the pilot and how we're evaluating lessons learned and what we're doing moving forward. As a result of the current state, a contract pause tonight wouldn't materially change the current operations because we don't have an AI contract. Rather than adopting a broad resolution, I'd recommend that the district make a structured policy development process that allows us to answer the right questions before making long-term decisions. And I'm talking about systems thinking. I'm talking about looking at the entire system. So a thoughtful process could include review and evaluations of lessons learned from the pilot. What did we learn? Where are our vulnerabilities? Where are our risks? Consultation with subject matter experts in education technology, student privacy, procurement, and ethics. A complete inventory, and I think this is really important, of the tech tools used in PPS. I don't think we have a good understanding of where things are, what things are. We just hear that it's out there, but we actually don't know where and what that we're talking about. So we don't even know what we're trying to solve. I think consultation with peer districts, input from students, teachers, families, labor representatives, diverse voices, opinions. We want to hear from the public, and that means everybody. That means people that don't have access to computers at home or internet service even. We'd like to hear from them too. Assessment of the instructional benefits and the risks. a review of any regulatory developments, analysis of operational and budget implications. So just to remind everybody, and this is reminding myself too, AI isn't a single product. It's like a rapidly evolving category of tools that may affect curriculum, student services and operations, communications, data security, cyber security. And we should understand those system-wide impacts before we adopt a broad resolution. I want to talk about what I think we should be looking at. One is we should get a full assessment. We're also talking about two things. We're talking about screen time, which is one issue, and we're talking about AI. They're two different intersecting issues. So we need to know the extent of screen time, where AI use and what it is. What's our AI literacy plan? What do we want our children, our students to know? We should be concerned about data mining and security and know where that's happening, where those leaks are. What's considered, who's being tracked? We want to consider families that we don't hear from often, and we also want to hear from people that don't have internet. We don't have a baseline analysis, and I think that would be really important. Before we go out and try to solve something, we should know what we're trying to solve for. I'm talking about next about a little bit about governance. So our board isn't simply to react to emerging technologies. Really, it's to establish a governance framework that enables informed decision making over time. It's a thoughtful process that takes several months and probably in this case years. But it will produce a stronger policy than a resolution developed in response to a single moment. One of the key questions we might uncover is who benefits and who is burdened by the decisions we make, and good public policy reflects careful, thoughtful, and intentional process, not a rushed and not a reactive one. So I would support directing the superintendent to return to the board with a comprehensive AI governance framework and recommendations after stakeholder engagement and expert consultation. I don't know if that's reasonable to ask to be done within 120 days or not. I also want to say something that might be unpopular. And this comes from Tema Okun's characteristics of white supremacy. And one of those tenets is a sense of urgency. And this is an urgent issue. I'm not arguing that. It is a very urgent issue. Continued sense of urgency that makes it difficult to take the time to be inclusive, to encourage democratic and or thoughtful decision making, to think long term, to consider consequences. This frequently results in sacrificing potential allies for quick, visible results. And the anecdote to that is realistic work plans. Leadership that understands that things take longer than anyone expects. And learn from past experience about how long things take. And really, people like me aren't usually included in these discussions, and so the outcomes for people that look like me aren't traditionally great either. And I want to just stress on this board our commitment to racial equity, our commitment to being inclusive and having a sense of belonging, and that means in this conversation as well.
Thank you.
Can I?
Yeah, actually, I have a question. Actually, I was hoping you would help me with this, and then I'll pass it to you for an amendment. I just have a really quick question. When on that second to last sentence, when it says, due to significant public interest, future Gen AI related contracts, and the word is related, I'm concerned, like, for example, like a computer can run Gen AI. So like if we need to replace computers, is that Gen AI related, right? So I'm just a little bit worried. I think I would like that word kind of at least defined publicly. Second to last paragraph, it says Gen AI related.
Can I just point out that one of the things we've been talking about is adding on until there's a board adopted AI policy. So my hope is that if we did, that's the whole point of the thing that I was saying before. And Michelle, I want to make, or sorry, Vice Chair DePass, I want to make sure that you hear this, because based on what you just said, I'm concerned that you think we're setting policy for the long haul. We are just amending our budget resolution, so it has kind of like an automatic, like it's temporary in nature. And so if we were to do the amendment of until there's a board adopted AI policy and there was an issue like you're describing, it would it would be something that we could hopefully fix as soon as we have that AI policy. This would no longer be there. So I know you're gonna make a suggestion on how we amend this, but I hope that because I want to amend it to say that, because I think that makes sense to me too, to avoid, again, like we talked about before, the unintended consequences. Again, this is just amending our budget resolution, and that would be an additional. So instead of even being a year, this would even be shorter if we were to adopt a policy in 9 months or 6 months or something, which I understand you're saying it could take years. I really hope it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll hand this over to Director Engelsman, and then, or do you want to do it?
Can I make the motion? Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I just had one thing. I just I loved what you said, Vice Chair to pass, and I just I just see no reason why we can't do both, because my number one priority in this is making sure that that we're being cautious with our contracts, and we're not giving another dollar to companies that are admittedly Chair Wong said just stealing lots and lots of data. And I think that that it would be almost more useful to have that conversation with the community after we have our comprehensive assessment. Then we can use that to go into conversation with the community and say, here's all the information we have. We've done a complete audit and assessment of what we have, and what do you think we should do about it? I think that would be incredibly useful and productive in the formulation of our somewhat final AI policy.
To have 5 inform that conversation.
Yes,
that makes sense to me too. Yeah. Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I wish you could make motions.
Yeah, I know. I can't.
So you
I
want
can.
them in two
I'm
parts?
suggesting. I'm
Okay.
suggesting a
Amendment,
120
one of us can pick
amendment.
it up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That's exactly what I was going to do. I was going to ask if you want to do them in 2 parts again, or okay.
Time.
Okay. I will make the motion that you suggest. So moved.
Thank you.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion and second is to change under 5, 90 into 120 days. Any questions on that?
Could we ask if, it might have been asked already, does that give you enough time? I mean, I know that this is urgent, and I'm concerned that we're like, let's do this really fast, and we're not going to get what we really need, which is what we need is a comprehensive assessment of the current state of our AI contracts, our AI implementation, our, where it is, what it is. And I want to make sure that we have enough time, because I would be in favor of this if I knew that we were doing a good job, not just a fast job. And again, the sense of urgency here. 120?
Yes, I think the only thing that I would say, not to extend the conversation, is when we think of the assessment of all AI systems, like contracts, expenditures of AI products, that's easy. I mean, the list is, it's 0 unless we're talking about, I think we're also talking about products that have AI components. That is going to take some time, as there are I think almost, I don't want to say 100% as an absolute, but 90% of ed tech companies have incorporated AI, and now we're seeing it in even like security videos and speaker systems and all of those things. And so that, if we're asking for any single thing in the district that uses an element of AI, whether it's in any of the categories, that will take some time. But I don't know if that's what you all are asking, or is that what you're asking?
It kind of is, but it seems like your staff thinks 120 days works for him. And he looked at it.
I'm seeing the gentleman behind you going, shaking his head. So maybe you could advise us what I think you know what we need. We need a comprehensive analysis of this current state of AI in the district.
And the 60-second version, as we still
really
have a
quickly,
budget to get to.
have you read this?
Yes.
Okay, I would like you to, not necessarily the comprehensive piece, because that's not what we're necessarily adopting today. It's just we're talking about is ABCD on this list. Thanks.
So, can y'all hear me okay? So, Russell Adamson, Senior Director, Office of Technology. To Dr. Armstrong's point, in terms of student-facing, we already have that answer. So we don't need the time to evaluate. I think we've provided that answer. In terms of everything else, in terms of student data? The answer is also 0.
So 120 days is okay.
Yes. In terms of all the central office
can you-
functions to the point of, oh, sorry.
Excuse me, can you expand on that? So you said in terms of student data, there's zero ability. I mean, I'm hearing you say that we're collecting migrant status and foster status.
Yeah,
and
all
you're saying
uses of student data, as
uses
Sharon
of, okay.
has explained, is covered by FERPA.
Okay. Even in the case of the example you shared that if there was a federal subpoena.
So, this thing right here.
I'm not clear that you all are maybe I can help. So the comment that Russell is making is about how we give data to vendors, and it's all we require. We have an extensive umbrella of of terms that we require people to, vendors to agree to. That's what you're referring to. The question then I think you all are asking is, what about that one comment, the contract that Director Engelsman referred to, and I've forgotten the name of it. It's Amira. There you go. Are you familiar with the Amira contract? That's what they're asking.
But we're
so
not.
that's where that's
And that
that's
we're going down a rabbit hole
Right.
that I'm concerned
Right.
about.
Yeah.
That's not in this resolution.
correct.
It doesn't have a tell us now about that. So I'd really love, given the audience we have here, if we don't go down a rabbit hole right now when it's not what's in front of us. But if you guys really feel strongly that you really want to talk, please go ahead. I don't want to.
So I think what
Thanks.
Russell was, I'm sorry, what thank you. So far.
It's all good.
Right. I think what he's saying is that for the student facing, we can turn that around within the 120. Sounds like we can turn it around within a day. If we're talking about AI that is impacting all of the systems, even like central office, things that might be teacher facing, not necessarily student facing, that will be done in 120, or do we need more days?
No, that's fine.
Okay, then we're good. Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Did you want to offer your amendment for the second to last paragraph?
Do you want to vote on that one first?
Yeah, let's do that one first.
Let's vote on it.
Oh,
please.
sorry, the
I
120.
beg of
I'm
you.
sorry. Yeah. It's late. It's past 10. All right. So we will now vote on the amendment to change 90 to 120 days. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student rep?
Yes.
Thank you. The amendment to change 90 to 120 has been approved by a vote of 7-0. Student rep? Yes.
May I make a motion on another change that
Yes,
we have
please.
discussed already? The second to last paragraph reads, currently due to significant public interest. Hi, everybody. Future Gen AI related contracts shall require board authorization regardless of the board approval threshold. I would like to add the words until there is a board adopted AI policy. So moved by me.
I don't see how
So
you-
seconded.
Can I ask a question? Could that also include a resolution? Like if a resolution is passed by the board, not a policy.
Would people feel comfortable if it said until there is a board adopted AI policy or resolution?
Yeah.
Does that
Well,
work?
wouldn't the resolution direct the superintendent to?
I guess it doesn't matter. I
I'm just
withdraw
Either
my
one
comment.
has the authority of the board, so I wouldn't worry too much about which
About
of those
which
things it is.
instrument.
It will
I
be the
withdraw.
power of the board.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we have a motion second. Any comments, discussion? All right, we will now vote on the addition of, could you read that again?
Yes.
Just the last, the
Adding
addition.
until there is a board adopted AI policy to this end of the second paragraph.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All those opposed? Abstentions? Student rep?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, that has been added. All right, is there any discussion, comment about the amendment as a whole? All right,
And
what is
as
the
you
resolution
vote,
number?
7341.
7341. All right, the board will now vote on Amendment 73401, establishing a temporary pause on the use and expansion of generative artificial intelligence systems pending development of board-approved policy and oversight framework. Thank you for making this the longest title in the world.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I got it all in there.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student rep?
Yes.
Thank you. the amendment for the temporary pause on the use of expansive of generative artificial intelligence pending development of board-approved policy and oversight framework has been passed by a vote of 7-0. Student rep voting yes. Resolution 7341. Thank you. I think the final amendment is one submitted by Director Engelsman, so I'll hand this over to you to introduce.
I have a question. Well, you can go ahead. Okay. I was wondering if we could have the public comment now. Because this public comment, based on who's speaking, strikes me as being about this amendment.
Okay,
and
that
I would
makes
like to
sense.
hear the
Yes,
public comment
yes.
and be able to discuss
Yes,
it.
let's have public comment now. Thank you. That makes sense. Thank you. Ms. Powell, can you call the first, how many public commenters do we have for this amendment? 3? All right. If you weren't here for when we started this, the public comment, be respectful, protect FERPA. What else? You have 3 minutes. Yellow means you got 30 seconds left. Red means finish. State your name, spell your last name. I think I got it all. Be respectful. Thank you.
Alicia Chavez, Nikki Trueblood, Tiffany Koyama Lane.
Chair Wong, Vice Chair DePass, Student Representative Retorto, and members of the PPS School Board. My name is Alicia Chavez, and I am the Vice President of the Portland Association of Teachers and incoming President in exactly 7 days. I am in strong support of these resolutions presented tonight because they represent something far more important than the numbers you see on your budget book. They represent the people in our schools. They represent our students. And they represent an opportunity to reverse a decision that has caused serious harm across our district. Just a few weeks ago, and even this week, 87 educators received layoff notices, and we'll hear from an educator today. Those aren't just positions. The educators laid off are elementary school teachers, ELA educators, social studies teachers, ELD educators, restorative justice coordinators, counselors, and other educators who build relationships with students every day. Since those layoffs were announced, we've heard loudly from our community worried about larger class sizes, educators concerned about increasing workloads and losing their beloved colleagues, and students wondering whether the adults they rely on will still be there in the fall. As you all know, every budget is ultimately a statement of values, and budgets should reflect those values. Tonight, you have the opportunity to show this community what your values are. We hear about putting students first, advancing equity in our district, and assuring every student has the support that they need to thrive. And tonight, you can turn those values into action. Because values are not what we say when times are easy. Values are shown by the choices we make when resources are limited and priorities have to be set. And what should be prioritized always is our students. Bringing back these 87 educators means protecting student supports. It means preserving our student learning conditions, and it means restoring ELD educators who provide legally required services, elementary classroom teachers who teach our students how to read. Hold on, I'm losing my spot. Restorative justice coordinators, counselors who make students feel connected, supported, and successful. As educators, we know that students thrive when they have consistency, strong relationships, and access to the support that they need. Every educator restored is an investment in those outcomes. PAT educators have spent years fighting for our fully funded schools, and we won't stop until we get that from our state. We have also been clear that if sacrifices must be made, they should not come at the expense of students and educators. We have called on you for a different approach, one that prioritizes classrooms and student services by reducing spending at the top. And I will add a clarification. I'm going to finish. That as an educator for over a decade, which means I've seen over a decade of budgets, central office cuts have frequently been other union members who work in central office, like TOSAs, custodians, SLPs, and campus safety. So when I say the top, I mean the top. And also, like the CBRC said, look into an end of any unnecessary contracts, including AI, before laying off actual humans that teach our students to be successful adults in this world. So tonight you have the opportunity to take a step in that direction. You have the opportunity to show our community that when faced with difficult choices, you as the Portland Public School Board chooses students first. You must provide stability for our schools, certainty for our families, and hope for the 87 educators who simply want to continue serving the students of this district. I urge you to vote yes on this resolution, this amendment, and thank you.
Thank you. I just want to just pause for a sec, so that we don't set weird precedents. Usually for the PAT, now you're soon to be president, we allow extra time and things like that, which is why I allowed extra time on this and elected officials. So sorry. I don't want to, okay, we just did it. So anyways.
I can borrow their time?
Yes. Yeah, you can absorb some time. Thank you. Actually, if you get started before the green light goes on, you got some extra time.
I'm going to ask just for a second. I'm usually pretty composed, but it's been a long road. I greeted many of you the other week during the Cleveland groundbreaking, and I said, Chante washte nape chizapu gisto. And I said, I greet you with a warm heart and a handshake, which is the greeting I know in my Lakota language, to be welcoming. And I come to you not in anger ever. It is just with a heart of service in what I know, especially as an Oglala Lakota woman who spent her years as a child in PPS, who graduated from PPS, and has loved serving families and has her own daughter in Indian education here. And additionally, has just been so proud to be here and be a school counselor and be a part of PPS for 12 years. Unfortunately, that does not get fully recognized when you move unions from PFSP to PAT, as we know. But it needs to be stated over and over, because I will not be the only one who suffers that. And it's not all about me. That is not why I'm up here, because I am under full understanding that when I'm up here, it may not serve me, but hopefully it serves others and supports them, and there could be something new that happens. And we've been talking a lot about technology, and I'm going completely off script for a moment. What we can't do is bring connection the way we do it right now. That is what I know, and that is what I build. And that is what I'm so deeply proud of. And my daughter's watching, and I'd like her to go to bed. But if there's anything she knows, and if there's anything she remembers about her mama, is that she did it for community, always. And that's where her heart is. I wasn't sure that I wanted to speak tonight. I wondered whether my voice would make a difference. But I ask my students every day to use their voices when something matters. I chose to stay in Portland Public Schools because I believe in this work. I accepted a significant pay cut to become an elementary school counselor after the 11 years I served in the high school as a college coordinator and every other role that I served. I worked 2 additional jobs so that I could do it as a clinician and as a master's level instructor for rising school counselors and mental health behavior therapists. My family had to make sacrifices. Please don't make that sound off right now. I'm so passionate about public schools and education because our children, we must listen to them. They will care for us, and they will care for our communities and our environment that we so deeply care about, and you talked about here tonight in so many ways. On the second to last day of school, I was laid off, not because of my performance, but because I didn't have the seniority to survive these budget cuts. Children don't understand seniority. They understand when you show up. They understand respect. They only know the trusted adult who has helped them through grief and anxiety, conflict, big emotions. and they don't understand when you don't show up when they come back to school. And as one of the few Native educators in this district, I know representation cannot be treated as expendable. And this year, I was also able to co-advise at the middle school level, which is not my level and what I'm not hired to do, for our Students of Color Affinity Group. The students told me that they were finally able to be seen. And they were showing up, and their attendance was improving. And that was not just me, but it was working together as a team in our school. And we don't do that alone. But we break their trust when we remove their adults that they rely on. And when you have children, and your own children are those you care about, and you want the consistency and the trust that you bring them back into every day. And then my colleagues of color didn't realize how isolated they'd been feeling every day until we had peers together. There were 3 of us, only 3 of us in that building, and that matters. And now there's 2. And that experience won't be there. So when students and families see themselves reflected in the educators who serve them, and that's not an accident. It's the result of intentional hiring, which I experienced and was so welcome into and could be myself, and intentional retention. And we shouldn't lose that progress because of budget decisions. Removing community removes trust. Budgets are a moral document, and they reveal what we value. I saw that again tonight. You talked about that. I've spent my career helping children believe that they matter. That's what I was taught through PPS. That's what I was instilled with in my educators. And tonight I'm asking you to show them that they matter. Show the students that they matter. So I'm asking in your support for Director Ingelsman's amendment and to choose students and choose our schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Koyama Lane, Koyama space Lane. Good evening, Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Armstrong, Student Representative Retorto. I'm before you tonight not just as an elected official, but as someone who deeply respects this board and the strides that we have made in the last few years. There are more directors up here with teaching experience than I could have ever dreamed of a few years ago. I know you all are in an impossible situation. I know firsthand the agonizing weight of passing a really hard budget. I also know that by the end of this budget process, you're all probably really exhausted. You're tired of the budget. And honestly, you might be tired of each other. I can speak for myself. A lot of us felt that way at City Hall last week. I know how the back and forth goes, who's bringing which amendment, who's going to get the credit, who's seeming like they're being performative, who isn't. I understand also the concerns about last minute amendments. I find them very annoying. And my hope also is that there's still a commitment to look around a bit harder tonight. My hope is that we can put interpersonal annoyances aside. Please push past the noise. Don't worry about who's going to get what wins and really center the kids. I genuinely do deeply believe in my bones that the kids are why all of you are here. Why all of you are doing like pretty horrible jobs that I would never do. They're really, really hard. I am here to truly beg you to buckle up and not leave this dais until you've exhausted every single avenue to save educators, save those student-facing positions, which need to be the very last positions to consider cutting. I appreciate Director LaForte's attitude that saving $5 in a certain spot tonight is worth it. I think that's really helpful for us to see. We're looking at losing over 80 student-facing positions. And you know, our constituents are distraught. They're emailing you too. And I was confused and frustrated and devastated to hear that a board director asked the budget office how many jobs could be saved, and there was an answer of like, we could probably find $2 million. So if it's possible to look around and find $2 million, I really think that means that it's important to keep looking. This is an emergency. Please consider passing this amendment tonight to restore educator positions. And if you have concerns with this particular amendment before you, then amend the amendment. Do what you need to do. And I really do recognize the structural reality. I know we have monumental work to do at the state level to reform how property taxes are calculated and to reform the kicker. And, the political appetite for some reforms is changing, and that organizing is going to take time. Like I'm thinking about a rising second grader. They only get one shot at being a second grader. They cannot wait a legislative session. And so many of you are PPS parents. I genuinely believe that you love this district. And I assure you that I also understand that it's all hands on deck. I plan to push my own union to think creatively, like figuring out a way to consider offering partial seniority credit to folks who were classified staff who stepped up because we also encouraged them to become teachers, but they're now facing layoffs. And if needed, please vote no on passing this budget tonight until we've saved more jobs. Please, please, please show our educators, students, and families that we're not going to leave our students' future on the cutting room floor with this budget tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. You don't. Yeah. I'll hand this over to Director Engelsman to introduce the amendment. Do we have a number for it? 7342.
Thank you. I've not done this before, so I had to ask, do I read everything? In my line of work, we waive former reading and advisive rights, and we waive everything online. So I am excited to get to read something, which is resolution number 7342. I titled it Budget Amendment Engelsman. I wasn't as creative as Director LaForte. Whereas Portland Public Schools, PPS, is committed to student success and equitable access to ensure every student can reach their full potential. And whereas the Board of Education has established specific priorities of third grade reading, fifth grade math, eighth grade readiness, and high school graduation. And whereas PPS is committed to providing rigorous, high-quality academic learning experiences that are inclusive and joyful, while disrupting racial inequities to create vibrant environments for every student to demonstrate excellence. And whereas PPS is committed to providing safe, welcoming, and healthy learning environments that are conducive to student success and well-being. And whereas PPS is committed to well-resourced, sustainable schools so that every PPS student has equitable access to a robust and high-quality educational experience. The resolution, now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Education directs the superintendent to reinstate funding, parenthetical, $13,120,000, end parenthetical, for staffing in schools in student-facing positions. What do we do next?
I think it's your turn first, so I think you get
somebody
to go.
should second it.
Oh, so I
Yeah, do we have a
Move.
motion to adopt resolution 7342,
I'll move.
budget amendment, Engelsman?
did that, moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a move and a second. We now go to board discussion, which I think is your turn first.
Okay. Okay. A few people have asked me, I gotta leave this on. Where does this money come from? First, it's not my job or our job to come up with finding the money. It's our job to protect the students. Second, I have ideas, which I will bring forward in a moment. Third, however, most importantly to me is to that question of where does this money come from, I ask back to those who have asked me, Why are we even looking for money to fund staff interacting with our students? We are in the business, the only business, of offering high-quality public education. We should be fully staffing each and every school to at least the 2025-26 level. And I would argue we probably should add even more, but my resolution is just the 2025-26 level. We should add to the brick and mortar positions. And once we've properly and fully staffed every school, then we ask, where do we get the money for everything else outside of the schools? What am I saying? I am saying that we fully staff each school to exactly what it needs, and only then do we cover any non-facing student position. And if we don't have money to cover everything then we have to cut it, because we have to make the sacrifices, not our students. Next, there's math. We get which is not my favorite thing. We get approximately $7,200 from the state per student. $13,120,000, the cost of cutting the educators and the staff inside these buildings, divided by that $7,200 is 1,822 students, which we have been losing about 700 each year before we make these cuts. So if we lose 1,822 students or 1,823 students next year, we will have saved nothing because we don't get the $7,200 from the state. So we'll lose those students over 81 schools if we raise classroom sizes, blend classrooms, take away para-educators and educational assistants, and all of the other positions in the schools. Will we lose those students? We've already lost 700 per year and 500 before that. I think we probably will, but I don't know. Someone asked me if PPS is an ecosystem, and I believe it is. But every ecosystem requires a keystone species, and I got to learn about this in my environmental degree. What is a keystone species? A keystone species is an organism that holds an ecosystem together. It is not always the largest or most abundant, but it has a disproportionately massive impact on its environment. A bee, a honeybee, is a keystone species. They're tiny. If removed, the ecosystem structure and the biodiversity collapse or change drastically. Our students are our keystone species. Our ecosystem cannot survive without them. So we cannot balance another budget on the back of our students. We did it last year with cuts. We did it this spring with furlough days. The only thing more that our students are getting out of each and every time we cut things is more kids in their classroom, more independent work time on computers so that their short-staffed teachers can help other kids who are really struggling, more disruption in their classrooms, and more missed instructional time because of the furlough days. So I do have ideas, and a lot of them President Bonilla brought up today, and I imagine in the next 7 days she would be absolutely willing to sit down and unearth and unturn those stones. I'm getting a thumbs up back there. And I say the next 7 days because we don't have to adopt this budget today. We have a week where we could unearth things and turn stones. So my ideas. I have heard that there's a $35,000 phishing contract out there that sends out fake phishing. I don't know if it's real because I don't have access to everything yet, but that sends out fake phishing emails to see if we can catch anyone who clicks on the information. They're not real phishing. That could potentially staff the bilingual paraprofessional who supports kids 23 hours a day in math and ELA at Beaumont, who is the only bilingual paraprofessional in Beaumont and is no longer there anymore. And Beaumont is a school, a middle school, where half of the students come from a feeder school where 100% of the students are enrolled in a DLI Spanish. We could look at outside contracts that are not bond funded. What if we reduced all of them by 7%, 10%? What do we get? Let's look at that. Can we do it? There are a few contracts on today's agenda, consent agenda, that I've asked to pull that I'm curious about. Why would we spend money on those today when we're letting teachers go? We had a Lumi AI contract last year that was for $149,000, which could have been one teacher. Our numbers for students living in poverty. I talked with Chief Morrison about this when she was giving the presentation. I think we're sitting at 11% that the state funds, somewhere around there. We all know that the number of students in PPS living in poverty is probably higher than that. So let's figure out how we can snag those numbers properly and then send them to the state. That's going to take some time, but let's do it, because in my school that is not a Title I school, elementary school, we probably have close to that number, and it's not a Title I school. So let's unearth the numbers of how many students are actually living in poverty. Fund for PPS. There was just a presentation done with, let's make sure that the big corporations out there who are already picking up a lot of weight, that we're working with them. In the next 7 days, maybe they're like, we can give you one teacher, we can give you one paraprofessional. We don't know if we don't ask. I woke up this morning to hear that Mayor Mandami in New York has pledged money to the public schools in New York City as a result from a state law passed in 2022, I believe, that sets classroom caps. And Mayor Mandami is saying, I'm going to pledge money. So there's a city councilor in here who's a teacher. We've got a mayor who's hopefully listening. Let's talk to the city. Let's figure out, do you have anything you can give us that could fund a teacher, 3 teachers, 14 paraprofessionals? We have vacancies on our org charts and elsewhere. Even if we don't hire them until September or January, that saves money. But maybe we just don't hire them in lieu of getting another teacher in the classroom. Okay. There are middle schools out there with 45 kids in their classes where they're trying to learn. There are third graders in a class of 34 where they're trying to learn, read to learn, or learn to read. All right? They're moving from learn to read to read to learn. We can't be surprised if people leave 1823 and if students don't progress the way we want them to, if we are not fully staffing our brick and mortar buildings. So I'll leave this. I might say more as I come back around, but I will say 2 final things. One, why was this so late? I know I'm going to hear it. In my world, it's not late until the deadline has passed, and I have been fretting about this for a couple of weeks, and I stressed over the weekend, and I truly got lost in the unknown. I have never written a resolution before, and I got stuck with, how do I write whereas? What do I do? And so I finally just threw something down and sent it out yesterday morning, because I thought, if I wake up Wednesday morning and I didn't do this, I will forever regret it. And I'm not being performative, but I believe that we need to try to find however much money we can and do that. And so I guess I will go back to saying, we don't have to do this today. We could spend a week looking, unearthing, turning stones, asking corporations, asking businesses, big and small, asking city council, asking the government, asking everybody, and see what we turn up. So that is all I say now.
I really wish I didn't have to talk first on this one. Where do I want to start? I want to start with what Counselor Koyama Lane said to us, which is, like, keep at it. It doesn't have to be this. Maybe it can be something else. Get to where you can get. I want to be open to that sentiment. For those who don't know, my daughter's teacher got laid off, and he's like the best. He was also a PFSP member, had been a paraeducator at a school that has SES classrooms. My kids go to a school with SES's social emotional learning classrooms. And having a male teacher who these kids connected with so amazingly was really something to see. My daughter, we put together a letter of reference that the parents put together, and I said, should we do a section from the kids? Because when I asked my daughter, she had some pretty good quotes. She said, he made the hard kids easy. And I just feel like we all know that probably every single one of the 87 people who were laid off has somebody who would say something amazing about how they'd connected with a kid. So I take the layoffs extremely seriously, and I hate it. Okay, so I want to make sure everybody hears that loud and clear. I think everything you said everything you said about the why we're here to protect students, I hear you. And I've testified before I was on the board about protecting student-facing positions at all costs. I remember my predecessor literally talking to me from the dais because I was suggesting it and trying to teach me about fiscal responsibility with fiscal cliffs and one-time spending. And we are falling off the fiscal cliff that he referenced. And I remember thinking like so negatively about him being such a pessimist. And yet we're here, and now I kind of understand what he was saying in a way, where it's like we relied on that one-time funding, and now here we are. As a result of rising costs, declining enrollment, PERS changes, and that loss of that federal money. This is where we are. And we don't have the money because the state is not appropriately funding education. And it's deeply cyclical, where we go through periods where the budget's increasing and we go periods where the budget is decreasing. And I had a conversation today where somebody was like, both these things can be true, that we could choose to invest the money in the schools at the same time as we acknowledge that the state is underfunding. And I don't think that's wrong, but I also have had so many conversations about this budget and last year's budget that I just like don't know where we could cut another $13 million. So like on its face, I just don't feel like we can have an HR team that can do the hiring that our teachers need to do their jobs at the same time as I think we have like legal compliance issues and lawsuits coming in. So we have to have lawyers that can respond to them. And so even though everything in my core is like first do the schools and then do the district office, like I actually totally agree with that. Like maybe for next year, or maybe even we figure out how to do it in the next 7 days, but we instead reverse it and say, okay, how much can we possibly give to schools and still be able to like function as a really big, maybe too big school district? And I guess that I wish we had had this conversation in a time when I feel like we could have had a more robust conversation. I think I've had a fatalistic view. I've been like, the state doesn't care about us. They're not giving us the money that we need. All of us went to Salem. We got yelled at for not being there this week. I actually was there, but I was there for my day job, walking by and giving you guys thumbs up while you were chanting in the rotunda. But I really respect and admire that PAT like walks the talk on this. Like you guys show up. Like I actually don't see other teachers unions in the state showing up the way Portland does in that building. And I really appreciate that. Like you guys are walking that talk. So we're all together on that. But then I think it's just like, well, what do we do in this moment? We heard that there would be teacher layoffs months ago. I knew it was coming. I've been worried about my kid's first year teacher. I looked into it and found out that his experience as a paraeducator wouldn't count. I even asked Alicia a month ago. I'm like, are you sure it doesn't count? No, it doesn't count. Hoping he would be able to, knowing that he probably would be laid off. Like we've known this was coming. And I wish we would have, in that moment when we were telling everybody this is coming, people would have heard it. It took, as somebody said to me today, the layoffs actually happening in the human connection for us to then be at this point where you all are here. Like honestly, we had a public listening session on the budget after saying we were going to be laying off hundreds of staff. And the things we were hearing about were almost entirely about one specific nonprofit that has a contract with us, and then from Access parents worried about transportation for Access. So I feel like there was like a disconnect until it actually happened. There wasn't this conversation. And so I am going on and on all of this to say that like, I can't say that I'm going to be yes on this specifically, but I'm open to the conversation and figuring out if we can do better, because I think any more school facing positions that we have, great. I also have had ideas too. Like we don't necessarily need to chop from the top, but what if the top actually like were housed in our schools so that when we had a need, there was a SPED administrator that worked in the building and could be brought in to help. And the kids that needed the support would know that person because they were housed in the building. And I know that we have a contract where I don't say my ideas up here, but I talked to you about that. So I feel like I've fulfilled my obligation on bringing my ideas to meetings. But like, that's an example of like, we need those SPED administrator positions to do the paperwork and the things that they do. But why not house them in the schools? And then you get more student-facing positions and you keep the legal required work that we need to do for our students. So I will give my one idea there that's a little bit different. And I do want to give a shout out to my daughter's amazing second grade teacher. I think every single parent in that classroom filled out that letter of recommendation for him. I hope he lands a job. And so I take this very personally. You know, I cried tears before I had to tell my daughter, and then we cried together, and then we cried all week. It was really hard. So don't think that by saying I'm a no on this, I'm not with you guys, because I am. Thank you.
This is the amendment that I've been toiling on, this week. I've been thinking about it, since I saw it this morning. Because at the end of the day, we have to acknowledge the situation we're in. If I had the money, I would fly a big blimp across Portland with the words "Repeal 5 and 50" on them, and I would fly it around in circles all day long so that everyone saw it. But we have to. It's just such a difficult position the state has put us in. Like you said, it's an up and it's a down. If only there was an education stability fund or something to stabilize all these crazy changes. But alas, we're here. And I, too, remain skeptical that we can find $13 million. It's a massive number. And I want to search. I want to shake every couch cushion. Me personally, personal opinion here, not a big fan of technology contracts, But even if we were to postpone this for 7 days, I don't know that we could find 13 million in 7 days. And with the language that's in this amendment, the thing that I'm concerned about is that, we're talking about a lot of ifs and maybes, but this is a hard number. And so if we pass this, then if we don't find this full 13 million, then what? Then where does that gap come from? Because it's such a hard number. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to make that more flexible so that we can still shake the couch cushions while not committing ourselves to a number that could potentially, bite us if we can't. If we search all the couch cushions and there's nothing in there, if all we found were pennies. So that's my thought on this amendment. I have no clue how I'm going to vote on this. I'm here for the conversation. I am absolutely down to stay here till a ridiculous time. Wouldn't be the first time I've stayed up till 1 this summer. But I'm here for the conversation, so.
I have a lot of thoughts. Many of them are conflicting with one another, so please bear with me. I'm an educator. My entire career has been either working directly with children or on behalf of children. My mom was a teacher and an administrator. My grandmother was a teacher. Laying off teachers is literally the last thing that I ever want to do. This year, in my day job, we've had to lay off 20% of our staff. The economy is doing what the economy is doing, and we're in a situation, I say we, I mean the school board, I mean other nonprofits, I mean other school districts, I mean the world right now are in a position where we have really hard decisions to make and there are not a lot of good options. One thing that I have found myself wondering about over the last few years is how we fix seniority so that our educators' full experiences are honored when we are called to make these decisions. I have friends who have been laid off. I have family members who have been laid off. My kids' teachers have been laid off. It is devastating to see happen. And same for our friends who work in this building who were also laid off this year. People who work on behalf of our kids do it because they love kids and they care about kids, whatever their role is. And wherever the cuts are happening, it weakens our school districts, and it contributes to just the snowballing harm that has been happening for decades. My whole thing with this has been show me the path to that $13+ million. How do we get there? what are the unintended consequences of what we sacrifice to get there? And what happens next year when we have another $65 million in cuts to make? If we can preserve these roles now, will we be back here in another year? I don't know. I have an amendment to propose. It will probably not be popular. I think it's controversial. And ultimately, I don't know that it will change anything systemically. I don't know if this passes, if we'll still just find ourselves back here next year with fewer options. But I would like to propose an amendment to this amendment that directs the superintendent to dip into our reserves. And I think that we couple that with aggressive revenue generating, cost saving measures across the year to come, looking at property we can sell off to build back up our reserves, looking at that top tier of leadership and where we can reduce that. Maybe that gets us there. I mean, it'll get us there for now. Will it solve the problem? No. Do I have an answer for what we do a year from now if we decide to do that? No. Are there unintended consequences that will come with dipping into our reserves? Absolutely. So I think the question before us is if those consequences are worth the gain here. And, you know, it's anything that preserves our kids' well-being, you know, I think it is easy to say is worth it. And like there may well be real consequences that we're going to have to deal with later if we decide to do that. So we need to be clear-eyed about what we're deciding to do. And, you know, I've said all night, my issue with these last-minute amendments is not having the time to dig into them and look at the unintended consequences. I don't know that we'll resolve any of this tonight with the enormity of the decision and considering this amendment. I don't know, maybe y'all will just be like, no to that amendment. We won't have to consider it. But I whether we're finding that money someplace else or we're using the lever that I'm suggesting, you know, I think there's a lot of exploring and understanding that we need to do in terms of where this is coming from. So, you know, like I think it was Christy said, I'm here for the conversation. I'm here for possible solutions. And there's not a way forward that won't also have its own impacts. So I hope that we can be thoughtful and intentional, and looking forward to hear what everyone else has to say.
Well, even if we did take the reserve, we're 7 million short. So it doesn't really do that much good. It just puts us in worse shape next year. When Director Inklesman thought of all the little ways we could maybe get some more money, I'm not adverse to trying, you know, in the next 7 days, or even passing the budget and still working as hard as we can to get that. I don't know why we couldn't still work. Once it's passed, we can get more money and spend it, right, Michelle? I mean, if we get more money, we can spend it. Director DeFort did or LaForte, sorry, did, she's gotten a little bit there. You worked, so we probably have one paraprofessional, maybe one teacher at a time. I don't think I can vote yes, because I think it's absolutely impossible to get that 13 million. I don't think it's impossible to get some more, get maybe a few more teachers. The fund for PPS has some money, but I think they've already decided how to spend it. The board already voted not to have foundations where we would have had a little bit of money. So I'm obvious, and as Ian said, there's an education stability fund, but it's not being used. I don't know why. I don't know why they don't use it. They've got tons of money. So that's it. Obviously, I'm not putting much hope in anybody's mind. Thank you.
Chair Wong, could I ask a clarifying question? Just while we're thinking about this, I looked at the budget documents and I feel like I'm seeing that the general fund beginning fund balance going into next year is not 6 million, but I think it's like 41 million. I don't know. I feel very doubtful. 41? Yeah. 41, yeah. I think it's 41. I just wanted to clarify. So maybe you could just tell us, I'm sure this is all very nerve-wracking for you, but could you please tell us the expected ending fund balance, AKA the reserves, which is right at 5%, which is a board requirement as of right now.
It's just over $41 million.
Thank you. Back to the order. Sorry I wanted to make sure we were all singing from the same songbook.
So I appreciate Director Chase Miller's amendment. I don't mind on the fly stuff. I mean, sometimes it just takes a conversation with all of us sitting up here to figure out what we want to do or what options might be out there. I'm open to it. When I think about ideas, I would love to go back to all of our personal services and outside contracts and renegotiate our contracts. If this isn't a 5-alarm fire, I don't know what is. So I guess if we were to push the vote to June 30th, that would give us time to talk to Chief Morrison about what the unintended consequences could be so that we know the trade-offs and we can make an informed decision.
I would like to respond to that just a little bit to say we have had those conversations throughout budget development, the process. We've been working with our administrators to make sure that the changes that we knew were coming would be the least impactful to students and school communities. And those, yes, they're not great. And we started that work really early and tried to bring everyone, including our labor partners, along in that conversation. So we did have a discussion around accessing the end fund balance and what that could potentially do. And we're seeing this current year, an adoption of a fragile budget where, we're right on the edge of that. Still, that's action that you guys took tonight in our current year resolution amendment. So if we don't land that 5%, we're not going to have 5% to even start next year. So this is all really happening real time. And I do think that I just want to share that we have done a lot of work with the community. We are definitely experiencing the tail end of a very long and painful process. So I appreciate your leadership in that. But we have, as a group, had a conversation about accessing fund balance.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I mean, this is crazy, but we are in unprecedented times. And this is probably impossible. But if we were to, with the PAT contract, and again, I don't know, this is probably crazy and it probably can't be done, but could we negotiate separate terms for the next year for those positions? Could we attempt to do that? You know, we may not be able to pay what we were paying. I mean, I know this is crazy, but is it possible?
That is a question for PAT as well. That's not a question that I can answer in isolation. Theoretically, if we agreed that that everyone was going to be paid something different to find the 13 million, absolutely. But that requires two people or two parties, excuse me, it's late, to agree, and it would require ratification, excuse me, by their bargaining unit and by ours. And I shouldn't speak for them. I just know that's what they've shared with us.
And I don't think that would be within 7 days.
No,
I think,
that definitely.
Right. I think when we know that we have a legal requirement to adopt a budget by June 30th. And so I think, love the idea generation. We have spent the last 6 to 7 months looking at all the things that we could possibly look at, thinking of the strategy that we have before us next year. And so I think as we continue the conversation, as you all continue your discussion, it's like what realistically can be done between now and June 30th, where we're legally obligated to adopt a budget for Portland Public.
And after that budget is adopted, it does need to be done, as Dr. Armstrong said. What you're describing is something that would take two people and could be done after that. But you have to meet that deadline.
Clarifying question, yeah.
For the question, I have to go. I will be right back, but I'm sorry for walking out.
Go ahead and ask your clarifying question.
So I just had a clarifying question on the idea of the reserves and the idea that you have that information, so you could present it to us next Tuesday if we, so that we could have all the information, which it sounds like you have, if we went that way. Yeah. And then we would hear consequences, unintended consequences, issues, like we'd have the information. We could have it.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't say I could have a comprehensive list of all of the implications of that. I know that as we went through the staffing process and placement non-renewals for staff already, that likely this would require restaffing again. So
sorry, I'm asking about the reserves.
Okay, the reserves would be, it would take our fund balance within the budget amendment down to 3.5% from 5%.
Sorry, I was asking, it sounds like you have presented before about all of the consequences and the reasons for, against, so you could give the board all that information, which I don't have. I have sort of a very small, high-level idea of it, but that is something you could present to us if we asked for it?
I think the biggest implication for us is, one, removing any type of flexibility we have to face items as they come up during the year. And the other piece is it impacts our credit rating. So when we go to sell bonds, it's going to cost significantly more money, and we will have a lower yield in order to invest in our capital projects or whatever else we sold bonds for.
It could be like seismic or HVAC. Yeah, there's consequences where hurting our credit rating.
Those are the two major implications.
Yeah, but part of that presentation could include when we would next be selling bonds. I don't have any of that. I don't know when we would do it. I know we just did it and we got more than we hoped for. So when do we do it again?
Yeah, for capital projects, we are looking at 2028.
Okay.
So we'll be on the heels of it. This will be part of our financial health picture that the raters look at for us. There may be a situation when I bring forward to you information about selling pension obligation bonds, potentially before that. That's a strategy we've used in the past that has worked well for PPS, but I don't know that the market is something we want to do this time necessarily, but that would be another time where that would come up for us.
I want to say also, this is a devastating budget and there are no good answers. We've heard some ideas, the phishing emails, maybe that brings in 35,000, looking at outside contracts, say reduction by X%, confirming what the poverty levels are in schools, the fund for PPS that I mean, frankly, hasn't been that successful in raising money. I don't know that they could raise $13 million. Sorry.
Vice Chair DePass. I just wanted to state about the poverty level thing. That's a state level calculation that they do use census data statewide. We don't have, it's not a reporting factor for us. They don't go off of direct certification per se. I know that there's a state level discussion around making that shift, but that wouldn't be impactful until the upcoming biennium. So I know that that's a discussion that's happening, but it's not information that we are capturing and reporting.
Okay, so, okay. I mean, we do know like free and reduced lunch, but that's probably not an accurate count, so it's going by census data.
Correct.
And the every 10 years, not the American Community Survey, probably the every 10 year.
I can bring forward information I have on that. The details are escaping me right now. They use kind of a triangulation of data. They call it SAPI data. So yeah, it's more regional. But I just wanted to put forward, that's not something that we can audit or report or increase our weighting for that.
Okay, or confirm, because we're not, okay. Fund for PPS, asking the mayor for money or city council, looking at vacancies. We also, this year we approved MLC programming. We've approved pretty much everything, and there's nothing left to approve now. Access transportation, we were able to save a little bit of money, but again, we've heard very clearly from a couple of communities, and when they come and advocate, we say yes, and we're at the point tonight where we really should adopt a budget tonight. That's my opinion. I don't think much is going to change in 7 days. I don't mind coming here in a week to talk about it again, but realistically, I'm not confident much will change in between now and next Tuesday. And sometimes we need to display courage and do hard things. And this is one of those times that we need to do really hard things. All of us here. We can't say yes to every single thing that comes across our desk. We've already said yes to everything. We've looked at outdoor school. We've looked at boys volleyball. We've looked at, we've said yes to things that would result in some dollars back in the fund, back in the general fund, that would fund teaching and student-facing positions. I agree with Director Chase Miller in that this is a really tough, it's a tough cycle, but I don't think we should go further into our reserves. I thought we voted to keep them at 5%, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I think that covers, is that a 30-day operating window for the district? That allows us to operate for a month?
Almost
a month.
Yeah.
And then I also heard $5 million a day. So we're looking at going into the reserves, and if something were to happen, we're not able to keep schools open. If we dip into that, we would have to shut the district down. So I don't think it's a great option. I think I'll just leave it at that. It's tough. This is a heart-wrenching budget, the worst in my 7 years here. I'm also the daughter and granddaughter and sister and niece of teachers and teachers in PAT. None of who are impacted, but we've been union members. We've been active in this district for 70 years, and this is just, it's heartbreaking. So I'll leave it at that.
I think I want to expand the framework a little bit, because I think there's when you look at something myopically, you kind of lose the big picture. I want to share some big picture. Before I begin, I've been a teacher for 20 years, been a former PAT member. I've lived through the 2010 budget cuts. Remember those? That was cake compared to this. I want to just share something and give kudos to, we have probably, that I've ever seen as a teacher in the last 20 years, the most pro-teacher board I've ever seen. We have, and here's the proof. When my 3 years on the board, and I also want to thank Vice Chair DePass and Director Sullivan, because all three of us advocated very strongly for the last 3 years. In my first year as a board member, we had to saw a 30 million budget deficit. And all three of us advocated very, very strongly and successfully that all those cuts need to be away from the students. And so we cut $30 million all from the central office. There were 0 cuts from teaching positions. My second year, we weren't so lucky, but we still we're charged with $48 million in cuts. Again, because of Director Sullivan, Vice Chair DePass, and I, we pushed for as many cuts away from schools as possible. And that resulted in the majority of the cuts being in the central office. So much so that in the 2025 CBRC report, in case you don't know, it's a Community Budget Review Committee, which is mandated by the bond. When they met and looked over a budget, I'm just going to quote really quick in the 2025 CBRC report, they said, quote, central office spending has been cut by approximately 55 million over the last 3 years. These spending cuts have been necessary to keep student-facing staff levels relatively stable and may have corrected overly high central office spending in previous years. However, the size of these cuts suggests that they may have negative implications for student success. So I want to share that because we got a lot of flack last year for the type of the budget that we passed, but we still did it because we were we're trying to keep the cuts away from students as possible. And one of the big thinking behind that is that we kept kicking the can down the road because we were hoping that the longer we can delay it, the more likely there was chance that Salem would change something. Unfortunately, that never happened. And so now we're at the end of the road. And this is, again, a situation where I want to just reframe this because I can't see us finding $13 million there. We've been through this process all year long. We've been looking all year long. So to come up and, I don't want to insult anyone, but it's just I know this is kind of last minute. I know people are want to do the best for kids, and I commend that. But this process has been all year, and I want to give kudos to the staff for really carrying us through this process and continually finding cuts. And even with the asks that were given to us and we approved, staff were able to be clever and find even more cuts that they were able to find. So, give kudos where it is. The staff has been working hard to give a lot of students back what originally wasn't there. And that was a lot of hard work. And I want to make sure that also gets lifted because it gets hidden in a lot of this talk. So I just want to, and the last thing I want to also clarify is that when we approve this budget, the budget is a proposal, right? And I think this was mentioned earlier, but I want to really highlight this because we can pass the budget tonight. And if tomorrow we find another $1 million or by next Tuesday, we could totally amend it or add it right after then. It doesn't, just because we pass it today doesn't mean it's finalized for the rest of the year. So the fact that I know there's more work to be done. There's probably some more stones that we can turn over, maybe some contracts to revisit. Yes. But that stuff takes time. And it can happen at the same time after a budget has been approved. So my point I'm trying to make is that approving this budget tonight keeps the district safe from becoming insolvent and violating state laws and everything. At the same time, we can still continue the work of turning stones. We have all year long. Just look at the transportation solutions that came out, right? Those saved, $500,000, right there. And so I think, 1 million. I'm underselling the staff in their work. $1 million right there. So I think there's still work that we can done. I think we can. I know we can approve this budget tonight, and still do the work to find even more money. And so that's why I'm going to vote no on this amendment because it commits us to something that we may not be able to do with massive unintended consequences. Just to give you an example, I don't know if you remember a few years ago, and we had a cybersecurity breach that almost cost us $4 million. Can you imagine how many staff we have to lay off of you eventually? But it's because our competent cybersecurity team that was able to get that money back, right? We send these phishing emails. I don't mean to pick you. I'm sorry, but that was in response to these things. We without some of these precautions. I remember back we used to. It was common we would lose like hundreds of thousands. Of course, in this case, almost $4 million. Yeah, we could cut these things, but then there's consequences. And a lot of these consequences that we've been digging into this last year is that cutting this is going to increase costs. And increasing costs means that we don't just cut $60 million next year, we got to cut more, right? And so I think we need more time on trying to find more money. At the same time, we can still pass this budget. And that doesn't mean this story ends tonight. So that's the only statement I really want to push, and I am done. Now that we've gone full circle, I want to check, were there any amendments to the amendment or a different amendment? I want to clarify.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we amend to dip into the reserves coupled with an aggressive plan for rebuilding those reserves and directing the superintendent to develop that as part of the same amendment.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I want to talk about it more. I'm open to the idea. I sent you a text with some math just for fun. But I wonder, I don't know how to say this kindly. The language you laid out was maybe not precisely what I would hope we would vote on. It might be nice to be more specific, because if it's 13,120,000 still, I don't know, based on what you said, I'm just not sure if it's like this plus to get to the 13 million dip into the reserves, or if there's, can we discuss
I'm
it?
flexible. I would like to dip into the reserves as little as possible if we have to do that. So if it's a combination of X number from the reserves coupled with some other places that we're able to identify, I mean, yeah, I'm not bound to this language. I think what is important to me is that we are strategic and intentional and committed to rebuilding those reserves as quickly as possible. This is a really significant risk that we would be taking. And I never thought that I would propose dipping into the reserves for any reason. So I just feel like we need to be really intentional about the how of that and the how of rebuilding that.
So just kind of for the sake of the order, and I guess this is a question, but I feel like that amendment is very different than this amendment that we have in front of us. That for the sake of order, it may be more effective to vote on this amendment first, and then you can move in second. Well, we already have a move in second. For a second amendment, maybe give you some time to write it out. Prefer not to? You want to, as that is the amendment to this one?
Yeah,
That's fine. This is just a
yeah, we
question.
could all discuss it. I guess I just feel like normally when we have amendments, we motion on those versus the reverse. So I just wouldn't want us to like do it differently in this circumstance, personally.
I also literally do not know how I will vote on the original amendment if we don't have a plan for how we're going to fund it. So I think it might be important to settle this question first, because
All right. So
might
the amendment has
suggestion?
the amendment has been put on the table, and just want to clarify, it is to dip into the reserves, pay that back aggressively next year. Okay. So I think we're at
And-
director split.
Yeah, I just want it to be more specific. And since you're flexible, like maybe we could all just talk about it for a minute. We are going to keep you up
Yes,
till
I'm fine with just talking about it.
Okay, I'm just going to talk
Go
for
for
a
it.
minute. I ran some math, just so we'd have some numbers to talk to, because I personally, I think I already said I'd be a no on the base amendment, no disrespect, but I just feel like it's too much. I looked into the math. You guys, I did algebra. I did the 5/100 equals and figured out some things. It was pretty exciting. Miss Straight, 9th grade teacher. That's right. I did use algebra and I am smart. I think that we could go down to, just to give some numbers for conversation, we could go down to 4% reserves and have 8.2 million, or do 4.5 and have 4.1. So I'll just throw that out there for the good of the order. I don't need to be the one to decide what the amendment says, but I do think it'd be helpful to say something, to have a dollar amount versus just a general, we're going to dip into reserves and aggressively rebuild, which I guess I'm fine with, but I just feel like it would be better if we had a number that we were saying we were going to dip into and aggressively rebuild.
specifics are way better. Agreed.
Yeah, so I'm open on, just to give those examples, I guess conversely, you could go 2 million at 4.75%, 4.5%, 4.1 million, 4%, 8.2, and then we could vote on, pick somebody, decide on what makes the most sense, and we can vote on that and see where we get next.
I mean, I guess one question is, are there other feasible areas that would get us from 8.2 going down to 4% to the 13 point whatever? And if not, then do we need to, I'm not doing algebra. Do we need to do whatever the reduction is that gets us to the 13 point whatever? I guess the other question is, do we look at decreasing the depth of the layoffs versus, like, maybe we can't do the whole amount, but maybe we can do half of it or some other version of it. I don't know. Like, I am I hope that we can, like, all collaborate on this and put our heads together, because I don't have, like, the answers.
Yeah, I think just because of the time and the lateness of the hour, I actually suggest that maybe we should vote on whether we are approve of looking into our reserves first. Because if that doesn't pass, then this whole exercise of finding the exact dollar amount won't even matter, right?
So maybe the amendment is that we explore what it would mean to look into the reserves.
Great. And I forgot who seconded that. And you still second that? Great. Okay, so we have sorry, it's late. Looking into the reserves as the option. Let's go around quickly and discuss because this is a new thing on the table. We go around, so I think we start with Student Representative Retorto.
Thank you. So the way I see it, we're really looking at a charcuterie board of stinky cheese here, and it's just unfortunately we've been kicking the can down the road for so long, and I'm scared that the next time we kick the can, it's going to be down a hill, and it's going to be harder to get that can back up next year. Like, if our bonds become more expensive, if whatever aggressive measures we take to build that back up, I'm just scared that we are going to be put in an even worse position next year, where we're back here, just trying to rack our brains for ways to save teachers, and we just can't. At some point, the road ends, and I'm scared that I think that we're there, that we are at the end of the road, and that it is horrible that we have been in this position, but it's like at this point, we can't just keep kicking the can and expect Salem to act. They're just not going to. I am of a more fatalistic mind that they just, that they don't care, and the people who do care don't have the votes. And so we have to take a piece of cheese off the stinky cheese platter that they've given us. And I think that at this point, I think that looking in, I would maybe be okay with just a little bit, but I think that dipping into our reserves at this point is just going to create an even bigger problem for us next year, and that even if we were to be able to fill that balance, then filling that balance back up to 5%, well, that money comes from somewhere, and it's just more problems. And if there's money in the cushions, we can look for it in the next 7 days, and we can also look for it next year. We're going to have an equally, if not more, terrible situation next year, and we're going to have an equally, if not more, terrible situation the year after that. So it's not like we're running out of time to find ways to save money. This is going to be a problem that we are going to have for the foreseeable future. And so it feels to me, in my very unprofessional opinion, to be maybe a bit fiscally irresponsible, and it's horrible that we've been put in this position. We are really truly between a rock and a hard place. But I think that we do have to be courageous and make a hard decision, and show Salem that the road is ended, and we can't keep making up excuses for them, and we can't keep filling their gaps. So that's where I'm at on this amendment and why I don't think that I can support it at this point.
Dr. Chase Miller.
I mean, I don't disagree with anything that Student Representative Retorto said. I think we're in a moment where we're compelled to look at every option. So I say we look at every option. And like, damn, dude, I don't know, yeah, that's all I got. Damn.
Well, I think when I first got on the board, Eddie, you'll have to back me up. I think we had like a 7.5% reserve. And then we got through a year by taking some of that reserve because we were going to build it back up. Didn't get built back up. Next year, I think I don't know, did we go down to 5 or not quite? And then we went down. Now we're at 5. And to think we're going to build that back up is just a daydream. And it's, I think it's irresponsible. Because, like you said, hopefully Salem will look at us. Maybe Salem is looking at this board meeting. Maybe we should tape it and send it to them. And we can still all year look for money. And our foundation person, our Fund for PPS person is a hard worker. He's looking. So maybe we can get something. We're not going to get all those teachers back, but hopefully we'll get some. But I can't fiscally vote yes on this. It would be, for me, a very irresponsible thing to do. It would be even worse next year. So that's where I am.
I would be open to, I like the idea of half, like 6.5 million, of giving Dr. Armstrong the option of dipping into 6.5, kicking this can down the road to the 30th, giving ourselves a week, saying, okay, we'll go up to 6.5, come back with your best offer. That's how I would treat it as a negotiation. You've got nothing to lose. Nothing to lose.
Best offer of what?
Like, can we go back to the budget one more time, and maybe we could find 2 million, and we only need 4.5 million.
I'm kind of with you, Director Sullivan, and having been on the board for so long and having voted 3 times now, I believe, to keep digging away at that reserves. I think we heard that the reserves maybe would keep the district doors open for maybe a month. And then January happens and February happens, a roof caves in, and you have to move schools like we did a few years ago, and we wouldn't be able to withstand that. And I think it's really irresponsible to dig into that fund that's already at the floor, thinking that we were going to be able to somehow fill that back up. The one of the ideas, and there's been some really good ideas, and there's been some kind of like crazy good ideas, creative. We haven't thought to go pick money off the trees. So I'm going to add that to my list. I don't know where we're going to find it. There's no hope in Salem right now. There should be. We have an emergency fund. Nobody's deploying that. I don't think we're going to, our financial situation's going to not change drastically. We may find money here and there. We may let's relook at MLC. I don't know what the savings are from that. I don't think going to the reserves is a good idea. And I'm kind of I don't mind taking risks at all, but I do mind in this case.
Wow. I appreciate the sentiment and the trying to find solutions. The issue with reserves I have is that our economic outlook for next year doesn't look too great either, right? And then we have other things like compression happening, where property values downtown go down for commercial areas, and suddenly we're not getting back as much money, and things like that just it kept happening this year, and things that we can't, same thing with our teachers levy. Another reason for budget cuts, because those property values and whatever, it wasn't able to keep up, and now the teachers levy doesn't pay for as many positions as it used to. And then most importantly, the 5% is not even, it's below the bottom, because we got downgraded in our credit, right? Because we've been at 5% for a little bit too long than what people were comfortable with. And so we're below what's healthy. The 5% was just named as in the board policy as the minimum. So in terms of financial health, and then we have, we're looking at, if our credit rating goes bad, this is maybe we might not be able to retrofit another elementary school with HVAC, right? These are the consequences that we're talking about. And then, just the mathematical principle that, the reserve is a savings account, right? So if you have like $10 in savings and you take out $2 from it, well, that $2 is one-time fund. And then next year, not only do you have these cuts you got to deal with, but then you got to pay an extra $2 back into your savings account to get back to, before damage really happens. And so taking reserves out now with a very unstable economic future could mean that we're going to double that pain this next year. And so I think that's what worries me, and why I don't think I can support it. Although I do appreciate the effort to look and to have that discussion.
Okay, so I think we're in a different year because we have a very large election in November, where every single every single House of Representatives is up for re-election or election, and half of our senators are up for election or re-election, and our governor is seeking re-election with someone who is campaigning hard against her. I do not think that it is a foregone conclusion that the senators and the representatives and the governor who are seeking re-election can't be persuaded to dip into, open up the Education Stability Fund. I don't think we should just say it's not going to happen. There are people who want to keep their jobs, and all of us are the ones that either make or don't make it. And so there's that. I have been educated by Chief Kafori that there are other rainy day funds that the people that are worried about the future and don't want to tap into the Education Stability Fund have at their fingertips for other issues too. So I am not ready to concede that we're not going to tap into the Education Stability Fund. In fact, I think that we chose to make it a board priority or legislative priority for next year to sort of push that. Well, we did push it, but it wasn't an election year. So, right, like people are not at risk of their jobs being taken from them because all of us collectively want them to fund education. So that's like, how do we build up? How do we fund? How do we rebuild? Maybe we can do it because somebody finally opens up an education stability fund. Lights are going off. I feel like it's the end of a concert or something.
It's not motion sensitive.
I'm really curious about. I'm really curious at understanding what dipping into a reserve means, and if today was June 30th and it was 11:30, we wouldn't have the opportunity to ask Chief Morrison to come back and educate us next week, and then we can decide whether we want to with an understanding of the risks we're taking. I'm open to it without understanding, but I would rather understand. And so I guess I don't know if I can move to postpone everything a week and then get information, spend some time looking at see if there's anything else we can turn over, and then come in and say what happens if we do. I mean, I don't know. I don't have enough information, and I don't feel like I have to make a decision today because we have until June 30th, which is not ideal, but we have the time. So
You also have the ability to vote on the budget tonight, and between now and then, if in fact y'all find however many
yeah, no, I
millions-
understand that. I don't like that as much.
Okay, I just want to be
I
clear.
know, I
those
understand
are your
that. I don't
options.
like that. So I guess can I move to table, or do we have to? I don't know.
Just let us go.
I think procedurally there's a motion on the table for an unnumbered amendment by Director Chase Miller that you need to resolve, or unless you're going to make a motion to postpone that in and of itself.
I think that's.
different.
Can we just go through?
Yeah, we'll have
At
to.
least this one?
Yeah,
Or-
the amendments need to be taken care of first, and then when we get to the actual budget, then you can make that motion.
Wait, I can't. No, I was hoping to table the amendment so that I could understand what dipping into the budget or the reserves mean, and so then we could make an informed decision on the amendment, on the budget. That's what I'm
Because
trying to do.
I don't know if we'll have more information to bring back in 7 days. I know, I think in one of the packets or the prior board meetings, we showed the fund balance and the way in which it was spending down. But I think as Michelle Morrison has stated, it impacts our credit rating. And I think perhaps the biggest risk is that we realized that just like last year, our budget is pretty fragile, and there's a lot of assumptions that we're pulling in, right? We have the PERS, we have to wait for the economist report in the fall. We don't know what the state school fund balance will be. I think we've made some assumptions, but it could come out and put us in a better situation or worse. What we do know is that we're looking at $65 million in reductions to stabilize as a system. And so what I can tell you without any doubt is that whatever we push, we will need to make up for next year in our reductions, right? So, but I don't know. I guess I would want to be really clear on what you all would be hoping to see that's different, or that would provide more information about the fund balance. It's 41 million, 5%.
Yeah, I don't think the fund balance. I think I would like to understand, like, all the risks associated with dipping lower. Maybe you can tell us now. I mean, we're having this conversation.
Well, we've kind of
Well,
talked
like, I
through
mean-
it a little bit, but I
Yeah.
mean, I think probably one of the hardest things is continuing to use one-time funds to shore up operations. I think that would even make a legislative argument more difficult, because they're like, oh, we're going to pay you more so you can build up your reserves. That's not ever been a storyline I've heard of. But to the point of our 27, 28, kind of that out year forecast of a $65 million gap, whatever we dip into is going to add on to that gap for that year. So if we add $13 million back in to next year without additional resources, then that's going to be a $78 million gap the following year. And so again, we've talked, those are probably the biggest risks associated with accessing the reserves. The risk to our credit rating, of course, that's a challenge too, that's harder to quantify, but all of those things have potentially really negative outcomes for both our operating budget and also our capital improvements.
Can I go ahead, and then if you want to make a motion, you can. Okay. All right. Because I think my turn. Okay, it's fine. So first of all, I did more algebra. I know everyone's really excited to hear it. And if we were to do the whole 13.12 million, which is not what I'm advocating, but that would put us at 3.4% in reserves. I know you were asking what that would look like, so that's what that would look like. As I've been sitting here listening, I take very seriously the concerns that I've heard from you about fiscal responsibility, from our more experienced board members who have seen us take that reserve number down, again with my predecessor who wanted to see it at 10 to 15%. And we have gotten lower and lower as each year has gone by, trying to honor the values that we all share around putting students first. But like, it just keeps kicking the can. Where I've sort of landed on this is starting here. I would support an amendment that has a small dip into the reserves that isn't guaranteed in the budget, but is like, hey, by the way, if in the fall you guys look around and there are issues, and I remember we talked a lot about this, I'm just pointing at Dr. Cardona because we had like a little slush fund last year to deal with fires. And so we were at the beginning of last year, this school year that's just closing, you were finding places where there was a 37-person class or whatever, so you needed to split it. Or they needed an educational aide over here because there were more kindergartners in that. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yes. Okay. So we had that fund that we were able to use to like deal with staffing needs that were unmet in the current budget. And I think like I might be comfortable with something that's like, we're willing to go down to X percent of the reserves for the purpose of adding back staff on like an as need basis when we get to the fall. And if it turns out that you don't need to do that, or you only need to use 100,000 of it or whatever, like you have some discretion that will help deal with the impacts that we're talking about. That's something I think I would be open, or like maybe even almost, I don't want to say excited because I'm not excited, but I just think it like gives us this like insurance policy in a way. But I think even going below 5% immediately puts our bond rating at risk, right? Even though I think right now we might not be at 5%. When do they check it? Anyway, I don't know how that works. But anyway.
May I respond to that
Yeah,
just
sure.
really quickly? So you all probably felt the pressure of definitely the emails. I know that I got a ton of them last fall with emails coming in about class sizes and adjustments. Well, we started the year this past year due to reductions in budgeting without any FTE set aside so that we can address that. This year, we do have that factored into the budget. So we already anticipate having resources for our schools that come in higher, and we need to, or there's some other little fixes that we need to do. So we have that planned in the budget. So just saying.
Well, bottom line, I'm comfortable with a little bit of a dip into the reserves because I just personally like the difference between like 4.8 and 5 just doesn't really seem to me, it doesn't seem to be that much to me. But I hear the concerns and I wouldn't support going down to 3.4. So that's my thought there. Big picture on the conversation we're having. There's clearly people in the room that want to take a break and have another week. I'm just curious the mechanics of that. I know if we were to vote on the budget tonight, then it would require the chair to call for a meeting. So I think that to me is the risk of voting on it tonight and then taking the week to make changes, is that it leaves other board members not in control of whether or not we do reconvene.
Just respond.
Is
If
that
we
wrong?
vote on this tonight, someone can move to have a meeting next week, and if the majority of board votes for a meeting next week, we have a meeting next week.
Okay, it's not just
It's not me.
we don't meet at the call of the chair.
I mean, we can. Well,
If
Yeah, we
four of
can
you
call a
vote
special
to have a
meeting.
meeting, then you can, under
Direct
your
the
rules,
chair
you can convene.
Okay.
You can do it a number of different ways, but to Chair
Okay.
Wong's point, that's what he's trying.
Yeah, thanks. I was just curious on the mechanics of that. So it does seem like several people are like, let's pause and see what we can figure out. To be honest, I'm of the opinion that like in the next week, we're probably not going to figure much out. Because of measures 5 and 50, our local governments are extremely cash strapped. So we don't have a city government that can like give us money. We do have a city government that could like decide to like put out some sort of like fundraiser thing, via the tax system that brings in money for schools if they wanted to, but that's not going to be in a week. So I'm not really sure. But I'm not necessarily saying, I'm not trying to decide. I'm just thinking out loud options here. I don't know how much we can get done in a week. If people decide they want, I'll be part of a crew that says, let's wait a week. I'm fine with that. But I also don't know how much will change. And I wouldn't be terribly surprised if we came back a week from now and voted basically on the same thing we have tonight. And so, but what I do want to say is that I think we have all these ideas. And I think I was talking about this before. I have felt this like fatalism, like there's nothing we can do. The state won't help us. We're just screwed. We're going to lay off all these teachers. It's horrible. But now I'm hearing this energy for the first time tonight on like, let's find places, let's shake loose. Well, like, we know we have a $65 million shortfall expected next year. Like, let's spend the next year doing all the things we're talking about doing now so that it can fix next year's budget or help toward next year's budget. So that's kind of where I think we're going to end up landing, and want to commit myself to being part of that effort to like really get more creative and put more energy in. And maybe other people have also felt the way I've felt, where it's like the state or we're screwed, and maybe instead there's a different path. But I don't know that we can get to that path in a week. So I've talked more than I mean to because it's late and then I just start chatting, but we can vote on this amendment or whatever people decide to do, but that's where I am.
I don't even remember what the amendment is at this point, and it's mine. Is the amendment to explore this, or is the amendment like to dip into at this point? In a non-specific amount.
Right.
Can I say one more thing? I think that as much as I would love to have one more meeting, on my resume, I think that at the end of the day, I don't think that I will be here. I will be here. But I think that you're right. I don't think that much is going to change, and that, any money that we take out of the fund this year, is money that we have to pay back at some point. There's no magic dollars anywhere, unfortunately, and so I do think that if we postpone this meeting, I think that we're gonna be back in the same seat, and we're probably gonna make the same decision in 7 days.
At the risk of dragging this out any longer, I'm wondering about the initial amendment, which was restoring all of the roles that were cut. I wonder if the amendment is not restoring all of the cuts, but a portion of them. And I wonder if there is a path to that with that smaller piece. I mean, if we went down to 4, that's about half of the positions. So, I mean, maybe we can't get to the 13 million, but maybe we can get.
Well, so 4 would be
some of
about a
it there.
third. And about a half would be about 6.5 million.
I'm thinking, well, if we went to 4%.
Oh, 4%,
based on
you're
Christie's
talking about
algebra.
percent.
Yeah, if we went to 4%.
So because it's late, I'm going to ask, are you making an amendment to say, direct the superintendent to dip into reserves down to 4%, knowing that gives you $8 million? Is that the amendment at the motion? Excuse me, at the moment?
Yeah, that's the amendment at the
Sorry.
moment. Thank you.
Okay,
No, thank
that's the current amendment. It's 4%. And I'm just trying to track and help keep you procedurally on track.
All right, let's call the vote.
So
Sharon, can you read out the amendment? We are now voting on the amendment to this amendment, which
To
is to amend it to
enable the superintendent to reduce the reserves down to 4% as needed, contingent on this other amendment passing. So it's a moot point unless you pass both. So it's that. Take it down to 4% if this other amendment passes. Take the reserves down to 4%. If Director Engelsman's motion passing, otherwise there's no point to the motion.
So we would vote on this one first and then this one?
So
that's the current order of
Okay.
which you've
Yeah,
got.
so the clarity, I just want to clarify. If this amendment passes that we're voting on right now, it replaces the original amendment. And then I'm just saying, if this passes, then we're voting on the amendment as amended. So it wouldn't say like 13.2 million or 13.1. It would say reserves. If it doesn't pass, then we are voting on the original amendment as is.
As 13.2. Yes.
Thank you.
That's what I understood to be your intent.
Yes, but actually I forgot a piece. I think that we also need to include directing the superintendent to develop an intentional plan to rebuild our reserves through, I mean, I know that we haven't done that, but I also don't think that we have directed the superintendent to come up with a plan to sell property or do whatever that we need to do to regenerate those funds. So I think it also has to be coupled with that direction.
And does the
just to-
second still stand?
Just to clarify, we are banking on some revenue from real property sales. That's already included in the budget.
This gets worse and worse. All right, well, let's call the vote.
I'm not sure you have a second yet. Did you?
Do we have a second for that amendment?
A first and a second for
Does
this
that second
current
still
one,
stand, I guess?
4%.
For the original version, I just want to check that it still stands.
Just for the risk of an uncomfortable conversation, I just want to make sure that I just speak to you all as chief executive of this organization. And I know that it's a hard conversation, thinking of this reduction that's before us and the impact, real impact that it's having across our city. And also knowing that we'll be back here with a larger number. We have several more uncomfortable conversations to go when we're talking boundary adjustments or program moves and school closures. None of these conversations will be easy. I think one of the things that I'm using to sort of guide me in the decision making is what is going to get us to stabilization so that reductions is not a part of our history. I've met educators that talk about, while we talk about like zero reductions from the district office and zero to schools, there's still educators that are in buildings that have been moved or reduced because of declining enrollment or other staffing decisions, whether locally or district office. And so reductions have been a part of Portland's conversation for quite some time. And my hope and my goal is to end it within the next 2 years. And so I think I would just say to keep that in mind, knowing we have a savings account for when we need it most, and we might need it more. The idea of reducing 65 million is very overwhelming to think about in this moment. And so I wonder if we're going to be leaning on all of our strategy and all the things within our power to get through that. But it's a risky budget, and dipping into the fund balance, while I appreciate the fact that it's like, hey, a real strategy, right? Like, Board, if this is what we want to do, then let's put the money where our talk is. I do appreciate that. I really do. And I just have to say that we're in a very risky state. And my job and my responsibility is to stabilize Portland as fast as possible. And that's what me and the team are working to do. So I just wanted to say that. But I'll turn it back over to you, Chair.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So in your opinion, would this amendment get us closer to stabilization or further from stabilization?
The amendment gets us further away. I think it's the two things, right? It's the, like, you know, do we have the resources that we need to make sure that, you know, quality as instruction is happening in our classrooms, right? Like, you know, class size and wonderful people that have wonderful connections with students. Like, that's such a loss for us. And I don't know any other way to stabilize when we don't have the financial resources. Like even I hear the conversation about, well, let's just like slash central office. And I don't know if you all know, but the amount of central office admin, like all of the admin, is less than $5 million. So even if, it was just me and maybe one other person in there, that still wouldn't stop us from having layoffs. So it's just the reality of like at this point in time that we're in, right? Like I love the plate of stinky cheese. There's no good option, right? And we have to stabilize. I want a couple of years from now, educators to choose Portland because, and those who are already with us choose to stay because they can guarantee that they're going to have continuous employment over time. The only folks that can say that now are our educators that have been a part of Portland for quite some time. And we're lucky and very, very fortunate to have an experienced workforce. But one day we're going to want to recruit and attract folks. And I want them to know that you come to Portland, you don't have to be at risk of being laid off 2 years later, even after transferring in as an experienced educator or becoming an educator after a first career. Like that does not help for the, it doesn't lead to success in the long run. I think the reason why we have so much success now, when I think of, not at 100%, but when I think of our success as outperforming the state, continuing to have rising scores in ELA and math, being back to pre-pandemic you all know, like there's not many urban districts across the United States that can say that they're back to pre-pandemic limits. And I truly believe that the reason why we're able to make that claim is because of who we have in our classrooms and our hallways. And so I don't want to risk that. So,
can I ask you something? So you're saying in a couple of years you feel it's going to be stable?
Yeah, next year when 65 million, if there are no other surprises, and it truly is 65 if this budget is adopted, the plan is for that to be the stabilizing reduction that will lead us to a place where we're only reducing based on the number of kids that we have coming in, like based on a decline. Our reduction right now isn't just because of a decline, it's a structural deficit that has continued to build over time, and that's not serving us well. If it was a decline, then it's like, okay, we're 50, I'm playing these numbers down, but just speaking generally, we have 50 less students. And so now when we look across, we'll reduce by that number. But when you look at the retirements and the resignations that tend to happen over the course of a year, it's typically resolved in that process. It's very difficult to get to a place where there's layoffs unless you have to take some big steps. And we have one more big step to do next year. And my hope is that after that, we will be stable. But I understand that the question that you all are thinking is there something we can do now to protect the classroom experiences so that we can continue to climb as a district? And I know that that's not an easy thing to weigh. I just wanted you to have my perspective on what's ahead of us.
Or sorry, should we call the vote?
You
yeah,
still
we don't
have
have
a
a second. Do we have a second?
I'm always going to second something, so I'll second it.
Is this the original?
This is the charge the superintendent the ability to reduce to 4%, correct? Yes.
So
that's it, I think. Just charge the
4%
superintendent.
of what's in there now.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's call the vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying yes.
Let's at least vote yes together, okay? Can we do that?
Do we?
Okay. We'll vote yes.
Can I table it? I can't table this.
There's a vote pending. You can't table it now. So you can get to that, but I think you need to finish this vote. And then if you want to do something next week, we can show you how.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All those opposed? No.
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 Abstentions?
Abstention.
Student rep?
No.
Thank you. The amendment does not pass by a vote of
2 to 4 to 1.
2 to 4.
2 to 4 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
Chair Wong, can I ask people just to go down and say their vote so I can see who?
I voted yes.
Okay.
In like solidarity.
I voted no.
No.
Who was the abstention?
I was.
Who was the yes? Sorry.
You voted yes.
Those two. Englesman and Split. Sorry.
So now we have the original amendment on the table. This is where if you want to table it, you can. A motion to table it.
Well, I would like to move to table this entire conversation, the amendment, the budget decision for a week, and then direct the superintendent to spend a week turning stones, asking questions, looking places, see if we see anything.
I think what you need to do is move to postpone it. Tabling kills the amendment.
Postpone.
You
Thank
motion
you.
to
We
postpone.
talked about that once before. I
If
moved
what
to
you're saying-
postpone everything.
Postpone, your motion is to postpone your amendment and the budget to next week. That's
And
it.
direct.
And what?
And direct superintendent and her team to
That one's already been voted on. You'll have to raise that
to
as
look.
an amendment.
Yeah, okay.
So I guess my question is, can you move to, when something's already on the table, an amendment to the budget? Yes.
Okay, we're going to have
Check the tapes.
Okay. 12 o'clock at night, 2 lawyers agree, the vote can happen, motion to postpone. If
Right.
now, if you want, you can have the vote, and then you have, if it's postponed, it's postponed.
Got it. Okay, so we have a motion to postpone the amendment and the budget vote until next week.
That's your vote. I mean, that's your motion, excuse me, okay.
And to direct the superintendent to spend the week looking.
You need to say a date certain. A week is what?
June 30th.
Thank you.
Yes, and to direct.
Is that Tuesday?
It's Tuesday.
If we think of just meeting posting laws, if we're coming back together, the meeting would have to be June 30th, Tuesday. So you would probably want material, so you would have to maybe back that up some days if that is something you're considering.
I mean, you can give me materials, 9 a.m. June 30th.
Oh.
Like, this doesn't feel like a, I don't know. 'Cause I mean, if I'm asking you to do some work, I'm not going to be like, oh, I want extra time. I would like you to spend the extra time looking. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I have a question. We could pass the budget and still direct the superintendent to look, correct?
Correct.
For more? Okay.
Yes. You can pass it tonight and still direct the superintendent to look.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there any
Just all
discussion?
solidarity today.
My comment is that we've already directed the superintendent to do this work. And so it's like having the work be redone. If this is how we agree that we'd like the superintendent to spend her time, so be it, but I completely disagree. I'd rather be forward-looking and have the superintendent work on things that are coming up in front of us, not on a budget that will not change between now and Tuesday.
It's Wednesday now. Yep. So less time.
It's Wednesday now, but we're talking about regathering on Tuesday.
All right. If there's no other discussion, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the move to postpone the budget and the amendment, All, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All those opposed?
No.
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 Student rep?
No.
Thank you. The motion does not, postponement does not pass by a vote of 3 to 4 and student rep voting no. So now we have the original amendment on the table. I say we just go ahead and vote. Unless there's anybody, okay, because I think we all said our piece. All right, we'll now be voting on Resolution 7342, the amendment to the budget. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All those opposed?
No.
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 Abstentions? Student rep?
No.
Thank you. The amendment does not pass by a vote of 1 to 6. Student rep voting no. Now we are going to vote on
Oh, excuse me.
okay, I was just going to put the budget. Wait, the budget is already on the table. Correct?
No.
Yes,
Let me
because we
double check.
yeah.
You did.
I avoided making a motion because I didn't want to make the motion on the budget. 2 other people did. I don't remember who.
Yeah, so that's already on the table. So unless there's further discussion, I would like to move to vote on the budget.
This is
7326.
For the budget. I'll read this again. The board will now vote on Resolution 7326, impose taxes and adoption of the 2026-27 budget for School District Number 1J, Multnomah County, Oregon. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed? Abstentions?
Yes.
Student rep?
Yes.
Thank you. The budget, Resolution 7326, has passed by a vote of 6 with 1 abstention and student rep voting yes.
Wow.
All right, now for the highlight of tonight. We are moving on to the consent agenda. However, due to number of retractions, we'll be voting on the consent agenda piecemeal, one by one.
Can I ask a question about this? It might be too late. A few of them are the social studies curriculum.
Yes.
And you want to vote on, even though it's bond funding, you still want to pull them out?
I asked to pull them out. I got a lot of answers that I would just like to put into the record so that anyone who has the same questions, and then I can put them back in, I suppose. I don't know.
Okay. Let's do it that way. So I will, all right, so we're doing it one by one, correct?
What? Why are we doing it
Or
once?
can we
You
do
have a
all?
consent agenda, and then, which
Okay.
has 3 things in it, and then you've got expenditure contracts, which you could, if Director Engelsman agrees, lump them together.
Got it.
Just we need to do it by resolution.
Can I explain it? So actually, you have a consent agenda that was amended to remove the contracts. So you have that original, amended resolution, plus you have 7 other resolutions.
Got it. All right, do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Director Sullivan moves. Vice Chair DePass seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda? Is there any public comment? Nope. All right. The board will now vote on Resolution 7327 through 7329. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student rep?
Yes.
Thank you. The consent agenda, as amended, Resolution 7327 through 7329 has been approved by a vote of 7 to 0. Student rep voting yes. Next, we have, unless you want to put it
That's it,
all
isn't it?
together, or do you want it separately?
You put them all together.
All right, so,
The social studies one first.
wait, but then it's not all together. You can still make your comments if they're all together. We put them on the table.
There are 2, so I guess I would like to lump them into 2 separate, or 2 buckets.
Okay, tell me which ones. It might be faster just do one.
Yeah, okay.
Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7332, expenditure contracts, Teacher Curriculum Institute? Did I say that right?
Well,
Oh, wait.
can I offer a suggestion, Chair Wong?
Yes, please.
Maybe do all the discussion and questions and answers right now on both the social studies and the technology or IT staffing, and then quickly go through the votes after, because they're not in order
Okay.
of by content.
Right. So let's just do discussion now.
Can I just go?
Yes, go.
Okay. On the social studies curriculum, I asked to pull 3 of these contracts because on the face of them, I had some concerns, and so I had some questions, which I got answers to, and I wanted to put those into the ether and onto the record. First of all, I asked, actually, let me get to where the answers are. Are these 3 contracts part of the newly adopted social studies curriculum? If so, are they part of it or the additional parts? Because we talked when we were adopting them of needing to have additional parts to fulfill our requirements and our expectations. Yes, all the contracts are related to the adopted social studies curriculum resources. These are the core materials for the adoption, not optional add-ons or separate supplements. The physical textbooks, student notebooks, and digital access are bundled together as part of the standard curriculum package to ensure every classroom has a complete set of resources. Question 2. This appears to be entirely online. Is it? I was looking at what I saw online. No, all contracts include classroom sets of textbooks and access to a digital platform. TCI also includes student consumable notebooks for reading, writing, completing assignments, and more. Our intentional strategy is to lead with print. The digital component acts as a supportive resource layer, ensuring that day-to-day instruction remains heavily grounded in tangible reading and writing. 3, if it's not entirely online, how much of the program is online? What percentage is online? I will condense to say we estimate that the vast majority of student experience, 70 to 80%, will be offline, reading physical books, discussing with peers, and writing in notebooks. 4, is there any AI aspect to it? If so, what percentage? TCI and Cengage do not use student-facing generative AI. Generative AI refers to software and tools. 5, will students be working collaboratively or as a group on one computer, or will students be working individually? Again, most of the students' work will be done in person without using a computer. With those curricular adoptions, we are prioritizing collaborative learning. When digital tools are used as a primary source analysis, students should work in pairs or small groups at a single screen. And finally, 6, what data will be collected by this online company? Both vendors are bound by strict student data privacy agreements compliant with FERPA and COPPA laws, and do not sell student data or track students for commercial advertising purposes. With those answers, I was satisfied. I don't know if anybody else has more questions based on that. No. So I think it's probably easier to just run through a vote as a group of these 3, and I no longer need to have further discussion or call anybody up because of these answers.
338, 337.
Is anyone clear on which ones are the social studies curriculum?
Yeah, they have a specific.
I only figured it out by looking at each one, so Dr. Reesteach, do you know which ones?
All right. So we're going to clump these together. Do I have a motion and a resolution to adopt Resolution 7332, 7335, and 7338?
Yes.
Director Engelsman moves.
7334 is also.
Second.
And 7334.
Oh.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Director Sullivan seconds. We'll now vote on Resolution 7332, 7334, 7335, and 7338. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student rep?
Yes.
Thank you. Those resolutions have passed by a vote of 7-0 and student rep voting yes. in the last ones,
Roseanne has something to say, I think. Let's recombobulate. Take your time.
right, do I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 7333, 7336, 7337?
I'll move.
Second.
Thank you. Director Engelsman moves. Director Split seconds. Discussion?
Yes. I sent some last minute questions and I'm hoping that we can talk about it because, okay, so these are all three contracts about IT staffing contracts that are temporary staffing through in the IT department? No?
No, these contracts continue existing staffing. Some of these contractors have been with us for years.
Oh.
So to be very clear, we did not eliminate any staff in order to hire these. It's completely different roles, different skill set.
Oh, I'm still green. So why are they called temporary staff? Didn't I see the word temp in there?
Augmented staff. It should be augmented staff.
Oh. Okay.
I can look into that though. and
No,
verify.
yeah. I thought I read temporary staffing. Okay, so I had asked, we had an IT department, you're saying these are completely different buckets. Okay.
Correct.
They've been with us for years. This is the first time I'm looking at them. What is the scope of work that they do?
So the scope is actually staff augmentation. It's not a fixed bid. These contracts supply skilled people against need, not a single predefined deliverable. Work is directed by PPS as priorities require, which is the standard and intended structure for staff augmentation. An example might be a cybersecurity threat that we need analyzed. We can send it over to these contractors to analyze for us. Also, as the phishing email, that's free with our cybersecurity suite, software suite.
So, okay, so then these contracts are like sort of like an up to, we may end up using zero.
Correct.
Okay. In those contracts, what's the hourly rate and or salary when someone comes in to do work for us?
Certainly, it's driven by need. It's not a fixed block. These are staff augmentation agreements, not fixed scope contracts with a set hour count. They authorize staffing up to not exceed value drawn down as the work requires. So, and we negotiate with each contractor on those rates.
And the rates, I imagine, are industry,
Correct.
hopefully lower than industry standards. Because, yeah, okay.
And this is a renewal. We first
Yeah.
did an RFP in 2021, and now it's coming up for the renewal.
And in the renewal process, you're like reinvestigating whether this is still the best one to stay with?
No, it is, absolutely. And we did do direct negotiate with these contractors. That was a strategic move, knowing we have a summer where we're implementing an RFP, doing business processes. Our contracting team is really strapped, and so we made the strategic decision to go ahead and direct.
Okay. And then I have one, I just want to look at one thing and see where I saw this word temp, because just so I can put that last part. Oh, I see where I saw it.
It's on
Dates.
7333.
Oh, I don't know which one I'm on anymore. It just says statement of work, detailed description, contractor will provide to the district temporary staffing services on an as-needed basis, dates and time as specified by the hiring manager when requesting temporary staffing services. So that's, you don't mean temporary, you mean as needed, like?
As needed for that role, for that specific work.
Okay, thank you. That's
welcome.
very helpful. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for helping our students.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right, thank you. Is there any other? Yes, please take your name. Any other board discussion?
This isn't discussion. Well, just wanted you to be sure to look at the supplemental material. We'll be discussing it in 2 weeks at our meeting. And thank you, Dr. Adams. He's got a lot of material about our contracts. So, obviously didn't have time today. And you wouldn't have had time to read it either, but now you do.
Top of the morning.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's the next week. So,
I thought we got told it had to be pushed out because of somebody's availability. The ResJ contracts or personnel contracts,
Yeah.
whatever.
I'm sorry, is that a committee meeting or for the board meeting? Because I thought there were some items.
Yeah. It is, yeah.
It'll be in August.
It'll be in August.
Oh, is it August?
Yeah,
Yes.
because everyone's on vacation on July 7th.
Oh, okay.
Chair, I may have missed this, but did you vote on the pending vote?
No, we got to do it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I
we haven't
just want
done
to
it.
make sure.
All right, the board will
Maybe
now
I was redirecting a little bit.
vote on resolution 7333, 7336, 7337. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes, opposed, abstentions. Student rep?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7333, 7336, 7337 has passed by a vote of 7-0. Student rep voting yes. I just want to double check, did we miss any resolutions? Great, because I don't want to be back here tomorrow.
Tomorrow would be Thursday.
Yes, I don't want to be back here Thursday either. If there's any items you'd like to, well, just email me, please. I want to go home. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.